Some mothers fear the silence. Others fear what waits inside it. This is The Doors She Locked, a chilling psychological thriller about a sleep-deprived mother, a remote farmhouse with doors that will not stay shut, and the young nanny whose arrival brings peace to the nursery, but terror to the woman who hired her. Amelia has not slept in weeks. Her baby boy, Oscar, cries through the night until the walls seem to pulse with the sound. Her husband, Nathan, works late. The old farmhouse creaks and settles around her, and beyond the windows, the walled garden waits in darkness. At first, Amelia blames exhaustion. The shadows moving between the hedges, the soft scrape of something outside the kitchen door, the feeling that someone is watching from beyond the glass. She locks every door before bed. She checks the windows twice. Then morning comes, and the doors are open. Nathan tells her she needs rest. He says motherhood can play tricks on the mind. He kisses her forehead, takes his phone into another room, and speaks in whispers when he thinks she cannot hear. Then Lena arrives. Young, quiet, and strangely composed, Lena has a gift with Oscar. One touch, and the baby stills. One soft word, and the crying stops. For the first time in weeks, Amelia sleeps. It should feel like salvation. Instead, it feels like surrender. Because the footprints in the flower beds have not gone away. Because Nathan is lying. And because Lena watches Amelia with an expression that is almost pity. Or almost anger. As the nights grow longer and Amelia's mind begins to fracture beneath the weight of exhaustion, she starts to wonder if the danger is outside the house at all. Perhaps motherhood is breaking her. Perhaps the shadows are nothing more than the shape of her own fear. Or perhaps she has opened her door to someone who already knows every secret buried inside this family. And now she is trapped in the house with her. Prologue. The water crashed over the weir, frothing and churning, a violent white chaos on the surface, masking the swirling darkness beneath. The roar of it filled her head, blocking out everything else, every rational thought. She shifted the baby to her other hip, feeling the weight of the small body, the warmth of his breath and the softness of his skin. This tiny being, so beautiful, so innocent, so loved, a child who had no idea how he had saved her. Had, past tense. She looked back at the foaming water. It reminded her of whipped cream on a hot chocolate. A memory arrived unbidden, sitting in a coffee shop. The hiss of the steam wand of the coffee machine, the soft peaks of cream collapsing into the hot drink. The baby in her arms, big wide eyes taking in the surroundings, mesmerized by twinkling fairy lights in the window. She blinked away the memory. She'd been someone else then. She refocused on the raging water. How strange that beauty and violence could look the same. That comfort and chaos wore identical faces. That what baptized could also bury. The child whimpered. Someone else's child. Really, no matter what the legal documents said, no matter what lies had been told. But if she no longer had this baby, what would be left? What reason would there be to stand on this side of the railing? The roar grew louder, or perhaps it had always been this loud, and she was hearing it for the first time. Hearing it call to her, above the noise of a life she no longer understood. A life that she no longer felt a part of. The baby's fingers curled around a strand of her hair. She took a step closer to the edge. One step was all it would take to be swallowed by the raging water, sucked under and taken away. It would be the end of this torment, for her, at least. No questions to answer, no explaining her actions, no facing the consequences. What did she have to lose? Nothing, because despite everything she'd done and everything that had happened, she had been left with nothing. Chapter 1. Amelia. Melly, you've been in there 20 minutes. Are you keeping an eye on the time? Nathan's voice sounded through the closed ensuite door. I was staring at my reflection. This was the third failed IVF attempt. Whoever said the third time the charm was lying. My disappointment, laced with anger, had hit hardest of all this time. "I'm fine," I called back, my voice steadier than I felt. "Just rehearsing my presentation." It was a particularly crushing time. We had already agreed that if it failed, we would take a break from any more attempts, not least because, financially, it was ruining us. 12 years of marriage, and it was still just the two of us. Mealy? Amelia? Nathan sounded more concerned now. I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and stepped into our bedroom. "I lost track of the time," I said. Nathan gave a half smile. "Are you really all right? You could stay home today. Sod the presentation. Someone else can do it, or they can wait until you're back." I closed my eyes for a moment, taking stock of my emotions. I'd got my period on Saturday morning, which thankfully had given me 2 days at home to reconcile myself to the fact that there was no baby. Again, I opened my eyes. I'm better off keeping busy. I appreciated his concern. "What about you?" Nathan ran the palm of his hand around his jawline. "You know." Did I know, though? I wasn't sure of anything anymore. The rational side of my brain kicked in. I couldn't change the past. But 12 years in, I wondered if this was all I'd ever be. Was being Amelia Bartholomew, head of HR at a highly reputable law firm, enough? After saying goodbye to Nathan, I climbed into my Audi and set off for my offices in Saffron Walden. It was about an hour's drive, and despite there always seeming to be roadworks somewhere or other on the route, I enjoyed the headspace the commute allowed me. I'd only been driving for a few minutes when my phone rang through the hands-free system. It was my sister, Sophie. "Morning," I said after accepting the call. "You're up early." I've been up half the night with Florence. She had a bad dream and wouldn't settle afterwards. But of course, she's now having a daytime nap to make up for it. Sophie spoke in hushed tones. "You should get some rest too," I said, ignoring the familiar pang of envy. "Oh, how I'd love to be able to make those sorts of comments." "I will. I just wanted to check what you're taking to Mum's party next weekend." "Quiche and a potato salad." I slowed down for a cyclist ahead, half wondering why my sister hadn't simply sent a text. "Everything all right? Are you driving?" "Yes, I'm on my way to work." "Oh, sorry. I'm so sleep-deprived I didn't realize the time." "Soph, is something wrong?" Call it older sister intuition. But I could tell the inquiry was just a smokescreen, and now she was having second thoughts about whatever she really wanted to say. As luck would have it, there was a lay-by just ahead, and after telling her to hang on, I pulled into it. "Right, you have my full attention now." "What's up?" There was a long silence before she finally spoke. "I'm pregnant." I swallowed hard. "Pregnant? Sorry." "Oh, God, Soph, don't apologize," I said, realizing my hesitation had made her more anxious about telling me. "That's wonderful. Honestly, it really is. Congratulations." "You're sure?" "Of course. It's marvelous, and it really was." I was so pleased for my little sister, and yet, silently and selfishly, another piece of my heart broke. "Thanks, Melly. I've told Mum, and I was worried she'd blurt it out at the weekend, or if you spoke to her during the week. I both hated and loved the way she thought of me and my feelings, even when I knew she was ecstatic about having another baby." "When are you due?" I asked, knowing Sophie was only trying to protect me, and I had no right to diminish her happiness. "I'm 12 weeks, so beginning of September." Perfect. Dexter will be at school by then, and Florence will be over 3. There was another awkward pause before Sophie spoke again. Are you okay? You know, after the... Her voice trailed off. IVF attempt? I supplied. I looked skyward and took a steadying breath, determined not to break down. No luck this time. Fuck! We've tried that, and it hasn't worked, I replied dully. I'm sorry. There was such compassion and empathy in my sister's voice. It's fine, I said. Well, it will be. That was our last attempt. So, are you going to try adoption? I know you mentioned it before. Yes, but not here in the UK. Abroad, Holland, you said. So that's still on? Yes. Nathan's going to ring them today and get the ball rolling. I was happy to let Nathan take control. After everything we'd been through, I was grateful for his steadiness. The failed IVF cycles had worn us both down, but the ectopic pregnancy had nearly broken us. The loss and fear afterwards that my body was, the enemy was too much. Nathan had been so supportive, and I loved him fiercely for that. The adoption process in the UK had felt like too much, another long road, with no guarantee at the end of it. So we'd looked abroad. It had suited us better, and we'd recently been approved as adoptive parents. Any idea how long you'll have to wait, or is that a how long is a piece of string question? Pretty much. Depends on when some poor woman has to give up her child. I gave a deep sigh. What it must take to do that, I don't know, and I hate the thought that my happiness depends on someone else's sadness. But there are some women who genuinely don't want their baby. Whatever the circumstances, you'll be giving a child a loving home, and that's what matters. Yes, I know. Look, I'd better get going, or I'll be stuck in a shitload of traffic. And you get some sleep now. Yes, boss. And Soph, thanks for telling me. I am truly happy for you. I ended the call and pulled out of the lay-by, wrestling with emotions that were pulling me in different directions. By the time I reached the office car park, I'd forced myself to focus on the presentation I was due to give. At least I could do that, compartmentalists. Whilst I was at work, I was Amelia Bartholomew, head of human resources. After a hectic day at work, following the presentation, and then fielding lots of questions from potential clients, I arrived home exhausted, sitting in the car for a few minutes as I decompressed. And as I sat there, I realized something. That, underneath, something else was stirring, a sensation I barely dared acknowledge. Relief. I'd never have to experience these feelings again. The crushing disappointment when my period arrived, month after month. The clinical monitoring of my fertility. And my fertility that left me feeling like some broken machine. The sex that had become as scheduled and mechanical as a doctor's appointment. No more hormone injections that made me feel like a stranger in my own body. No more lying on cold examination tables while they harvested eggs from me as though I were livestock. Nathan wouldn't have to disappear into that hospital room anymore, emerging with a small pot and that familiar look of both defiance and embarrassment. None of that would happen again. The burden I'd carried for so long had been lifted, and in its place was something I hadn't felt for years. I was almost happy. The thought should have terrified me. What kind of woman felt relief at the end of her journey to motherhood? But, standing in our kitchen, I couldn't summon the guilt I'd expected. Maybe it was the trepidation and excitement of now entering the adoption process, where the result would be more tangible, where even though a child might not be biologically mine and Nathan's, they would still be loved and cherished. we would still be parents, and we would be offering that child a better start in life than they might otherwise have had. I walked through the front door, feeling lighter than I had in months. Nathan had been working from home and greeted me in the kitchen with a kiss and the kind of hug I'd been craving all day. I breathed him in, my chin resting on his shoulder, and felt a surge of love for the man I'd known for all these years. "That's a nice greeting," he said, pulling back with a smile. "A wife's allowed to miss her husband, isn't she?" Then I noticed the kitchen worktop. A bottle of champagne sat in an ice bucket, a bottle of wine beside it, and next to that, a single cup of coffee. "What's all this?" "My mood bar." Nathan flipped a tea towel over his forearm like a sommelier. "I think it'll catch on." I couldn't help but smile. Nathan had a cheeky, chappy charm that was completely irresistible. That and his sandy blonde hair and brown eyes that changed tone in the light and crinkled at the corners when he smiled meant it was hard not to be bewitched by him. "And what moods might these be?" I asked, walking over to stand beside him. "Right. Coffee. Black to match the kind of day you've no doubt had. A bouquet of exhaustion with top notes of impossible deadlines." He gestured towards the wine. "This little number's perfect for long days where your boss has been a complete dick, and Mary, from accounts, has barged in to complain about Dave from hospitality making inappropriate comments about her backside. Christ, have you been spying on me at work?" I laughed despite of myself. "And the champagne?" His expression shifted, becoming more serious. "That's for when your husband rings the adoption agency." He paused, watching my face. "They want us to fly out next week. There's a 6-week-old baby girl, Melly. She's ours if we want." Chapter 2, Dat Let Tlaint. I gripped Nathan's hand as we prepared to leave the hotel in Amsterdam. "This is really happening, isn't it?" I asked. The week leading up to our trip had been such a whirlwind, I could barely keep up with it all. I had booked the week off work, and although it was last minute, my boss, Miles, had been understanding. Being head of HR had its advantages, and I'd never made a secret of the fact that we were trying for a baby. I mean, how could I? What with endless hospital visits that were rarely on a weekend. The short notice for the trip also meant I had a mountain of work to get through, leaving as little as possible for my colleagues. I had worked late most evenings and even gone in on Saturday morning to tie up a few loose ends. And then it was Monday morning, and we were about to go to the adoption agency and meet our little girl for the first time. Giddy with excitement and nerves, my heart hammered against my ribs as if it might burst from my chest. Nathan gave my hand a squeeze. "It's really happening, Melly." He dropped a kiss on my head. "Come on, let's meet our daughter." The adoption agency had advised that the morning would be spent going through formalities and that we would have an hour to meet our baby for the first time. We hadn't been given many details, not even a photograph, but apparently that would all be done at the meeting. First, they explained, we'd need to sign preliminary paperwork. Nothing that would legally bind us to the adoption, but agreements that protected everyone involved from sharing any information outside the agency walls. Then we'd learn about the baby's background, though they warned us it would be limited. What we could be sure of, however, was that after that, we'd be meeting 6-week-old Greta, whose teenage mother had made the decision to put her up for adoption. The father wasn't known, and the mother's family couldn't provide the emotional or financial support needed. It was a closed adoption, no contact, No further information beyond what they'd share today. We had hired a car for our stay, and Nathan drove. We wound our way through Amsterdam's narrow streets, past the familiar canals, Saas, lined with their distinctive gabled houses, before merging onto the ring road that led out of the city center. As the urban landscape gradually gave way to quieter suburbs, I saw cyclists pedaling along dedicated bicycle paths and tidy rows of modern townhouses with their perfectly manicured front gardens. Nathan turned down a tree-lined avenue where grand period villas sat behind wrought iron gates, and I felt my stomach tighten with anticipation. The sat-nav guided us to a gateway a little way down on the right. The Kinderhuis Adoption Agency occupied what had once been a 19th-century mansion, its red brick facade softened by ivy and surrounded by mature oak trees. "Nice area," commented Nathan. "The parking is apparently around the back," he continued, turning into the driveway. "Impressive. Glad you're driving. I would have pulled up out the front like I was on a police raid." Nathan chuckled. "I emailed them to check. Wanted to make sure we wouldn't be late if there were any parking issues." I smiled at my husband, grateful he had been so thoughtful. My nerves were all over the place. It was a wonder I'd made it this far without resorting to rescue remedy or alcohol. I pressed my palms against my trousers, trying to stop them from trembling. We parked the car and walked around to the front of the building where I'd seen a sign for reception. From the outside, it looked more like an exclusive boutique hotel than a place where life-changing decisions were made. I took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, the original period features had been lovingly preserved. Polished parquet floors gleamed under crystal chandeliers, and Persian rugs warmed the elegant reception area. As soft classical music played, we were led through corridors lined with oil paintings towards a sitting room furnished with plush velvet sofas and antique side tables. Fresh flowers filled cut-glass vases. The entire building whispered of discretion, comfort, and considerable expense. It was exactly the kind of place that made you feel your dreams were within reach, if you could afford them. I was very aware how lucky we were to have had the financial privilege to go through the adoption process here. "Miss Backer will be with you shortly," said the receptionist, before disappearing out of the room. "I should have brought a bottle of water with me," I said, my throat feeling dry, not from thirst, but from nerves. I wasn't usually one to get nervous, not in my professional capacity anyway, but it seemed that I, as wife and hopeful mother, wasn't quite so confident. Maybe because I'd never wanted something so much in my life. The thought of walking away empty-handed made me feel physically sick. "I'll get you a glass of water," said Nathan, standing up. "I'll be fine. It's no trouble." He had left the room before I could protest any further. To be honest, I just wanted him with me to calm my nerves. In the silence of the room, I could hear my heartbeat echoing in my ears. He reappeared a minute later. There was a refreshment room back there on the left. I spotted it when we came in. I gulped the water down eagerly. The cold liquid did nothing to settle the churning in my stomach. I had just placed the glass on the table when the door opened and in walked a tall woman who looked to be in her mid-40s with dark hair in a neat bun. "Mr. and Mrs. Bartholomew," she said warmly. "I'm Miss Backer." She shook hands with Nathan first. "How are you, Mr. Bartholomew?" "Very well, thank you, nervous." "And Mrs. Bartholomew," she continued, with just a hint of a Dutch accent. "Pleased to meet you." She took the chair next to us, placing a folder on the table. She made a few polite inquiries about our journey before explaining how the week ahead would pan out. Over the next few days, we would spend more and more time with the baby, getting to know her, and preparing to take her home at the end of the week. I was trying to take it all in, but all I could think about was the baby and how desperate I was to meet her. Every word Miss Backer spoke felt like a barrier between me and the child I already thought of as mine. On the flight over, Nathan and I had discussed names and whether we would keep the name Greta. I wanted to name her ourselves, and Nathan was happy to leave that choice up to me. It was close enough to the scenario I had imagined for years, when I had thought I would one day be pregnant. The fact that it was for someone else's child didn't matter anymore. Fortunately, Nathan was doing most of the talking, and again, I was grateful for his ability to talk to people that put them instantly at their ease. The conversation seemed very natural and friendly. I forced myself to tune back into what was being said. So, after we've completed all the paperwork and formalities, we can take you along to the baby room where you'll get to meet little Greta. She's with a nursery nurse at the moment. We can't wait, I said, unable to stop myself from beaming. I didn't care. I don't think I had ever felt so excited about anything as I did at that moment. The word nursery had sent such a thrill through me that it had been almost overwhelming. Miss Backer took some paperwork from the file and placed it in front of us, together with a pen. If you could both take the time to read through this. I know it's a lot of paperwork, 10 pages to be exact, but it sets out all the formalities. We need you both to sign and date on the last page. Thank you, said Nathan, drawing the ream of paper towards us. I'll come back shortly, said Miss Backer. Now, can I get you both a hot drink? Tea? Coffee? We both opted for coffee, and Miss Backer left us alone. Nathan picked up the pen and turned to the last page. What are you doing? I asked. Signing it, but we haven't read it. I know, but it's basically just what she's told us. I swiped the pen from his hand. We should read it all the same. Nathan sighed. Okay. If you insist, I do. This was too important to rush, even though every fiber of my being wanted to burst into that nursery. 5 minutes later, we had both signed on the dotted line. My signature looked shaky, betraying my nerves. As soon as I'd signed, the door opened gently, and Miss Backer reappeared, without any beverages. Immediately, I was put on edge by the anxious look on her face. Something was wrong. I could feel it, in the sudden shift of the atmosphere, in the way her professional smile had vanished. She hesitated as she made eye contact with us. And then, as if she were steeling herself, she took a deep breath in and straightened. I really don't know how to say this, she began. Chapter 3. Panic surged through me. Bad news? What did she mean? I gripped Nathan's hand, too scared to speak. My usual confident self, the person I was so familiar with at work, had deserted me. Nathan slipped his hand over mine and held it tightly. What's wrong? He said. His voice was calm, but I could tell from the grip of his fingers that he, too, was filled with anxiety. This is all very unusual, Miss Backer was saying as if to herself. I've never been in this situation before. Her eyes were full of pity. Please tell us. This time it was my voice, small and frightened. Miss Backer took the armchair nearest to the sofa. I'm sorry, but Greta's mother has changed her mind about the adoption. There was a stunned silence. What on earth was she on about? I let out a burst of laughter. You're not serious. Are you? I looked at her and then at Nathan. This is a joke, right? I yanked at Nathan's hand. Nathan, say it's a joke. Amelia, came Nathan's voice. Melly. Stop. I'm very sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Bartholomew. It's not a joke, said Miss Backer. I wish it were, but the mother has just been on the phone and withdrawn the child. I gave another laugh. This one not so confident. Oh, come on. We get to this stage, and there's a change of heart from the mother? I don't believe it. Let me speak to her. It's a cruel joke to play. Come on. Mealy. Stop. Nathan's voice was louder than before, firmer. He looked at me and shook his head. Please, Melly. No one is joking. My heart stopped, or at least it felt like it did. As if I had fallen and landed on my back, knocking all the air out of my lungs. I was going to suffocate. I couldn't catch my breath, and then, in a painful rush, I gasped in a lungful of air. I looked between my husband and Miss Backer. Their faces were serious, full of pity and pain. No, this isn't true, I said, shaking my head. I'm so very sorry, said Miss Backer. Nathan's arm circled my shoulders, his other hand holding tightly to mine. I dipped my head. The tears that had sprung to my eyes spilled over, falling in big blobs onto my trousers, leaving dark spots on the fabric. Did she say why? Nathan was asking. I could barely concentrate on his words. All I could think about was that a 6-week-old child, who was supposed to be mine, was in this building, just a few rooms away. She was here, waiting for us to hold her in our arms and tell her how much we already loved her. This was beyond cruel. This was worse than any failed IVF attempt. My heart felt as if someone had ripped open my chest and was pulling my beating organ from my body. Her parents have been given financial support by the grandparents, said Miss Backer. It was never that she wasn't wanted. They just couldn't afford to look after her. The family has come to terms with their teenage daughter giving birth. And now that it seems it's become a reality, they don't want to lose their flesh and blood. I hated them. At that moment, I truly hated them. No. Correction. I hated myself for pinning so much on this adoption, for delaying coming. We should have been on the plane the day the agency had rung to say Greta was available. But in my next breath, I knew I had no right to such feelings of entitlement. The baby was staying with her mother, as she should. She was wanted, and she would be loved. Just not by us. And that was the feeling I hated, the one of utter desolation. I had never experienced true heartbreak before as I did in that moment. Miss Backer got to her feet. I'll leave you alone for a while. Let you have some privacy while you take in what's happened. I am so very sorry. She left silently, gently closing the door behind her. It was then that I allowed the full weight of my emotions to drop. I sobbed into Nathan's chest, soaking his shirt, smearing it with mascara. I didn't care. He didn't care. We clung to each other as if we were each other's lifeline. Eventually, I managed to get control, and the sobbing subsided, leaving me a sniveling wreck. Nathan's eyes were red, too. Oh, God. I had selfishly thought only about my feelings and not offered him the comfort he had offered me. I pulled him to me, kissing his cheek and holding him tightly. I'm so sorry for us, I whispered. Me too. His voice was gruff. He pulled back, wiping his face, coughing to clear his throat. This is so fucking shit. I nodded. Utterly fucking shit. I've let you down. I should have made sure this was all solid before I told you. Before I brought you here, he said. You're not responsible, I insisted. You're not to blame yourself. This isn't on you. It feels awfully like it is, Nathan. Look at me. I held his face in my hands, his eyes slowly coming up to meet mine. This is no one's fault. And, remember, we wanted to adopt a child not just for us, but to give that child a life full of love. It sounds like Greta is going to get that love from her birth mother, as it should be. We can't begrudge the baby that. Jesus, Amelia, I don't know where you get your compassion from, he said, closing his eyes briefly. Amongst all this, you can think like that. It wasn't my first thought, if I'm honest. Don't make me a martyr. And don't think I don't feel this deeply. A short time later, Miss Backer returned to the room. She looked ashen-faced, and there was a nervousness about her I hadn't detected earlier. I could only imagine she was worried about us suing the agency or something like that. She apologized several more times. "We understand," I said, even though my heart wasn't completely supporting the sentiment. "We don't blame you at all." An odd look came over her face then, and I couldn't quite pinpoint the expression, but it lifted as quickly as it came. "There are two options," she said. "You can go back to the UK and have a think about if and when you want to go ahead with another adoption, and I don't want to get your hopes up, but there is a possibility that there might be another child for you. I can make inquiries if you want me to." My heart both fell and leaped at the same time. It felt almost as if she was offering us a consolation prize, perhaps a holiday or a new car because the one we wanted had been returned due to insufficient guarantee. But then my rational mind took over again. As much as I hated the idea of trading babies, it was, after all, an adoption agency, and they were there to place children with suitable parents. As if sensing my hesitation, Nathan answered, "We can't possibly make any decision today. We need to go back to our hotel and have a think about it all. We need to process exactly what's happened." "Yes, of course. That's perfectly understandable." Miss Backer offered a sympathetic smile. "I think that's the best approach. I don't remember the drive back to the hotel. It was all a blur, not just my tears, but my mind. Part of it was crystal clear about what had happened, but another part was in total denial. This couldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening." Nathan was silent on the drive, too. Every now and then I glanced across at him, and I could see pain and shock written all over his face. The way he gripped the steering wheel, the way his driving was staccato, the way he drove faster than he should, and the way he cursed another road user who beeped at him. I had no idea how he was holding it together enough to drive, but somehow we made it back to the hotel. He took my hand and led me up to our room, sitting me on the bed with care as if I were fragile and might break. My heart was all ready, so my body breaking wouldn't make any difference. I lay down, and he lifted my feet onto the bed, slipping off my shoes before kicking his own off and climbing onto the bed next to me. I rolled over towards him, and we held each other, trying to soothe our heartbreak. I couldn't settle, though. All I could think of was what I could have been doing right then. At that moment, I should have been holding baby Greta in my arms with Nathan at my side, cooing at her, making her smile, or simply cradling her as she slept. I might even have got to feed her. Oh, how I yearned to do all those things. And now, cruelly, it had been snatched from our fingertips. "What do you want to do?" Nathan asked eventually. I shrugged. "I don't know. I feel any decision I make now is a knee-jerk one." "Me too," said Nathan, running his hand across his jaw. "And we have to be in total agreement with whatever we do. I know we didn't even get to see Greta, but I'd already felt a bond with her, I confessed. Well, maybe not to her, that doesn't really make sense, but a bond to the idea of her and what our future would be like. I know exactly what you mean. I haven't stopped thinking about her, us, and our future all week. With a rush, I realized I felt as sorry for Nathan as much, if not more, as I did for myself. He had organized this, and he had been so excited all week, so positive, so full of plans. Now we were dealing with such tremendous, crushing disappointment, and he felt that somehow it was down to him. That evening, neither of us in the mood for anything more upmarket or upbeat, we found a small pizza restaurant tucked away down a side street. Afterwards, we began the slow walk back to our hotel. I was just about to ask Nathan how we moved on from the day's heartbreaking scene when he spoke first. "Have you thought about what you want to do now?" Our synchronicity reassured me. "I'm not sure," I confessed. "I'm scared of it happening again, but I know in my heart of hearts that I'm not ready to give up." I leaned into him, and we came to a halt alongside a canal. Nathan rested his forearms on the railings, his head down. "I don't know if I can cope with the fear. I don't want to ever experience that again, or see you go through it. I wish I could have saved you from that." Honestly, Nathan, you can't blame yourself. How can you? It was the mother's decision, and she has every right to change her mind. I slid my hand across his back. Much as I hate all this, it's probably best we found out before we met the baby. Imagine how we'd feel if we didn't find out until a few days' time. I realized I had unconsciously stopped calling the baby by her name. Saying the baby gave me the emotional distance to cope. He looked up at me. "Do you want to try again? Is that what you're saying?" I didn't answer for a long time as my gaze traveled across the other side of the canal, absently taking in the tall, thin buildings opposite, shop fronts at street level and apartments above. I turned my gaze back to my husband. "I think I do, but we should sleep on it. See how we feel in the morning." Nathan straightened up and pressed a kiss to my temple, an unspoken gesture of agreement. As we made our way back to the hotel, I sensed a small ease in the sadness of the day. I must have settled into sleep easily and slept deeply. As the next thing I knew, Nathan's phone was ringing, cutting through the morning quiet like an alarm. I rolled over and gave him a shake. "Nathan, your phone?" "What?" "Oh, shit!" He snatched up his phone from the bedside. "Hello?" I looked at my phone. It was 8:30 in the morning. We never slept that late. "What now?" Nathan was saying, his voice sharp with irritation. I imagined it must be one of his Core-Tech partners. There were benefits to being your own boss, but phone calls when you were on holiday were not one of them. I pushed the covers back and was just about to get up when Nathan shifted to look at me. His hand reaching out for mine, his expression had changed completely. Something else replaced the irritation, something that made my stomach drop. "I'll have to speak to Amelia." "Yes, I know. I appreciate that, but it's really putting us on the spot." He held my gaze, and I saw a mix of hope and terror in his eyes. This was no work call. "Who is it?" I whispered, my heart already beginning to beat faster. "Okay. Thank you, Miss Baker," he said. "I'll speak to Amelia right now." He ended the call and slowly lowered the phone, placing it carefully on the bedside table as if it might explode. "That was Miss Baker from the adoption agency," he said needlessly. What did she want? I felt a glimmer of hope rise in my chest, but I didn't dare say out loud that I thought that the mother had changed her mind again. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. "Is it? Has she?" I couldn't finish my sentence. Nathan shook his head. No, it's not that. Nothing's changed there. My shoulders sagged. What is it then? There's another baby, a 5-month-old boy. He maintained eye contact. The mother has already signed all the papers. The baby is in foster care. Miss Backer thinks we would be a good match. I had no idea of the range of my emotions and how quickly they could change. Oh, God, a baby boy, already in foster care. For us? Panic was the next emotion to head up the list. Do we know anything else about him? Miss Backer will tell us if we decide we want to go ahead. Do we? We do, don't we? Oh, I don't know. My words tumbled over each other, my mind spinning. She wants an answer. When? She obviously feels bad about yesterday. She said she has an entire list of people she could phone, but she's leapfrogged us to the top. But we do need to let her know straight away. Straight away? My voice pitched higher. Yeah, we have 10 minutes to decide. He grabbed my hand, his fingers trembling slightly. 10 minutes to decide if we want to be parents. The hotel room suddenly felt airless. 10 minutes, 600 seconds to make a decision that would change our lives forever. I stared at Nathan, my heart hammering so hard, I was sure he could hear it. 10 minutes? I whispered. Chapter 4, Datletlet. My mind was stuck on some sort of loop. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I couldn't seem to move on from that deadline, and yet somewhere at the back of my mind, I knew the clock was ticking. I got to my feet, paced across the room, and then back to the bed. How had something so disastrous been turned around in less than 24 hours? What do you think? I asked, sitting on the bed next to Nathan. I don't know, Melly. It's so sudden. I'm struggling to get my head around it. I know. So am I, to be honest. I took a breath. Let's look at the options. We say no, it's too soon, and go home. To what? Have we actually changed our minds about adopting? Nathan shook his head. No, it's not that, exactly. So, we go home without the baby we thought we were going to adopt, and we are back to square one. But with some time and space for clarity. What do we need to clarify? I stood up. Anxiety made it impossible for me to sit still. I was painfully aware we were running out of our minutes. We still want to adopt. What about if we see this baby with something of an open mind? We may meet him and decide he's not for us. Nathan gave a small laugh. You know, if we meet the baby, he's going to be right for us. We're not coming away without him once we've met him. I returned the smile. He was right, of course. I nodded. So, what have we got to lose? Our sanity? Our hearts? Our broken hearts? I checked my watch again. We'd already raced through 7 minutes. I knelt in front of Nathan. Please, Nathan. I think we should just find out more about him. I don't think I'll be able to live with myself knowing I walked away from a child who could have been right for us. A child who needed us. I would always wonder, what if? Nathan took my hands in his, leant forwards, and kissed the top of my head. Okay. If you're sure, positive. With that, Nathan's phone rang. He looked at the screen. It's the agency. He picked it up, pausing to look at me. I nodded again. He swiped to answer. Miss Backer, hello. We pulled up outside the agency, and I felt my stomach lurch. Just yesterday, we'd been walking out of this same door, broken and heartsick. Now we were back, clutching at what felt like our last thread of hope. Nathan stared up at the building with a mix of fear and excitement. Ready? Nathan asked, though his voice carried none of the excitement I'd expected. If anything, he sounded tired, reluctant even. I nodded. My hands were shaking as I smoothed down my dress. The same navy one I'd worn yesterday when I'd thought I was going to meet our daughter for the first time. That other baby, the one we'd prepared for, planned for, dreamed about. Now, there was someone else entirely waiting for us. The receptionist looked up as we entered, her expression professionally sympathetic. "Mr. and Mrs. Bartholomew? Miss Backer is waiting for you." We were led into the same meeting room we'd been shown before, where our dreams had been shattered. Miss Backer rose from the same chair she'd occupied before. "Please, sit down," she said, her English crisp and precise. "I know yesterday was very difficult for you both. I want to assure you that situations like that are extremely rare." Nathan reached for my hand, his fingers cold against mine. "You said on the phone there's another child?" "Yes." Miss Backer opened a thin file in front of her. "A baby boy, 5 months old. No health problems. A happy little thing. Currently in foster care, his birth mother having already given up any legal parental rights." "Why is she giving him up now?" Nathan asked, preempting my own question. He was very businesslike today, and I knew that was because he was protecting me. He didn't want either of us to have to go through what we had yesterday. I squeezed his hand, hoping he'd read the unspoken gesture and relax a little. I needed Nathan, the kind, loving husband and potential father, not Nathan the businessman, where decisions were fought in the boardroom over facts and figures. I leaned forward. "Is she certain? The birth mother?" I don't think I could bear another disappointment. "Mrs. Bartholomew," began Miss Backer gently, as if she were talking to a child, "I understand your concerns. But I can assure you the paperwork has all been signed, and the birth mother has made no attempt to contact us since then. And that was 1 month ago." "What can you tell us about the mother?" I asked. Had the child been living with her until recently? Miss Backer consulted her file and withdrew a piece of paper. "Obviously, some information is confidential, but what I can share with you is that the birth mother lives here in Amsterdam. She's 24 years old, has no history of drug use, non-smoker. The father," she hesitated. "The father's identity is confirmed, and there are no hereditary concerns we're aware of." Something in her tone made me glance at Nathan, but his expression was unreadable, focused intently on Miss Backer's words. "Can we see him?" The words tumbled out of me before I could stop them. "The baby, I mean," Miss Backer nodded. "Of course. That's why you're here." She stood. "I should prepare you. Seeing him doesn't commit you to anything. You still have the right to walk away. But," she looked between us both. "In my experience, once prospective parents see their child, the decision becomes very clear. Their child. Our child." The words sent a jolt through me. After yesterday's devastation, I'd thought we'd never hear those words again. We followed Miss Backer down a corridor. The floor was carpeted, and the walls painted a soft pastel yellow. I didn't notice much else. I was so intent on following Miss Backer, trying to guess which door she would stop at. Miss Backer stopped at a door with a glass panel. "The nursery is just in here. This is what we call the viewing room, where you will first see the child through a two-way mirror. It's so that your initial reaction doesn't shock them. Sometimes parents become overwhelmed or overexcited, and it can startle the little ones." I gripped Nathan's hand. This was it. We were going to see him. I looked at Nathan, searching for the same excitement in his eyes as I was sure was in mine, but all I could see was concern. "Are you all right?" I asked. He nodded. "Yes, just, I don't know. Nervous, I guess. Me too. I confessed, and then hesitated. Much as I didn't want to say what I was thinking, I had to be sure. "Do you still want to do this?" For one awful second, I thought he was going to say no. But a smile came to his face. "Of course I do. I just can't quite believe this is happening." He squeezed my arm reassuringly. "Come on, let's meet him." The viewing room, as Miss Backer called it, reminded me of the dark little rooms you see on police TV shows. But instead of identifying a criminal, we were going to see our son. I knew already in my mind he was going to be ours. We stepped in front of the mirror. "There he is," said Miss Backer. "Oscar." I focused straight away on the blonde-haired little boy strapped into a bouncy chair. He was intently studying a row of toys attached to the chair in front of him, his little fingers reaching for the brightly colored objects. His legs did that little jerky movement I'd seen babies do before, as if he wasn't quite in control of his muscles. My breath caught in my throat. Oscar was beautiful, absolutely perfect. I was mesmerized by him. "Oh my God," I whispered, my hand pressed against the glass. "Nathan, look at him." I turned to see his reaction and was surprised by the intensity in his expression. He was staring at the baby with an almost painful concentration, his jaw tight, his hands clenched at his sides. "He's so small," he said quietly. "He's perfect," I breathed. Already, I could feel something shifting inside, a fierce protectiveness rising. This tiny person had no idea his entire future hung in the balance of the next few moments. Miss Backer had discreetly withdrawn to give us privacy, but I was barely aware of anything except the baby beyond the glass. This could be our son. This could be the child we dreamed of, hoped for, prayed for. "What do you think?" I asked Nathan. Though my heart was already racing towards a decision, I knew I'd regret forever if we walked away without him. Nathan turned his gaze from the glass to me. "You're right," he whispered. He swallowed hard. "He's beautiful." The next 3 days passed in a blur of paperwork, legal consultations, and increasingly longer visits with the baby we were already starting to think of as ours. Miss Backer had arranged for us to spend supervised time with him each day, gradually building up from an hour to most of the afternoon. "It's important for bonding," she explained on our second visit. "For both the baby and the parents. You need a little time to get to know each other." I found myself living for those moments. The first time I held him properly, he felt so comfortable in my arms that I actually started to cry. Nathan had to take over while I composed myself, and I watched him hold the baby with surprising natural ease. He seemed more relaxed with him than he had with our friends' babies at home, and Oscar seemed perfectly comfortable being held. I wasn't at all surprised. Nathan had the ability to put even babies at ease. "He likes you," I said, watching as he held him with one arm and held his little hand with the other, then made funny noises and faces at him. Oscar smiled and laughed, delighting in it all. By the 3rd day, we were feeding him, giving him bottles, and changing nappies under the watchful eye of a nursery assistant. The baby, I kept catching myself calling him our baby in my head, seemed to settle with us. He cried. He calmed quickly. When he was awake, his dark eyes would focus on our faces with what I was hoping would be recognition. He even fell asleep in my arms on the 3rd day. I could not have been happier in my life. I was falling in love with this beautiful little being after just a few hours with him. "The paperwork is nearly complete," Miss Backer told us on Thursday morning. "If all goes well, you should be able to take Oscar home tomorrow afternoon." Home. The word felt like the warmest hug possible, After 3 rounds of fertility treatment and the disappointments that followed each cycle, we were finally going to be parents. The shock and devastation at being told the first baby was no longer available for adoption had diminished. I was entirely focused on what we had now. There are just a few small details, Miss Backer continued, consulting her notes. We need to confirm what name you are going to call him by. I looked down at the baby sleeping in my arms. We'd been calling him Darling or Gorgeous for the past few days. I quite like Oscar, said Nathan, and he's probably more used to that. It might be a bit strange calling him something different. I hadn't been expecting Nathan to say that. I thought it might be something we discussed in private. Mrs. Bartholomew? Asked Miss Backer. You can think about it if you want. It's a nice name, said Nathan. Don't you like it? I do. It's just, I thought maybe we could pick his name together. He stroked the top of the baby's head with his forefinger. He looks like an Oscar to me, he said softly. I don't think we should confuse him with a different name. We can spell it with a C, though. Oscar. I wasn't sure a name change would confuse a 5-month-old baby. As for the spelling, it didn't really matter to me, but I guessed it would make life easier in the UK if it was spelt with a C, and Oscar was a lovely name. Classic. Timeless. And maybe it was nice to keep something from his birth mother, some small connection to his origins. Oscar it is, then, I agreed. What about a middle name? Has he got one? I looked over at Miss Backer, who checked the file. Oscar David. I gave a sharp intake of breath. I looked at Nathan and then at Miss Backer. David? Yes, that was my father's name, said Nathan. I could hear the wisp of pain in his words that accompanied any mention of my father-in-law. It sounds like it was meant to be, said Miss Backer with a smile. You don't mind, do you, Melly, if we keep both names? Nathan's eyes almost pleaded with me. How could I refuse? Of course not. Thank you. He gazed down at the baby. Oscar David Bartholomew. Oh yes, one more thing, said Miss Backer, taking out a square of fabric from the file. It was brightly colored with different shades of pink circles and spots overlapping each other, and around all 4 edges were different ribbons. It's a taggy square. It's Oscar's. She held it out to me, and I took it. One side was fabric and the other side a soft-brushed cotton. Oh, like a cuddle blanket. I've seen these before. That's right. Oscar came with it. He sleeps with it. He came with it? I asked. His birth mother wanted Oscar to have it. Miss Backer said gently, Children find great comfort in these textured squares. The familiar feel and scent help them transition more easily. It's a small piece of continuity that can make all the difference in those early weeks together. I slipped the taggy square into my pocket, not entirely sure how I felt about a gift from Oscar's birth mother, but at the same time, trying to put myself in her position and how it was probably the last token of love she could have given her child. I made a silent promise I'd keep the square even when Oscar had grown out of it, and I would one day give it back to him as part of his origin story. Nathan was quiet as he organized all the documents in his bag in the same methodical way he handled all his work files. When everything was secured, he looked at Miss Backer. That's everything, then? Yes. Everything is now complete. Oscar, with a C, David Bartholomew, is your son. Congratulations to you both. I couldn't help shedding a few tears as I looked down at him. Nathan put his arm around my shoulders and stroked the top of our son's head. Ready to go home, Oscar? I was in some sort of dream-like state as we drove to the airport, with me sitting in the back with Oscar in the car seat we'd rented from the hire company. I couldn't believe it had all worked out so well. The three of us. It had been such an unbelievable week of emotional highs and lows. I still wasn't quite sure why the first adoption had gone so wrong at the 11th hour, or how we got so lucky to have Oscar. At the back of my mind, it felt off, but I was so overwhelmed by Oscar that I didn't delve too deeply into it all. Sometimes it was easier not to ask questions. We were a family, and that's all that mattered. We had a child. I kept checking and rechecking we had all his documents. At the airport, everything went surprisingly smoothly. The paperwork was all in order and was given only a cursory once over before being handed back to us. As our plane lifted off from Amsterdam, I looked down at Oscar in my arms and felt the last piece of anxiety leave my body. We were a family now. Nothing could touch us. I looked across at Nathan. He was sitting with his head against the headrest and his eyes closed. He had been busy on his phones all week while we were in Amsterdam, juggling work calls with us being here. I knew he must be exhausted. The stress of the latest acquisition of a smaller tech company was enormous, and the timing couldn't have been worse for him to be away. His mother, Patricia, had called him twice a day. I knew she was just as excited as us, but I did wish that sometimes she wouldn't phone him so much. And then I would feel guilty. Patricia had recently lost her husband and needed Nathan more than ever right now. He was hoping to take some time off next week while we all settled in together. His phone, resting on his lap, suddenly lit up with a message. Nathan's eyes opened, and he picked up his phone, his thumb moving quickly across the screen before closing it. "Everything okay?" I asked softly, shifting Oscar to get more comfortable. "Fine," he said, rubbing his forehead. "Just a difficult client being dramatic about a delay in finalizing some paperwork. You know how demanding some people can be when deals drag on." He settled back again, but I noticed his shoulders remained tense, and his hands were clenched in his lap rather than relaxed. I pushed the uneasy feeling away. Whatever work stress he was dealing with, it could wait. We were going home with our son, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 5, Datlent, Home. We were finally home at our renovated farmhouse in the Suffolk countryside. That first night, I didn't want to put Oscar down. When I finally laid him in his cot, in the nursery we had prepared in eager anticipation of a baby months ago, I sat on the carpet beside him for ages, just watching him sleep. Nathan sat beside me, and we gazed at him in wonder. I woke twice during the night to check on Oscar. Not because he woke, amazingly, he slept through the night, only waking up at 5 in the morning. I was still running on emotion and adrenaline and didn't feel tired in the slightest. While we were in Amsterdam, I had put in my official request for parental leave. It was short notice, and I needed to work for 2 weeks before I could begin it. Nathan would take time off from his work to be at home with Oscar. The next week passed in a blur. Patricia came over to meet her grandson as soon as she could. Nathan was an only child, and it seemed especially significant to both him and Patricia that there was another generation to carry on the Bartholomew name. I was touched that neither were bothered that Oscar was not biologically a Bartholomew. As far as we were all concerned, he might just as well have been. I was so relieved at how Patricia welcomed Oscar into her heart. She too was so generous with her love. I already knew where Nathan got it from. I FaceTimed with my parents, who had retired to France some years before, and my sister, Sophie, had been to see us. She and her family had moved to the area shortly after we had. I loved having her close by. I had cried when she came over at the weekend to see Oscar. We both had. Tears of relief and happiness after all those phone calls, text messages, and conversations that had usually ended with sadness over my inability to conceive. "I can't tell you how happy I am," she'd told me. I loved her so much. She had been my rock through all of this, my darling little sister. And now we were both parents, and Oscar had cousins ready to love and cherish him. Our close friends, Catherine and Jacob, visited as well. They lived in the village, and we had made friends with them down at the local pub. Moving from London to Suffolk 5 years ago had been quite a change for me. And I was glad that I had instantly hit it off with Catherine so well. The same was true for Nathan and Jacob. Meanwhile, Nathan juggled work with being at home. I knew it was a strain for him. He would often disappear into another room to take a call, or I'd catch him slightly distracted, punching out a text message or email. I felt a little guilty that I hadn't taken as much interest in his work as I usually would, but to be honest, I was consumed with Oscar, and Nathan didn't seem to want to talk about work. By the end of our first week home as a family, how I loved being able to use that word to describe us. We were exhausted but also blissfully happy. I honestly thought my world couldn't be any more perfect. It was in the second week that I first felt an inkling that something wasn't quite right. I just didn't understand it at the time. It was hectic as I tried to cram everything I needed to do in my last few days at work. I loved my job, so leaving was tinged with a tiny amount of sadness, but I knew I'd find fulfillment greater than any job could give me by being a mother. That's what I told myself, anyway. I arrived home from work, which had included FaceTiming Nathan and Oscar twice, and endless text messages just checking. Everything was all right and tamping down pangs of jealousy when Nathan sent a picture of them out on a walk. I was thrilled that he was taking to fatherhood, like the proverbial duck to water, despite the encroachment of work. When I walked through the door, however, I was met by the sound of Oscar crying, above the sound of Nathan's calm voice as he tried to comfort him. He looked over at me as I walked into the room with a look of relief. "He's had a cranky day," he said. "Oh no, what's wrong?" I had gone over and relieved him of Oscar. I held him to me and tried to comfort him, but he wasn't happy. I kicked off my shoes and shrugged off my jacket, trying all the ways I could think of to comfort him. I held him in more of an upright position, his body against mine, and cradled his head. That seemed to agitate him even more. "He doesn't like to be held like that," said Nathan. I don't know why, but the comment annoyed me. Suddenly, he was the expert when it came to Oscar. I caught myself before I snapped out a response. I was tired. I was overreacting. The truth was, neither of us knew Oscar well enough to know what he liked and didn't like. We were still in the early stages of guessing, still getting to know our son. 2 hours later, and Oscar was still grizzly. He seemed really upset and wouldn't take his milk. "Shall I ring my mum?" asked Nathan. I hesitated. I wasn't too proud to ask for help, but at the same time, I couldn't help feeling inadequate. I had wanted to be a mother for so long, I kind of expected it all to fall into place. I wasn't naive enough to think every day would be perfect, but I hadn't expected to feel so helpless and unable to comfort my child. I looked at Nathan. I was sure the look of not knowing was reflected in my expression. "We're not very good at this, are we?" I said, above another outburst of crying from Oscar. "We're just finding our way." He took Oscar from me and held him tightly, but gently, to his chest, with one of Oscar's little arms tucked under his. He rocked from side to side and began humming a tune I didn't recognize, some sort of lullaby. He softly tapped Oscar's back in time with the soothing rhythm of the tune. "Do you know where his taggy square is?" "I washed it." "Hang on, I'll get it." After delving into the clean laundry basket, I returned from the utility room with the taggy square. "There you go." I handed it over, and Nathan nuzzled it up to the side of Oscar's face as he continued humming and swaying from side to side. I didn't think it would do any good, but after a short while, Oscar's sobs subsided until eventually it was only a whimper, punctuated by the occasion hitching of breath. "You're a baby whisperer," I said. "New skill unlocked," said Nathan. "Do you want to try him with some fresh milk?" As I went back into the kitchen and prepped a fresh bottle of formula milk, I was aware of the little pang of envy that Nathan had been able to comfort Oscar when I had failed. I tamped down the feeling, not wanting to let it fester. At least, we hadn't had to call Patricia. Maybe I wasn't going to be the great mother I had expected I would be. I went back in with the milk and passed it over to Nathan, who was still humming softly. I sat next to him and watched him offer the teat to Oscar, and how he guzzled the contents greedily. In less than 10 minutes, he was sound asleep. Nathan crept up the stairs one by one and laid him down in the cot. He came back downstairs. That was a battle. You coped very well, I thought. I kissed him as he flopped down beside me on the sofa. Hopefully, that was a one-off. He put his arm around me. "I'm sure there will be more days and nights like that." He kissed the top of my head. "We still have our L plates on." "What was that tune you were humming to him?" I asked as I rested my head on his shoulder. "I don't really know. Just something I made up." He pushed himself up off the sofa. "You must be starving. Let's have something to eat." I went to get up, offering to help, but Nathan simply poured a chilled glass of wine and handed it to me. "You stay where you are. I've got it all prepared. Won't take long." I didn't argue. I was too tired. "I'll shower while you're cooking." It felt luxurious getting into clean pajamas after my shower. I looked at the bed. We had already agreed that on my work nights, Nathan would get up in the night for Oscar, and I'd do the same when he was working. Tempting as it was just to dive straight in, I went downstairs. As I got halfway down, I could hear Nathan's voice, but couldn't make out what he was saying. He was in the kitchen, and I could hear him now, talking insistently in a firm manner. "Don't call me again at this time of night." I padded into the kitchen, wondering who on earth he was talking to. He jumped when he saw me, his phone still pressed to his ear. "It's late. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Good night." He cut the call and tapped at the screen before putting it down on the counter. "Fucking clients," he said. "Think they have 24-hour access." I've put it on silent now. He turned his attention back to the hob and the stir-fry he was preparing. "Won't be long now. Just a couple of minutes." "It smells delicious," I said, still eyeing his phone. I couldn't remember a time when Nathan had ever spoken to a client like that, even if they did call out of hours. Who was the client? What was the problem? "Oh, just some company in Poland we're doing business with. Honestly, too boring to even go into. Besides, it's been quite a day, and I'm not going to let them ruin what's left of our evening." Still, it bothered me. Nathan had seemed way too aggressive and unprofessional on the phone. Maybe the day with Oscar had been harder than he was letting on. "Supper's ready," said Nathan, placing 2 plates of food on the breakfast bar. "Shall we just eat here?" "That's fine." "Looks and smells amazing," I said, perching on the stool at the counter. I reached for the bottle of wine and topped up our glasses. I noticed we were talking in hushed tones, subconsciously not wanting to speak loudly in case we woke Oscar. The poor little thing must have been exhausted from all that crying. He would need his sleep. "What do you think was up with Oscar today?" I asked as I tucked into supper. Nathan shrugged. "Who knows? Teething? Do they start teething now?" I hadn't even thought about that. I confessed. I picked up my phone and Googled when babies started teething. It says here around 6 months. I suppose some must start earlier than others. I carried on eating and Googling about teething, finally concluding that it could or couldn't be that. It's a lot of guesswork. Don't worry about it. "Just try to relax with him," said Nathan. "Ask Sophie if you're unsure." Good idea. I preferred calling on my sister than I did my mother-in-law. Patricia was lovely, but I didn't want to admit I couldn't do something to her. God, I hoped I could crack this motherhood business. I so wanted to be the best mom ever, and yet, after seeing Nathan finally settle Oscar, it had made me doubt myself. Wanting to be something and being able weren't necessarily the same thing. I finished my meal, and Nathan insisted I relax while he loaded the dishwasher and made us a coffee. As I hopped off the bar stool, something in my peripheral vision had me looking towards the patio doors that led out onto the garden. It was dark outside, and the lights from the kitchen only reflected my own image back at me. I told myself I was being jumpy, but then I saw it again. A movement. Someone, or something, had darted behind the old apple tree. "There's someone out there," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "What?" Nathan spun around, and I caught something in his expression. Not confusion, but alarm. "Where?" "By the apple tree." I pressed closer to the glass, my breath fogging the window. "I can see them." Nathan was beside me in an instant, his body tense. "There's nothing there," he said, but his voice was strained. "Look, there!" But as I pointed, the shadow melted deeper into the darkness. Nathan fumbled with the lock as he opened the door and stepped out onto the patio. The security light instantly illuminated the patio and the lawn beyond, but instead of calling out a challenge or demanding to know who was there, he simply walked across to the edge of the patio in silence, staring down the garden. "Nothing's here," he called back. Then he made his way down the garden, scanning the area, before turning around and coming back inside. "Can't see anything." He turned the key in the lock, checking it twice. Maybe a fox. Or a cat. "It wasn't an animal," I said. "It was bigger. Taller. Like a person." Nathan gave me a look I couldn't quite read. Part concern and part something else. "You're tired," he said. "There's so much going on now. You're exhausted." He let the kitchen blinds down, something I don't think we'd ever done. "I promise you there's nothing, and no one out there. The side gate is locked. How would they get in?" It was true. The back garden was an old walled kitchen garden, made from flints with a gate at the side and another at the end which led onto a paddock. And beyond, that farmland that, once upon a time, would have belonged to the farmhouse. Both gateways into the garden were locked and the walls too high for someone to scale without the use of a stepladder. Or so I'd always thought. All the same, I felt unnerved. I wasn't prone to imagining things. I was the practical one, the one who'd insisted we move to this isolated spot. I had stayed in the farmhouse many times on my own when Nathan was abroad on business, yet tonight felt different, and I couldn't quite put my finger on why. It wasn't just tiredness. I was certain of that. Chapter 6. I was relieved I was able to have the next 2 working days at home with Oscar. Nathan was originally going to spend them with me, but in the end he had to go into the office. "Are you sure you're going to be all right?" he asked as he made us both a morning coffee while I fed Oscar his breakfast bottle. "Yes, I'll be fine." It wasn't strictly true. If I was honest, I was nervous about being on my own, yet I was also looking forward to spending some quality time with Oscar. Being at work made me feel somehow distant from him. I didn't like that feeling at all. And when Nathan was around, he never took over, precisely. But often when Oscar cried, it was Nathan who managed to soothe him. I hated the thought that it made me a little jealous. I knew he was being helpful, and he too had to bond with Oscar. I wanted to be the one Oscar sought comfort from too. Not instead of, but as well as. I had mentioned it to Nathan the night before, and he had reassured me it would come, that I just needed to give it time, and once I had left work completely, Oscar and I would form a real mother-son bond. I knew he was right, just as I knew it was an unrealistic goal, wanting everything to be perfect from the off, but my head and my heart were at war over it. As Nathan left for work, I stood on the doorstep with Oscar in my arms and waved him off like some sort of Stepford wife. The thing was, though, I didn't care. I was living my dream. It was such a nice morning that I decided to take Oscar out in the pram. That was another Stepford goal of mine, to proudly push my son down to the village and buy a few groceries from the village shop, stop and chat to the postman, or meet up for coffee with another mum. As I texted Sophie to see if she was free, I realized there was a huge grin on my face. I had longed to do this before. She was, and we agreed to meet at the village coffee shop an hour later. "Come on, Oscar." "Let's go and see Auntie Sophie," I said, smiling at the sleeping baby in the pram as I pushed it down the driveway. I was the happiest I had been for a long time. The morning air was crisp and clean, a welcome change from the stuffiness I'd felt in the house since last night. Oscar was content sleeping contentedly in his pram as we walked along the river path toward Dedham's ancient bridge. I had chosen this route deliberately. The gentle sound of the water flowing over the weir usually soothed me. It was a walk Nathan had shown me when we needed to clear our heads and minds of the frequent chaos in our personal and professional lives. It felt cathartic to come here after a particularly difficult few days, with Oscar not settling very easily. That, together with a prowler in the garden, even though Nathan and I disagreed on that one. Being here was the calm I needed. Other people were about. A man exercising his spaniel, an elderly couple walking into the village, all just normal village life continuing as it always had. I paused by the bridge, adjusting Oscar's blanket and checking he wasn't getting too much sun. There was a young woman sitting on the wooden bench nearby. She was watching the water, but her eyes kept drifting towards us. "Lovely day for a walk," she said, her voice carrying a slight accent I couldn't quite place. "European, certainly." "Yes, it is, isn't it?" I agreed. As I neared, the woman got to her feet and came over to the pram. "Can I?" she asked, looking towards the pram. "Of course. He's asleep at the moment. How old?" I found myself smiling. It was the first time I had had this conversation with someone outside the family. 5 months. The woman was probably in her 20s, with dark blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail and kind eyes. Dressed casually in jeans and a cream jumper, she looked like any other young woman you might meet in an English village. "Oh," she breathed, looking down at Oscar. He is perfect." "Thank you," I said, feeling pride well up inside me, thinking if I feel like this, imagine how a real mother must feel when someone compliments their child. Nodding my goodbye at the woman, I walked on, soon entering the high street and the coffee shop where Sophie and I had agreed to meet. Sophie was already seated in one corner, and she cooed at Oscar as I settled in, taking off my coat and ensuring he wouldn't be too warm. As I did so, I relayed this story to her, and she scolded me. "You are a real mother," she said. "Stop thinking you're not. You know what I mean." "Yes, I do. But just because you haven't given birth to Oscar doesn't mean you aren't allowed to feel all the same feelings a biological mother does." I looked at her for a moment. "Since when did you become so wise, little sister?" I smiled. Sophie rolled her eyes. "Since when did you become so stupid, big sister?" This earned her a flick on the arm from me, and we both laughed. "How is it all going, though?" she asked, as we sipped our coffees. Bless her, she had pre-ordered mine and I needed it. I shrugged. "Mostly okay. I'm not sure I really know what I'm doing. Neither does Nathan. I'm shattered. I'll be glad when I don't have to work anymore." I glanced out of the window and, to my surprise, I saw the woman I had bumped into by the river. She was crossing the road, heading straight for the coffee shop. The bell tinkled and she stepped inside. She looked over at me, glanced away, and then did a double take as she looked back. "Hello again," she said with a smile. "Hi," I said. She looked at Oscar in the pram. "Oh, he's awake." The woman came over and leant over the pram. "Hello, beautiful," she said. Then she said something in what I assumed was her native language. I had no idea what language it was, but it sounded Eastern European. Oscar, who had been contentedly looking around the coffee shop, suddenly went very still, his eyes fixed on the woman's face with an intensity I'd never seen before. For a moment, I thought he was going to smile, that gorgeous, gummy grin he'd started giving Nathan and me. Instead, his little face crumpled, and he began to cry, not his usual grisly complaint, but a properly distressed sobbing that had the other customers turning to look. "Oh, sweetheart," I said, immediately putting my cup down to soothe him. The woman didn't back away like most strangers would. Instead, she moved closer, her face full of concern. "May I?" she asked, and before I could answer properly, she was gently placing her hand on Oscar's chest. Making soft, shushing sounds, she whispered something else in that foreign language, with the same gentle, melodic cadence. The effect was immediate and startling. Oscar's crying subsided to hiccuping sobs as his eyes locked on the woman's face as if he was trying to work something out. "How did you?" I started to ask. "I have experience with babies," the woman said. "I'm a nanny." Sophie leaned forward, clearly fascinated. "What language was that?" It sounded beautiful. The woman hesitated before answering. "Polish. It was just nonsense words, really. Baby talk. Gosh, I could do with you at home with my brood," Sophie said with a laugh. "Maybe I should hire you." The woman looked at her then, a cool look that created a short silence. To cover this, I asked the first thing that came into my mind. "Are you local?" She looked back at me. "Yes, I recently moved to the area. I am working for a temping agency, but today is my day off, so I'm exploring, she smiled. My name is Lena. I'm Amelia, and this is my sister, Sophie. I am pleased to meet you both. She looked back at Oscar. And to see you again, little Oscar. That startled me. How did you know his name? Oh, I heard you say it when you were talking to him by the river. I gave a small laugh. Of course. I blushed slightly. We were just leaving, said Sophie, suddenly getting to her feet. I gave my sister a quizzical look, but didn't challenge her. I turned to Lena. Nice to have met you. Lena looked disappointed, and I felt a pang of guilt, rushing off and leaving her even though I didn't know her. But Sophie was making it obvious we were going. Bye, I said, struggling to get behind the pram in the tight space. Lena didn't move as she remained crouched in front of it. Sorry. Could you? Oh, sorry. Lena rose and moved out of the way. I hurried out of the coffee shop, where Sophie was already outside on the pavement, waiting for me. What's the big rush? I asked. I didn't like her, said Sophie. She was creeping me out a bit. Oh, God, Sophie, don't be so silly. She was just being friendly. I gave my sister a sideways look. You're serious, aren't you? Maybe. Oh, ignore me. Blame it on my hormones. They're crazy at the moment. As we began to walk off down the street, I glanced back. Lena was standing on the pavement outside the coffee shop, watching us go. She gave a small wave and I returned the gesture. After saying goodbye to Sophie, I headed home, aware that Oscar would be wanting his next feed and probably another nap. If I could keep him awake until then, hopefully he'd sleep for a good hour. I could do with putting some washing on and giving the house a quick clean, or at least a tidy up. I had rushed out this morning, leaving the breakfast dishes in the sink. Oscar, however, had other ideas. He took his bottle happily, and I could see his eyelids growing heavy. But as soon as I tried to lie him down in the cot, his eyes pinged open and he started to cry. After half an hour of trying to get him to go to sleep, employing all the tactics Nathan had, like the close cuddling, soothing, humming, and the taggy square, I admitted defeat and ended up sitting on the sofa with him, allowing him to nap in my arms. I must have nodded off as well, and it was a gentle breeze, tickling the back of my neck, that brought me back to consciousness. I looked down at Oscar, who was still fast asleep. My neck ached from where my head had dropped at a funny angle and because of the breeze. I looked around, wondering where it was coming from, and realized the patio door from the kitchen to the garden was open a fraction. Now I was fully awake. I sat up and carefully transferred Oscar from my lap to the bouncy chair and put a blanket over him, relieved that he stirred but didn't wake. I was sure I hadn't left that door open. I went over and touched the handle with my fingertips, as if I had to feel it to be sure what I was seeing. I slid it closed and flicked down the lock. I stood there for several seconds, racking my brains, trying to think if I had gone out there this morning. Maybe Nathan had. I stared out at the garden, thinking how different it looked in soft daylight. I loved gardening, and had spent a lot of time in this space, getting it to how I wanted it. The hydrangeas clustered at the edge of the patio were heavy with blooms, their papery petals ranging from the palest cream to deep violet, depending on the soil's whims. The white climber rose, trained up the trellis at the back gate, was a vision I'd always dreamed about. Nathan had bought it for me when we first moved in. Along the gravel path, lavender bushes stood in neat rows, their silver-green stems stirring gently in the breeze. The scent would be heavenly out there. Everything looked so orderly. So peaceful, so harmless. How different it had seemed the previous night. In the darkness, the same hydrangea bushes had loomed like crouching figures, their dense foliage creating the perfect hiding spot. The fruit trees towards the rear of the garden, which I had always thought looked like sentries, had last night looked like an invading army. And although in daylight, the garden was no longer a threat, a place of danger, I couldn't quite shake the feeling of being so exposed last night, as if I was on the edge of something sinister that I couldn't see. Standing there now, I felt I was walking blindly into some sort of danger zone, and then I saw it. A small white rectangle on the patio, half hidden beneath the garden table. I frowned. It was out of place. I unlocked the door again and slid it open. Crossing the flagstones, I picked up a piece of paper. It was a receipt from Hanson's Cafe, a little restaurant in the village. It was for £35. 2 club sandwiches, an espresso, and a flat white, dated yesterday. That was odd. I hadn't gone in there yesterday. Had it been Nathan? But who with? He hadn't mentioned seeing his mother yesterday, which was the logical explanation. And something they often did. I felt a little bubble of anxiety hit my throat. But while I couldn't remember Nathan saying he had, last night had been such a haze of tiredness and stress as we tried to settle Oscar. I took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of the lavender, my gaze being drawn up the brick path and towards the apple tree where I had thought I'd seen someone last night. I glanced back towards the house and listened. No sound of Oscar crying. I turned back to the garden and walked up the path towards the fruit trees. I crossed the lawn to the border where the 3 trees were planted. 1 apple, 1 pear, and 1 plum tree. The mini orchard I had created a couple of years ago. My breath hitched in my throat as I looked down at the soil. There was a distinct footprint in the earth, exactly where I thought I had seen someone last night. Carefully, I stepped across the ground, and there, as I suspected, were several more footprints overlapping one another. I had been right. There had been someone in the garden last night, and they had hidden here. Where they had gone after that to get out of the garden, I didn't know. There was another stray footprint behind the tree, as if they had then stepped across towards the path once the coast was clear. I spun around. My eyes darted around the garden. Where had they gone? What if they were still here, or had come back? I looked towards the house and the open patio door. Then I was racing as fast as I could down the path and threw myself into the house, not caring about muddy footprints on the tiled kitchen floor. My only thought was of Oscar. Chapter 7. I came to an abrupt halt, sinking to my knees to catch my breath. Oscar was still fast asleep in the bouncy chair. "Thank you, God," I whispered. I stood up, a bit shaky, and slipped off my muddy trainers, leaving them by the patio door. After ensuring the door was locked, I moved through the house like a woman possessed, checking every door handle, every window latch. The front door, locked. Kitchen door, locked. All the downstairs windows, secure. I grabbed the phone and dialed Nathan's number, my fingers fumbling over the screen. "Come on, come on," I whispered as it rang. Voicemail. "Nathan, it's me. Someone was here last night. I know you think I'm being paranoid, but I found something on the patio and footprints in the garden. Please call me back as soon as you get this." My hands trembled as I scrolled through for Sophie's number. "Sophie!" "You answered." Yes, that's what I usually do when you call. What's up?" "I didn't tell you, but last night I thought I saw someone in the garden. Nathan checked, and there was no one there. I gabbled out. But I've just found a receipt on the patio and footprints in the flower bed. My voice cracked at the end. What? Slow down. Have you rung Nathan? Yes, but it went straight to voicemail. He must be in a meeting. What was the receipt for? Before I could answer, Oscar's cries pierced through the house. Oh no, that's Oscar crying. I dashed through to the sitting area, placing the phone on the table and putting it on speaker. I picked up the baby. It's okay. Shush, shush, now. Amelia, are you safe? Came Sophie's voice through the speaker. Yes. I've checked all the doors and windows. I moved Oscar into a different position in my arms, kissing the top of his head. It seemed to have a calming effect, for once. I'd come over, but I'm on my way to a midwife appointment, said Sophie. Are you sure you are all right? I think so. I don't know. I'm all over the place. Look, you've got a lot on your plate, said Sophie kindly. What about going next door and sitting with them for a while, or ringing Nathan's mom? She'll come over if you don't want to be alone. So glad of her concern, I realized my phone was vibrating on the table. Oh, Soph, Nathan's ringing me now. Thanks, sorry, got to go. I hung up and accepted Nathan's call. Hey, Melly, you okay? His voice was full of concern. What's going on? Do you need me to come home? I wanted to weep with relief at the thought of him coming home. I hated feeling so volatile and vulnerable. I found a receipt in the garden for a cafe in the village. Then I saw footprints in the flower bed by the fruit trees. Oh, God! And the door! I'd forgotten about that. The patio door was open when I got back from a walk earlier. I don't remember leaving it open. I sat down, trying to bounce Oscar gently on my knee in an attempt to soothe his cries, which had started up again. Keep calm, said Nathan. Let's think about this rationally. The receipt. I was at Hanson's yesterday. I forgot to tell you. The footprints in the garden could have been Bloomville's. They came yesterday to feed the lawn. I got them to pull up a few weeds. It was probably them. And the door? Well, I went out there this morning just to have a look, to reassure myself. Really, I didn't want to worry you. The receipt must have fallen out of my pocket then, and I must have forgotten to close the door. Sorry. I can ring Mum and get her to come over if you want. Another rush of relief flooded through me. Those were all perfectly logical explanations. Oscar's cries were becoming louder, and I had a sudden sensation of overwhelm as tears pricked my own eyes. No, it's all right. I'm fine. I wasn't sure that was true, but I couldn't face Patricia. It would just highlight my growing inadequacy as a parent. A part of me knew this thinking was false pride, but I wasn't ready to deal with that at that moment. Oscar let out a particularly loud wail. My heart sank. I've got to go, I said, trying not to raise my voice but also trying to be heard over Oscar's cries. Mealy, are you sure you don't want me to call my mum? You could get some sleep. She'll watch Oscar. I don't want your mum over. I heard myself snapping. I instantly regretted it, but something inside of me had a hold. I'm perfectly capable of managing my child myself. Sorry. Just, stay calm. You've got this. I hung up before I vented any more rage at his patronizing words. I also hated myself for being such a bitch, but I couldn't dwell on it all, as Oscar was upping his game with the screaming. Maybe I should have taken Nathan's offer of calling his mum. But I hadn't, and now I had to try to placate the 5-month-old in my arms. By the time Nathan arrived home that evening, I felt like I'd been in a head-to-head boardroom battle, except my opponent wasn't a disgruntled member of staff opposing the disciplinary meeting or a righteous employee complaining about a colleague. No, it was the beautiful little cherub, lying on the mat of his play gym, intrigued by all the brightly colored, not to mention musical, toys hanging in front of him. Nathan smiled at me, sitting on the floor beside Oscar, pushing the toys back and forth to maintain his attention. Oscar was giggling away, and it filled my heart with such joy and love. How could one tiny human bring out such a range of emotions within a few hours? "Someone looks happy," said Nathan, coming to kneel on the other side of Oscar, after giving me a quick kiss on the cheek. "Daddy has missed you," he said, lifting off the play gym and picking him up. He held him in his arms and kissed Oscar's rosy little cheek. He giggled excitedly, his little eyes lighting up as he looked at Nathan. I couldn't help smiling, but I was also made freshly aware, once again, that they seemed to share a kind of bond that I didn't feel I had with Oscar. I made us both a coffee while Nathan spent the next 10 minutes playing with Oscar. He seemed content to be put back down on the playmat. "I'll make us something to eat in a minute," I said. I didn't realize the time. Nathan came over to me and put his arms around me, pulling me in for a cuddle. Tough day? Kind of. I suppose I'm still in the transition phase of moving from managing 500 employees to one little person. I tried to make a joke of it, but wasn't sure I hit the mark. It will get easier, I promise. Easy for you to say. I wanted to kick myself for the snippy comment. It was uncalled for. I'll be fine. I busied myself with getting the food ready while Nathan played with Oscar. Like anyone who came to know Nathan, Oscar was enchanted by him, and his magic was working on him too. Again, that little slither of jealousy, which I called envy to make it sound better, wriggled in the pit of my stomach, and when we went to bed that night, I lay awake for a long time, wondering why I wasn't such a natural at parenthood. Of course, it was a question I couldn't answer. The rational side of my brain told me it was early days, and I shouldn't be putting any pressure on either of us. Tomorrow was a new day, and things would be better. Of course, the next day was pretty much a repeat of the day before. Except this time, I didn't have coffee with Sophie to break up the day. She had phoned, and we had talked about the receipt in the garden and the footprints, together with Nathan's explanation. Saying it all out loud to someone else made it feel entirely and reassuringly plausible. I must have sounded like I was losing it the day before. Oscar had been unsettled in the morning, so I had gone out for a walk with him. Again, I ended up in the village. As I walked along the street and past the coffee shop, I was startled by a voice behind me. "Hi there! Hello!" I turned around and was surprised to see the young girl from yesterday jogging to catch up with me. "Oh, hello," I said as she reached me. "It's Lena, isn't it?" "Hi. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I cannot remember your name. Amelia." She smiled and then glanced down at the pram. "How are you today, Oscar?" She gently held Oscar's hand. "You look very smart in your playsuit. Such a beautiful boy." She said something in her own language. Oscar kicked his legs in appreciation. "What were you saying to him?" I asked. Lena rose. "Oh, it's just something my grandmother used to say. It means pretty little boy in Polish." "Ah, I wondered what it meant. How long have you lived in England?" "I moved here a year ago, as a nanny. As I said," she smiled, "I should get back. I have only come into the village for some shopping." "Nice to see you again," I said. "Have a good day." As I walked away, I felt happy that I'd made friends with someone. Being out at work all day didn't lend itself to community and village life. Sophie's wrong about Lena being creepy, I decided. She seems very nice. As I pushed the pram on towards home, I decided that when I was no longer working, I was going to throw myself wholeheartedly into village life. By the time I reached home, though, I'd been brought back down to earth by Oscar crying. "Oh dear, maybe you're hungry," I said. I lifted him out of the pram and put him on the playmat, then grabbed a bottle of milk I'd made up that morning, so all I had to do was warm it up when needed. Oscar guzzled the milk, and I wondered whether his crying was simply because he was hungry. It was all a guessing game, I was beginning to realize. Sophie had said as much to me before, that looking motherhood up on the internet was all well and good. But I shouldn't take it word for word. I needed to be in tune with my child and work out what they needed. Easy for her to say. She was a one-woman baby machine who seems to instinctively know what to do and when to do it. We might be sisters, but we were very different. It was at that point, as I was winding Oscar, that he did a massive burp and then promptly brought back up what seemed like the entire bottle of milk back up, covering both of us. Oh my goodness. What a mess! I grabbed the muslin cloth and mopped up as much as I could before taking Oscar upstairs. He didn't seem at all bothered by the regurgitated milk down his baby grow. I stripped off the clothes and dumped them in the sink before taking off my jeans and t-shirt and finding some fresh clothes. "Oh, well, an early bath for you today, my darling." I was getting Oscar out of the bath a short time later when I heard a noise downstairs. "That sounds like Daddy's home," I said brightly to Oscar. I noticed I sounded more relaxed today when I was talking to him, and it felt more natural. And the overwhelming feeling of love that I had experienced when I first laid eyes on him back in Amsterdam suddenly flooded back. My heart expanded, and I took in a deep breath. "I love you," I whispered. "Mummy loves you." I realized it was the first time I'd referred to myself as Mummy when talking to him. And in that moment, I felt for the first time that I was Oscar's mother. The noise downstairs again caught my attention. Oscar was wrapped in a towel, smelling like a beautifully baby-like mixture of lotion and shampoo. I sat him down on the changing mat before going to the bedroom door. "I'm upstairs," I called out. "Just given Oscar a bath." I waited for a response. Nothing. I went back to Oscar. "That's Daddy home. Let's get you dressed and we can go down and see him." I carried on chatting away to him. It felt so good. Finally, I was experiencing all the feelings and emotions I had longed for. A few minutes later, we went downstairs. "Nathan?" No answer. "Nathan?" I came to a stop in the middle of the kitchen. It was empty. I went through the ground floor, checking the dining room and the sitting room. I even checked the downstairs bathroom and utility room. The silence felt wrong, heavy. The skin on my arms prickled. I had definitely heard movement down here. I went back through to the kitchen, my pace quickening as I checked the patio doors. Locked. I shot down the hallway to the front door. Locked. Had I imagined it? My heart was pounding. Oscar began to fuss in my arms, picking up on my tension. "It's okay, darling," I said, not knowing if I was soothing him or myself. "Let's just think about this logically. This was an old house. It made noises, just like any other old building. Maybe it had been the wind." I went back through to the kitchen, just managing to convince myself it had been a random noise. Maybe a clump of soot had fallen down the chimney. I remembered that spooking me when we first moved in, everything seemed in order. My heart rate had returned to an acceptable level. Then I saw it. I hadn't noticed it before. I had been so intent on checking that the door was locked. But there on the tiled floor was a footprint. A wet trainer mark from a trainer. It could only be seen from a certain angle, and I had just happened to see it from that spot. I looked closer. The edges were still damp, while a slightly drier print of a right trainer heading towards the kitchen area, left, right, faded out as they dried. Coming to a stop at the fridge, I could barely breathe as my gaze slowly traveled up the door of the appliance. I saw it instantly, or rather, I saw the empty space where it had been. A photograph of me, Nathan, and Oscar, taken by his mother on our first day home, that Nathan had printed off and stuck on the fridge, was missing. Chapter 8. I went over to the fridge and touched the door, as if proving to myself it really wasn't there. The fridge magnet was still there, but no photograph. I checked the floor in case it had fallen off, but it was nowhere to be seen, not on the floor, not tucked down the side of the counter. I tried to remember if it had been there earlier, but wasn't sure. I didn't remember not seeing it, but equally, I couldn't be certain it was. What was happening? I hugged Oscar closer to my body. This was my home, my dream home. How was it becoming a nightmare? I didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't feel in control. I was scared, and I didn't do scared. This was the first time since becoming a mother to Oscar that I felt truly afraid. Not for my own safety, but for Oscar's too. And I could feel my fear transforming itself into something fierce and desperate. My phone beeped a text message, and I nearly jumped out of my skin, not entirely sure where I had left it. This was ridiculous. I strode around the kitchen area looking for the mobile. It must be in the kitchen, otherwise I wouldn't have heard it. Oscar wriggled in my arms. "It's all right, sweetheart. Mummy's just trying to find her phone. Where did I put it?" I was trying to sound reassuring, but I could hear the anxiety constraining my voice, making it almost a squeak. It bleeped again. I looked down. It was on the floor by the pedal bin. I picked it up and saw that the screen was broken. Well, more like smashed. It was completely shattered. Still working, thankfully, but I was unable to read anything on the screen. "For fuck's sake," I muttered. I was sure I had left it in my bag. That's where I always kept my phone. If I used it indoors, then I always left it on the coffee table. I obviously couldn't read the message. Fortunately, my phone was connected to my laptop, and I'd be able to access my messages from there. I flipped open the laptop and clicked on the messages icon. At the top was one marked Nung Nong Caller, followed by a mobile number I didn't recognize. I read the message. "Your husband is a liar. You need to know the truth about him." I had to read it twice for it to sink in, but I still didn't understand it. Who would send that? And where did they get my number from? Was it even meant for me? I looked at my broken mobile, at the empty fridge door, at the patio doors, and at the garden beyond, and the feeling of fear raced through me again. This time, it was uncontrollable. I wasn't safe in my own home. I couldn't protect Oscar. Without thinking about what I was doing, I grabbed my car keys and rushed out to the hall, shoving my feet into a pair of trainers, crushing the backs of the heels down, not wanting to take the time to put them on properly. I needed to get out of the house. Oscar was beginning to cry. "It's okay, darling. It's okay," I repeated and realized I was crying too. I yanked open the front door and crashed straight into Nathan, who was poised with his key in his hand. "Amelia!" What's wrong?" I couldn't get my words out. I was sobbing so hard with relief that he was there. Nathan gently took Oscar from me and ushered me back into the house. I sat down on the sofa, not knowing what to think. Everything was out of my control, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't feel like myself anymore. I didn't know myself. This wasn't who I was. Nathan soothed Oscar's crying in that way only. He seemed to be able to do. Then he settled him down under his play gym before making us both a coffee and coming to sit beside me. He put an arm around my shoulder and held me for a minute or so. "Want to tell me what's going on?" I had managed to control my sobs by then, the words tumbling out between shaky breaths as I told him everything that had happened. When I got to the part about the missing photograph from the fridge, Nathan's expression shifted to one of gentle understanding. "Oh, Melly, that was me," he said, his voice soft with what sounded like relief. "Don't you remember? I told you I was taking it with me to work this morning. It's on my desk now. I just wanted to be able to look at you and Oscar when I wasn't here." I stared at him, searching my memory. "You told me?" "Yeah, when I was leaving. You were feeding Oscar in the kitchen." He squeezed my hand. I said I was borrowing our favorite photo. You said that it was sweet." I tried desperately to recall the conversation, but that morning felt like a blur. I remembered being in the kitchen with Oscar, the early sunlight streaming through the window, the familiar routine of his morning feed. Nathan had kissed us both goodbye. That much I remembered clearly. But had he said something about the photo? I don't remember, I admitted, the words feeling like a confession of failure. "Anyway, what about the text message?" He nodded towards the laptop. I spun the laptop around and showed him the message, watching his face closely for his reaction. He raised his eyebrows. "Well, someone doesn't seem to like me." "What does it mean?" I asked. "Do you recognize the number?" He pulled out his phone and tapped the number in. "It's not coming up with any number I've got stored in my phone," he said. "Maybe it's a wrong number. Wasn't meant for you. Call it," I said. Nathan tapped in the number and held the phone to his ear. I could hear it ringing, but no one answered it. "I'll try again later, but I expect it's a wrong number." "Are you sure?" I didn't know what made me say that. "What does that mean?" "Of course I'm sure." He looked at me. "I'm telling you the truth, Melly. Why would I lie to you?" He paused. "Oh, shit. Please don't say you think I'm having an affair." No. I'm not saying that." I felt confused. Would it be someone from work? "You know that difficult customer you've been dealing with?" Nathan appeared to consider the possibility. "Maybe. But I don't think it would be very professional of them to message you. I mean, how would they even have your number?" I hadn't thought of that. It makes more sense that it was a wrong number. A misdial. I held my face in my hands and blew out a long breath. "But my phone," I said, sitting up. "How did that happen?" "It looks like it's been crushed rather than dropped," said Nathan, turning the phone over in his hand. "Maybe it happened in your bag somehow." I could feel frustration rising in me. Nathan was talking sense, but the fear in my gut still hadn't let go. Fine, but then how did it end up on the floor? And what about the trainer mark? "It's dried now, but I saw it." Nathan's hand drifted up and down my back, the gesture deliberate and measured. "You know, stress does funny things to memory," he said, his voice taking on that concerned, almost clinical tone I'd grown to recognize. "New mothers often experience this kind of thing. It's completely normal. Your mind is processing so much right now." He paused, letting his words sink in. "And you've been so tired lately, juggling your job with being a mum. You might just have moved your phone and then just forgotten." The way he said "forgotten" made it sound like a failing, like something I should be ashamed of. His thumb traced small circles between my shoulder blades. The touch meant to comfort, but somehow made me feel more unsettled. "Listen," he continued, his voice softening with genuine concern. "I've been thinking, maybe you need some support right now, both of us. Just for a week or so, just until you've really settled into being Oscar's mum properly." He turned me gently to face him. "I hate seeing you struggle like this." I wanted to protest, to tell him I wasn't struggling, but the words stuck in my throat. Was I struggling? The missing items, the sense of someone being in the house, the feeling that something wasn't quite right. What kind of support? I heard myself ask, though part of me already dreaded the answer. "Well, Mum's been dying to help more," Nathan said carefully, as if testing the waters. "She could stay for a few days, maybe take some of the pressure off. Handle the night feeds, let you get some proper rest." I felt my shoulders tense despite his soothing touch. Nathan's mother, Patricia, meant well, but she had very definite ideas about how things should be done. The thought of her taking over, reorganizing my kitchen, questioning my feeding schedule, making subtle comments about how I was handling things. "I don't know, Nathan. I can manage." "Can you, though?" The words came out sharply, and he immediately softened his tone. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. It's just, you seem so anxious lately, so on edge. It's not like you." He ran his hand down my ponytail. "I'm worried, that's all." The doubt that had been growing inside me bloomed larger. Memory lapses. Was that what this was all about? I thought of all the other mothers I knew, which admittedly wasn't many, and how effortlessly they seemed to manage everything. I couldn't recall Sophie having memory issues, and she'd given birth to babies. I mean, I couldn't even blame hormones. Maybe Nathan was right. Maybe I did need help. I hated even thinking it. But maybe I wasn't as ready to be a mother as I thought. The evening settled around us like a soft blanket. Nathan had insisted on cooking dinner, despite having been at work all day. It was nothing fancy, just pasta with a simple tomato sauce, but the gesture felt significant. He'd even lit the candles on the kitchen table, creating pools of warm light that made everything feel gentler somehow. "This is lovely," I said, twirling linguine around my fork. "Thank you." "You deserve to be looked after," he said. "This is a massive change for us, and especially for you." Oscar was sleeping peacefully in his bouncy chair in the sitting area. I had wanted to keep him near us tonight, rather than put him up in the bedroom. The lights were low, and Nathan had put on some gentle music. For the first time in days, I felt my shoulders relax properly. This was what I'd imagined family life would be like. Quiet evenings, simple meals, the three of us cocooned in our own little world. After dinner, Nathan made tea, and we curled up on the sofa together. He'd been particularly attentive all evening, refilling my water glass before I'd even noticed it was empty, fetching a cardigan when I shivered slightly, asking if I needed anything. It reminded me of the early days of our relationship, when he'd been so focused on making me happy. His phone buzzed once during a show on Netflix we were binge-watching, and he glanced at it with a slight frown before switching it to silent and tucking it away. "Work?" I asked. "Yeah." "Nothing important." He settled back beside me and pulled me closer. As I leaned against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, I found my mind wandering back to our earlier conversation about getting help. Maybe Nathan had a point. Maybe I was trying to do too much, putting too much pressure on myself. I revisited my thoughts about Patricia coming over to helping out, but it still made me uncomfortable, and I didn't want to fall out with her over little things like the way washing should be pegged out or whether I should pick Oscar up every time he cried. But equally, I didn't want to exclude her. I wanted her to bond with Oscar too. "Why don't you see if your mom wants to come over 1 or 2 mornings a week for a while?" I said. "It will probably be good for us both, and Oscar." Nathan grinned. "Thanks, Melly. I appreciate that, and I know she will too." He squeezed me tighter in appreciation. I was going over there after work to cut her grass, but she said she'd had it done. "Oh, yeah, wasn't it her neighbor that phoned you about it?" "Marjorie, that's right. She also said something about Mum not putting her bins out last week." "Is Marjorie the local bin monitor?" I asked. The cul-de-sac where Patricia lived was a hive of neighborly surveillance. It put MI6 to shame. "Oh, don't. Marjorie for bins, Frank for parcel deliveries, Grace for visitor parking." We laughed. It was good to laugh. I had missed it and needed to do it more. We turned our attention back to the television, Nathan stroking my arm in a comfortingly absent-minded way, but my mind drifted. I could cope with Patricia for a couple of mornings, but deep down, I knew I'd appreciate another pair of hands for the rest of the week. I wasn't staying on top of the washing. The house was a mess, and, frankly, getting dirtier by the day. I couldn't ask Sophie. She was pregnant and had her own children to look after. I needed someone who wasn't attached to the family, who would do things the way I wanted them done. I thought of Lena, the nanny I had met in the village. A nanny would be perfect. Not Lena, she already worked for a family, but someone like her. It felt a little self-indulgent, though, but the idea of someone who could help during the day and take the pressure off me a little while I adjusted just seemed to grow in my mind. "You know what?" I said, tilting my head to look up at Nathan. "Maybe you're right about me needing some help." "Really? What do you think about a nanny?" "Someone qualified, just for a few weeks." Nathan was quiet for a moment, and then he spoke. "If that's what you want, we could look into it. Just temporarily," I emphasized. "Only a few weeks until I get used to being a full-time mom." "Of course," he said, his hand resuming its gentle stroking of my arm. "Whatever makes you feel more confident." Outside, the wind rustled through the trees, but inside the farmhouse I felt warm and safe. For tonight, at least, everything was exactly as it should be. When it was time to go up to bed, I asked Nathan to take Oscar up and put him in the cot. "I won't be long," I said. "Just want to make sure I've got everything sorted for the morning." I waited until he was upstairs and then went around the house as quietly as I could, not wanting to alert him to what I was doing in case he thought I was overreacting. Front door locked? Check. Back door locked? Check. Windows closed? Check. Nathan had said he had already locked up, but I needed to see for myself. I paused in the kitchen and looked around at the worktop areas, making a mental note of where everything was. How I had left everything. I moved into the dining room and did the same. I repeated this with the sitting room and the home office. Finally, I returned to the kitchen. There, I took a baby dummy from my pocket and placed it on the breakfast bar. I looked at it for a moment. It was too obvious there. Too obvious a trap. I moved the dummy to the worktop, beside the kettle, as if it had been just left there. Still clearly in sight, though. A dummy Oscar had never used. I didn't want to leave something that actually belonged to Oscar. That felt too personal, too intimate. Confident I'd be able to tell if anything was out of place, I finally went upstairs. Oscar was sleeping soundly in his cot on the other side of the bedroom. I paused to look at him in the soft glow of the nightlight and was grateful he was still in with us. It didn't feel safe leaving him in another room right now. Nathan had mentioned Oscar moving into his own room earlier in the evening. I hadn't said yes because I was frightened. I didn't want Nathan to know that, but instead made out that it was still early days and bonding was still really important. I padded across the bedroom and, as silently as possible, undressed before going to brush my teeth and wash. When I got into bed, Nathan was already in a deep sleep. I lay in the darkness of the room, my eyes open, not seeing anything, all my senses on height alert, my body tensed at what sounded like the soft scrape of metal against wood downstairs. Something in the house shifted, something I couldn't define, but once again I had that certain knowledge that someone else was in our home. Someone who had no right. I listened, holding my breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. Silence. I put my hand on Nathan's shoulder and rocked him, whispering, "Nathan, Nathan." He groaned and rolled onto his back. I didn't want to speak any louder for fear of waking Oscar and alerting whoever was downstairs that we were awake. "Nathan, wake up." I heard a noise. "What?" I gave him another shove and repeated myself. He rolled over to look at me. "What did you say?" "I heard a noise downstairs. It's probably just the wind," he whispered. "Don't worry." Then there was a bang, a dull sort of thud. Nathan immediately sat up. He listened intently, but all either of us could hear was the gently breathing of Oscar. "Wait there," he said quietly, pushing the duvet back and easing himself out of bed. On the way out, he picked up his phone and his tennis racket that was thankfully sitting by the door. At any other time, it might have been funny to think he was going to fend off an intruder with a deadly backhand. I went to the door, but didn't follow him any further, not wanting to leave Oscar. Nathan paused on the landing before putting his finger to his lips and then pulling the door closed, whispering to lock it behind him. My heart was racing, and I didn't want to shut Nathan out, but my instinct and desire to protect Oscar at all costs was greater. I did as he said, then stood by the door with my phone in my hand, ready to dial the police. Chapter 9, 10 Planet. I stood behind that locked bedroom for what seemed like forever. Nathan had gone downstairs, and I had been waiting to hear some shouting or banging or arguing. Something that would let me know what was going on. Was it good or bad that I couldn't hear anything? I was on the verge of texting him to ask if he was all right, but then I heard footsteps on the stairs. "It's okay, you can open the door now," came Nathan's voice. I twisted the key in the lock and opened the door, not sure what I was going to see. But Nathan looked fine, no bruises and no blood. "What happened?" I asked. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." There was no one there. He put the tennis racket back behind the door. "What? No one?" I couldn't believe it. But we both heard something. You know what these old houses are like. Noises. Just the house groaning. I looked at him skeptically. "Then what were you doing all that time?" Nathan guided me back to bed. I was just checking everything, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. He sat down on the edge of the bed beside me. "I promise you, Melly, there was no one there. Nothing was out of place." I jumped to my feet and hurried out of the bedroom, with Nathan following me. "What are you doing?" he asked as I scurried down the stairs. "I want to check something." I went straight through to the kitchen, my gaze homed in on the worktop. I stopped in my tracks. It was there. The dummy was exactly where I had left it. I went over and picked it up. "It's still there," I said, more to myself than Nathan. He came to stand beside me, putting his hand on my shoulder. "Of course it's still there," he said, softly. I looked around the room, scrutinizing every surface, every item. All was exactly how I'd left it. "But someone was here," I said. But I could hear the doubt in my own voice as I added with little conviction. "I know there was." "No, Amelia, there wasn't anyone. Come on, let's go back to bed." I was grateful that it was the weekend and Nathan would be home. But the admission sat uncomfortably in my chest. At 32 years old, I had finally encountered something I couldn't master through sheer determination and organization. My entire adult life had been built on competence, on being the person others turned to for solutions. Now, faced with the most important job I'd ever had, I felt like I was failing daily. It wasn't Oscar. He was perfect, and I loved him with such a fierce intensity that it sometimes took my breath away. It was everything else. The constant second-guessing, the way other mothers I'd overheard in coffee shops or colleagues at work with kids seemed to glide through conversations about sleep schedules and weaning, while I felt like I was drowning in conflicting advice. Why didn't maternal instinct feel instinctive? Why did I lie awake at night, cataloging all the ways I might be getting it wrong? And then there were all the strange occurrences, the missing items, the sense of being watched, the feeling that someone had been in our home. I had tried to put them out of my mind. Nathan had rationalized them all away, with such reasonable explanations. Why hadn't I been able to come to the same conclusions as him without breaking down? And why, despite his logic, did I still feel like prey being circled by something I couldn't see? My last days at work had been bittersweet. Part of me had wanted to cling to that familiar world where I knew exactly who I was and of what I was capable. But, mostly, I'd felt relief at the prospect of focusing entirely on Oscar. Maybe without the juggling act, I could find my rhythm. Maybe the strange feelings would disappear once I wasn't stretched so thin. Nathan had been extraordinary these past weeks. He'd slip through the door each evening and immediately take over with washing bottles, folding tiny clothes, heating dinner. He never made me feel inadequate, just gently encouraged me to be kinder to myself. But an upcoming business trip to Germany loomed, and the thought of managing alone for 7 days made my stomach clench with anxiety. What if more strange incidents happened while he was away? What if I really was losing my grip on reality? Patricia had been over twice in the week, and, to be honest, I had enjoyed her company. She doted on Oscar and was always cuddling and chatting away to him. "You've got such a beautiful smile," she cooed to him. "Yes, you have. You're going to be a heartbreaker when you're old, just like your daddy. You'll have the girls lining up for you." She gave a big sigh. "I wish David was here to see you. He would have loved you so much." Yes, he would. He would have been so proud to know the Bartholomew name hadn't stopped at your daddy. I felt a tug of sympathy for Patricia. She put on a brave face most days, but I could tell the grief was still raw even after more than 2 years. The pang was for both her and Nathan. Losing a husband and father was one thing, but the circumstances of David's death made it doubly hard for them. I perched on the arm of the chair and put my arm around Patricia's shoulder. "We must make sure we tell Oscar all about David." Patricia had looked up and smiled. "Yes, we must." She had kissed Oscar's chubby little hand. Before Oscar, I'll admit, I was finding it all very hard, but since he's been here, I feel happier. I feel guilty for saying so, but to have a baby in the family, it just makes everything seem so much better, and a little boy as well to carry on the family name. She had kissed Oscar's other hand. "Now, my gorgeous boy, would you like Granny to take you for a walk? And Mummy can put her feet up for a while." Although I would have happily gone for a walk too, I had accepted Patricia's offer. I had had the feeling she needed it more than I did. It was Friday evening, and Nathan and I were curled together on the sofa after a Chinese takeaway. Oscar was sleeping in his crib upstairs. I'd abandoned any pretense of looking put together. Milk-stained joggers, unwashed hair scraped into a ponytail, not a trace of makeup. My good intentions about mother and baby groups remained just that, intentions. "I was thinking about our conversation the other week," I said, swirling the wine Nathan had brought home. "About getting a nanny?" His fingers paused in my hair. Nathan looked over at me. "What were you thinking about it?" "Maybe someone temporary. Just daytime for a few weeks while you're away. And maybe afterwards, depending on how it goes, and just until I find my feet a bit better." The words felt like both a surrender and a relief. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. "I think that's incredibly smart, Melly. I'm trying not to see it as giving up. It's the opposite of giving up," he said firmly, his arm tightening around me. "You're being proactive. You're recognizing what you need and making it happen." "Just temporary," I repeated, as if saying it enough times would make it true. "Of course. Actually, I've already looked into a couple of agencies, just in case." His tone was casual, but I felt him tense slightly. "I can call them on Monday if you like. We get to interview whoever they suggest, don't we?" "Absolutely. Though they said that with temporary placements, we might not always get the same person. Depends on availability and what exactly we need." His voice was soothing and reasonable. "But don't worry, you'll have complete control over who we choose." I nodded against his chest, letting myself imagine how much easier things might be with an extra pair of qualified hands. Someone who could look after Oscar while I showered, who knew all the tricks I was still learning. I closed my eyes, feeling happier with my decision and happier knowing I wouldn't be alone when Nathan was abroad. Everything was going to be all right. Or so I hoped. The following week, while Nathan was at work, and when I wasn't trying to time feeding with nappy changes and nap time, I met up with Sophie and told her about getting a nanny. "It's only for a few weeks," I said when I noted her raised eyebrows at the suggestion. "Are you sure it's a good idea?" she asked. "Why not?" "One of these days, you're going to have to ride the bike without stabilizers." We were walking through the park in the village whilst Oscar was napping. The sun was out. Even though the last of summer was over, the September air was still warm. "I know. I'm just not ready yet." I felt defensive having to justify myself. "Look, I have thought about this. I know I've always wanted a baby, and yes, now I have one, but I've been kind of plunged into this without much warning. I haven't had 9 months of pregnancy to prepare." "Fair enough," said Sophie, although I wasn't sure she was convinced. "To be honest, I'd like to skip the next 9 months and just have this baby now." She patted her stomach. "But you have the benefit of having had 2 other children." What does Nathan think about it? He's really supportive, actually. He's away in Germany for a week soon, and I'm just not ready to be on my own. Not after everything that's been happening. Sophie was quiet for a moment, and I could see her weighing her words carefully. You know, if you ever need to talk about anything else... you seem quite on edge lately, more than just new mum nerves. My chest tightened. What do you mean? Nothing specific. Just, you jump at every sound. You seem to be looking over your shoulder a lot. Is everything okay at home? I wanted to tell her about how I was really feeling, how I felt watched, but the words stuck in my throat. My sister had always been my greatest ally, but even she was questioning my mental well-being. What if she thought I was losing my mind? Everything's fine, I said quickly. I'm just still getting used to the change in life. That's all, and that's why I want some help. We continued our walk until it was time for me to get back to feed Oscar and for Sophie to pick up her youngest from nursery. I went home and spent the rest of the day brooding about Sophie not being totally on my side. It's only for a couple of weeks, I said to Oscar softly, as if I were reassuring him. And then it will be the two of us. At that point, Oscar chose to start to grizzle, as if he didn't like the idea. I let out a sigh as I picked him up from the changing mat. Shh, don't be crying now. It was going to be a long afternoon, I could tell. I had washed Oscar's taggy square that morning, along with some other laundry. That in itself had felt something of an achievement. I had even managed to hang it out on the line before I'd gone to meet Sophie. I popped Oscar in his bouncy chair while I nipped outside to bring it in, noting how accomplished I felt at just being able to carry out what used to be a simple household task. I was in for some sort of commendation if I successfully brought it in, all neatly folded in the washing basket. Before I did anything else, though, I grabbed the taggy square off the line and shot back indoors with it, dangling it in front of Oscar. His eyes focused, and his fingers made a grabbing motion. I nestled it between his hands. There you go, darling. Hopefully, that would keep him content for a couple of minutes while I was in the garden. The washing was just Oscar's items, as I like to do them separately from mine and Nathan's. So, the line was full of baby grows and a couple of little outfits that I tended to save for the weekend when we went out somewhere. To be honest, I loved Oscar in the all-in-one baby suits. I wasn't in a particular rush for him to grow up. I wanted to indulge in having a baby, especially as I had missed the first 5 months of his life. I worked methodically, folding each tiny garment with the same precision I'd once applied to quarterly reports. The familiar routine was soothing. It wasn't until I had folded all the washing and was carrying the basket back indoors that I realized I hadn't seen the baby grow with the red and green car pattern. It had been one of the baby grows that had come back with us from Amsterdam. It was already too small for Oscar, but I had washed it with the intention of putting it away in a memory box. So, when he was older, he had something from his life before us. My hands stilled on the basket handle. I put the basket on the breakfast bar and went through the washing. It definitely wasn't there. That's strange, I said to Oscar as I checked on him. Where has Mummy put that? I went out to the utility room to check I hadn't left it in the washing machine by accident, but the drum was empty. I stood up slowly, turning to look out onto the garden. My stomach clenched as I thought back to that morning. I had a clear and distinct memory of hanging it out on the line. I remembered thinking I'd fold it and put a matching red ribbon around it, like a gift. I could picture it exactly. The third peg from the left, fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. It had been on the line. I went back to the kitchen, rummaging again through the washing pile. Maybe I had missed it? No, it wasn't there. I could hear the blood pumping in my ears as I tried to remember bringing it in. And then it came to me. There had been a space on the washing line. 2 empty pegs. I hadn't thought anything of it. Assuming Nathan had left them on the line, it was a habit of his to bring in the washing and leave the pegs. But Nathan wasn't home. Nathan had been at work all day. I walked almost trance-like over to the patio doors, pushing the lock down and turning the key. My hands were shaking now. Someone had been in the garden again, and this time had taken one of Oscar's items of clothing. Were they out there, watching us? I pulled the blinds closed and then rushed to the window over the sink, closing it too. I did some sort of mad dash around the ground floor, pulling all the curtains and blinds closed. Then, breathless, I sank down on the sofa, trying to calm my erratic heart rate. My fingers fumbled for my phone, Nathan's number already ringing before I'd consciously decided to call him. "Nathan, someone's been here again," I said, the moment he answered, my voice high and tight. "They've taken Oscar's baby grow, the one from Amsterdam. I know I hung it out this morning. I remember exactly where." "Amelia, slow down." His voice cut through my panic calmly, but there was something else there, too. Frustration? "Take a deep breath. Are you sure you hung it out?" "I'm not imagining this." The words came out sharper than I'd intended. "Someone has been in our garden, Nathan. Someone took it." There was a pause, and I could hear office sounds in the background. "Look, I can't leave right now. We're in the middle of something. But I can call James or Catherine and ask one of them to pop over and sit with you until I get home. Or Sophie? Or Mum?" No, the thought of anyone, even my sister, seeing me like this, all wild-eyed and shaking, made my stomach turn. "No, I'm fine. I'm being silly. I shouldn't have called. I feel stupid now." "Hey, you're not being stupid or silly." His voice was like Valium to my nervous system. "I'll leave as soon as I can." I spent the rest of the afternoon with all the curtains drawn, sitting in the dim living room with Oscar on my lap, jumping at every sound from outside. When Nathan's key finally turned in the lock, I nearly sobbed with relief. "Hey, it's all right," he said gently, taking in the closed curtains and my hunched posture. "It's like a cave in here." His voice was kind, but I caught the worried look he gave me. "Come on, let me take Oscar." He then went around opening the blinds and curtains before coming to sit beside me. "You must think I'm a total crackpot," I said, stroking Oscar's hand with my fingertip. I gave a big sigh. "I don't think that at all," said Nathan. "It's just what we keep talking about. The adjustment. You mustn't be too hard on yourself." "But the baby grow is missing," I said. Despite my absolute belief this was a fact, I could hear the defeat in my own voice. An acceptance that what I was saying didn't sound convincing. "It's been a bit breezy today. Do you think it blew off the line? If it did, it's not in the garden. And you're sure you pegged it out?" "Yes." He looked at me. "And it's definitely not in the washing basket." "No. I'm not imagining things. I'm not saying you are. I'm just double-checking the possibilities. Sorry. I didn't mean to snap. It's just so weird. Odd. I keep feeling someone is out there." "Do you think I'd be happy going off to work if I thought there was someone out there?" asked Nathan. I heard impatience in his voice, which wasn't like him. I hated to think I was the cause of that, but, At the same time, I couldn't just ignore what I was feeling. I needed to give myself a shake and get away from this self-doubting, sorrowful person I was turning into. "I'll make us a coffee," I said, getting up. While I waited for the kettle to boil, I watched Nathan with Oscar. I loved hearing him chat to him, telling him about his day, and asking him how he was, to which Oscar burbled back, as if they were having a full-on, meaningful conversation. He was such a natural with Oscar, and I so wished being a parent came as effortlessly for me. I sat down next to him with our drinks, and he put Oscar on his playmat, casually waving his taggy square in front of him as I had done earlier. "I've got some good news," he said, looking at me with a smile. "I chased up the nanny agency today, and they're sending someone over tomorrow to provide some temporary help until we decide if we want someone more permanent, or just for a week or two." "Wow, that was fast," I said, not quite sure how I felt. My emotions were lagging. I thought it best to get something organized sooner rather than later. He took a sip of his coffee. "But this is all up to you, Melly. It's only if you want it." "I do, and I don't," I confessed, still struggling with those emotions. Yesterday I had felt reassured by the prospect of a nanny. Today I felt defeated. "Let's just give it a try," he said. "If it doesn't work out, we stop. It'll be a temporary contract. Nothing long-term. I made sure of that." "Okay," I said slowly. He smiled at me reassuringly. "And I'm sure after a couple of weeks you won't need someone. But you might find she's really helpful and actually like having another person here to help when I'm not around." "Will they live with us?" I asked. "To start with. But again, we can just play it all by ear. Be fluid about it." I knew I couldn't carry on as I was, and refusing after my behavior today was not rational. "Okay. That all sounds good," I said, injecting enthusiasm into my voice. "What time tomorrow does she get here?" "She'll be here at 9:30. I've rescheduled my diary so I'll be here first thing, and we can both meet her. She's fully police-checked, got several years' experience, and is one of their most sought-after nannies. So I'm told. Anyway, do you know what her name is?" "I think it's Eleanor, or she might have said Elaine. I didn't quite catch it as there was a lot going on in the office." "Don't worry. We'll find out tomorrow." Chapter 10. I was up first with Oscar. I hadn't slept well at all the previous night, despite Nathan's reassurances. I felt on edge at the prospect of someone coming into the house to help me. I wanted to create a good first impression and make sure everything was tidy. As I fed Oscar his morning bottle, the irony of needing someone to help me, but at the same time wanting to make sure it looked like I was on top of everything, was not lost on me. All the same, I was going to tidy up a little bit. She was a nanny here to help me with Oscar. She wasn't a housekeeper. My son was in a contented mood that morning, which helped. I kissed his rosy little cheeks. "Ah, you're such a good boy. I love you." He kicked his legs and waved his arms excitedly. I felt a surge of emotion rush through my chest, aware that was the first time I'd said the words out loud to Oscar. I loved him. I knew I did, but I truly felt it this time, able to acknowledge a visceral feeling rather than just a thought. I put him in the bouncy chair with the clip-on toy bar, which always kept his attention as he tried to grab and pat the soft animals. I'd added a little mirror yesterday, and although it reminded me of a budgie cage toy, the reflections fascinated Oscar as it twirled around. "Right, Mummy's just going to put this washing upstairs," I said, heading into the utility room where I'd left the basket. As I went to lift it from the counter, I caught sight of the little racing car pattern I had been adamant wasn't anywhere to be found yesterday. The sleeve of the missing baby grow was poking out from some of the washing. What the? I pulled it out and held it up. It was there. It was real. It had been in the washing basket all along. How could that be? I had searched through it several times. I remembered the empty space on the line. This wasn't right. Morning. Nathan's voice from the doorway startled me. I spun around, the garment still in my hands. He paused and looked at the baby grow, then back at me. You found it then? No. I mean, yes. It was poking out from under the other bits. I looked him dead in the eye, my voice steady. It was not there yesterday. I know that for a fact. I know it wasn't. He smiled. I meant to tell you last night. When I came down to check out the noises, I saw it on the floor, down the side of the washing machine. It must have dropped down there when I moved the other pile of washing into the basket. I frowned and looked accusingly at the machine. There was a gap between the wall and the machine, and, yes, things had fallen down there before, but why hadn't I noticed it myself? I don't know why I didn't see it when I was looking for it. Nathan shrugged. It must have just fallen when you carried the washing in or something. Yeah, I guess so. I folded the baby grow and put it on the washing pile. I'm just taking this upstairs. Why don't you hop in the shower while you're up there? I'll unload the dishwasher and make us fresh coffee. He wandered back into the kitchen and over to where Oscar was gurgling in his bouncy chair, wishing him a good morning and making an exaggerated, silly face that made him squeal with delight. Oscar reached his tiny fists towards him, and I watched the look of pure adoration cross Nathan's face, the same expression I'd seen countless times since we'd brought Oscar home. As I gathered the washing from the basket, something twisted in my chest. This was what I'd dreamed of for so long. The perfect domestic scene, the three of us, our little family complete. So, why did I feel like I was watching it all from the outside? Climbing the stairs, I tried to shake off the unease that had been following me around like a shadow. At least, with the new nanny in the house, I'd have another pair of eyes, someone to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. I paused on the landing, listening to Nathan's voice drifting up from below as he to Oscar as he chatted to Assers about his plans for the day. Normal. Everything was perfectly normal. I just had to keep telling myself that. At 9:30 on the dot, the doorbell rang. Even though I was expecting it, I still jumped at the shrill buzz. Nathan went to answer it. I was sitting on the floor next to Oscar, keeping him amused with the toys on the play gym. I heard Nathan say hello and ask the nanny to come through. I got to my feet to greet her. Nathan smiled as he walked in, and as he moved to one side, the nanny came in. It took me a second to understand the situation. Maylee, this is the nanny from the agency. He looked back at her. Lena, did you say? Yes, that's right. Then she looked at me. I don't know who was more surprised. It was Lena, the Polish girl I had met in the village a couple of times. Lena? I said, in disbelief. Hello, Amelia, she said. This is a surprise. I looked at Nathan, who was looking from me to Lena and back again. What? You know each other? Yes, I said, regaining my composure. This is so spooky. I gave a laugh. Lena and I, well, we don't really know each other, but we've met a couple of times in the village. I knew she was a nanny. I paused. But I thought you had a family? Ah, yes. It was only temporary, said Lena. A bit like this job. It is better for me as it means I have more, the word, Flexibility to go back to see my family in Poland. Of course, that makes sense. I felt a little comforted that Lena worked on a temporary basis. It would mean that when the time came to let her go, it wouldn't be awkward. "This is such a coincidence," Nathan said. "I had no idea." "I did not either," said Lena. "I was told Mr. and Mrs. Bartholomew. They did not give first names." She smiled at both of us. "But I am very happy it is you." She looked over at Oscar. "And that it is this little one. May I?" She gestured towards Oscar. "Yes." "Of course," I said. Lena came over and knelt beside Oscar. "Hello, beautiful," she said, running her hand down Oscar's arm and letting him grip her finger. "How are you?" Oscar kicked his legs and gurgled happily. I glanced over at Nathan. He gave a shrug and smiled. "Small world, I think, is what we say now." "I know. Crazy," I said. "I'll make us some drinks, and then we can get to know you a bit better," he said to Lena. "I have a letter for you from the agency," said Lena. "It has all my details on experience, qualifications, age, where I have lived, and things like that." "That's great," I said. "It saves me having to quiz you." I gave a small laugh. "While Nathan's making the drinks, I'll show you your room. I assume you've got a bag or a case?" "Yes." "It is by the door," replied Lena, still smiling and making a fuss of Oscar. "I'll bring your case up," said Nathan. I picked up Oscar, and we all traipsed up to the guest bedroom, which overlooked the front of the property. "It has its own ensuite," I said, nodding towards the door. "And a TV. Obviously, this is your space, so neither of us will come in at all. There's a key in the lock. You're more than welcome to sit downstairs, though, and help yourself to anything to eat or drink." "Thank you, Mrs. Bartholomew." "Oh, there's no need to be so formal either," I said. "Amelia and Nathan are absolutely fine." "Thank you, Amelia, Nathan." She gave us both a smile. "If there's anything you need, just shout," said Nathan. "We'll leave you to settle in for a while. I'm off to work shortly, so if I don't see you before, I'll see you later." We went downstairs, leaving Lena to unpack. "What do you think?" asked Nathan in a hushed voice. "I still can't get over the coincidence," I said, putting Oscar in his chair and picking up the letter of introduction from the agency. It was brief but answered my questions. Lena Kowalska age, 26 nationality, Polish place of birth, Warsaw languages, Polish, native, English, fluent. German, conversational. It went on to list her previous experience as a live-in nanny in London, caring for twin boys, and then various temporary placements for the past 2 years. She has a level 3 diploma in childcare, I said, skimming down the page. Enhanced DBS check. Non-smoker. Oh, and here's a personal statement from the manager. Lena is a dedicated and nurturing childcare professional with over 6 years' experience. She is particularly skilled with infants and takes pride in supporting families during the early stages of child development. "Sounds like a perfect match," said Nathan. "Yes. It's amazing, really, isn't it? We're so lucky." Nathan gave me a curious look, but as quickly as it came, it was gone. He came over and put his arms around me. "We are really lucky," he said. "I'm sure this is all going to work out exactly as planned." "I hope so. Right, I'd better go." He kissed me goodbye before going over to Oscar and giving him a kiss, too. "Love you both," he said, smiling. After he left, I read the letter again. Everything looked perfectly in order. Chapter 11. Nathan. I closed the front door behind me and slid into the car, immediately gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Fuck! My heart was hammering against my ribs. I needed a minute of calm before I set off. My hand was shaking as I pushed the key into the ignition. I stared at the farmhouse through the windscreen and glanced up at the upstairs window. There was a figure there. Lena was looking down at me. Something in her expression made me uncomfortable. She didn't smile, didn't wave, didn't even move back from the window, just carried on staring at me. I forced myself to look away, turning the key with more force than necessary. I had to think, had to stay calm, but every instinct was screaming at me to turn around, march back in there. No, I had to be patient. Sit it out, wait for the right moment. But Christ, how had it come to this? How had I messed things up so badly? I drove to work on autopilot, my mind churning through possibilities and problems. It was only when another driver pressed on their horn and swerved around me that I realized I had pulled onto a roundabout without even looking, let alone giving way to the traffic already on it. The other driver's furious gesture through his windscreen told me exactly what he thought of my driving. I pulled up at work, parking in my usual spot, and forced myself to take a deep breath before going into the office. The last thing I wanted was for anyone to see me rattled. After a quick debrief with Neil, my business partner, I shut myself away in my office, asking my assistant Sarah to field all calls for the next hour while I supposedly caught up on emails. In reality, I sat in my chair, staring blankly at the computer screen, then swiveled round to look out of the window. The same thoughts kept cycling through my head. What if this? What if that? But I couldn't find a way forward. Normally, when something was eating at me, I'd talk it through with Amelia, but this time I was completely on my own. Outside my window, the morning traffic moved in its usual pattern. Everything looked normal, but nothing felt normal anymore. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Everything had been arranged, agreed upon, but now I tried to focus on my computer screen. The cursor blinked at me expectantly, but I couldn't concentrate. No, this wasn't happening. Not like this. I had to make it better. Had to fix it, somehow. By the end of the day, I was looking forward to getting home. It felt strange knowing someone else was in the house caring for Oscar, and although I had arranged everything myself, it somehow took the edge off seeing Amelia. I had missed her and Oscar a lot today, and maybe that was connected to Lena being there. I stopped at the florist on the way home and picked up some flowers, sunflowers, Amelia's favorite. I had called her earlier to see if she needed anything from the supermarket, but she and Lena had already gone shopping. That was great to hear. A positive sign, and something Amelia hadn't done since we'd brought Oscar home. Despite my unease about the whole situation, maybe there would be some benefits after all. It eased my guilt somewhat, but not entirely. As I let myself in the front door, I called out a greeting. "We're in the kitchen!" came Amelia's voice. I could hear her and Lena talking. They sounded engrossed in their conversation, and as I slipped off my shoes and hung up my jacket, I caught some of what they were saying. "Things happen for a reason," Lena was saying. It wasn't so much the words, but the conspiratorial way she delivered them. I stilled in the hallway. What were they talking about? Amelia replied, "Yes, I suppose so, although I don't usually believe in coincidences. No, my mother was the same, told me not to be so trusting, especially of men." Amelia gave a chuckle. Then I heard a chair scrape back, and she appeared in the doorway with Oscar in her arms. "Look, there's Daddy." My heart filled with such a force of love at the sight of my wife and son greeting me. Amelia looked happy for the first time in ages. It was amazing how just one day of having someone to help her seemed to have lifted her spirits. "Hello, my lovely family," I said, going over and wrapping my arms around both of them. I kissed Amelia. Twice. She smiled, and I could see her eyes shining. I kissed Oscar and took him for a cuddle. As we went back into the kitchen, I looked over at Lena. "Evening, Lena." "Good evening," she replied, her gaze fixed on mine, and there was an intense look on her face. Amelia hadn't seemed to notice as she went over to make us a drink and stir what looked like some kind of casserole simmering on the hob. "Lena has prepared dinner for us," said Amelia. "It's a Polish recipe." "Ah, great," I replied. "In Poland, it's called zemsta," said Lena. I stopped mid-step across the kitchen and looked at Lena. "Zemsta?" I repeated. Lena nodded. "Exactly, zemsta," said Amelia, as she gave the pan a stir. "Sounds delicious." "A lovely dish that can also be served cold," replied Lena. "In fact, I prefer it that way." She gave a sweet smile. Suddenly, I'd lost all appetite for food. Later that evening, when we had gone to bed and I pulled Amelia close to my chest, I could tell she was physically less tense than she had been in a long time. Seeing her this relaxed should have made me happy, but instead it made my chest tighten with guilt. "So, today's gone well then?" I asked softly as Oscar slept in his cot on the other side of the room. "Yes, surprisingly well," replied Amelia. "I really like Lena. I don't know if it's because I met her a couple of times before, but she's very easy to get on with." I cleared my throat. "That's good." I supposed it was. Kind of. Anyway, I hated hearing the contentment in her voice, knowing what I was hiding from her. "What were you and Lena talking about when I got home?" I hoped I sounded casual. "Oh, just this and that," said Amelia, her voice slightly muffled against my chest. "We've been chatting all day, really." "Right." I waited a beat. Lena said something about coincidences. I felt Amelia shift slightly. I can't remember. Must have been something trivial. Just girl talk. She snuggled closer to me. "Now, go to sleep. It's late." The warmth of her body against mine only made the guilt worse. How was I supposed to protect her, when everything was spiraling out of control? It was easier said than done. Sleep felt impossible. I didn't usually stew over things at night. It wasn't me, but there I was, wide awake, wondering what was going to happen next, how I needed to make sure things went the way I needed them to go. My phone was on silent, but it vibrated on the nightstand. I reached over, careful not to wake Amelia, and read the text message that had just come in. "Don't ignore me. I need to talk to you." A surge of frustration shot through me. It was not like me. I didn't do rage, but these messages were testing every ounce of my patience. I tapped out a reply. "I'm not ignoring you. I'll speak to you soon." I put my phone back on the nightstand and forced myself to relax. I needed to get some sleep. I needed to be on my A game. I couldn't afford to drop a ball now. I was up early, before anyone else in the house. I hadn't slept well, and I felt like shit, but I needed time to get my act together. I needed coffee. Black. Strong. The caffeine needed to kick in before I spoke a word to anyone. As it happened, Amelia came down first, with Oscar in her arms. She passed him over to me while she made up a feed for him. Instantly, having Oscar in my arms had a calming effect. For a moment, everything felt normal again. Things might be different and difficult for Amelia settling into a new routine. I understood that being a full-time mother was a big change for her. I loved being with Oscar. He brought so much joy to my heart. Even now, After several weeks, I still had to remind myself that he was really ours. We were a family, just how it was supposed to be. "Penny, for your thoughts." Amelia's voice snapped me from my thoughts. "Oh, just, how much Dad would have loved Oscar." She came over and rested her hand on my shoulder. "He really would have. Your mom has already fallen in love with him. I'm so pleased. I was worried, what with him being adopted." I smiled at Oscar and ran my hand gently over his soft blonde hair. "I don't even think about that. He feels like he's ours, and that's all that matters." I dropped a kiss on Oscar's head. "I won't let anyone say or even think otherwise. You're a Bartholomew. Do you want to feed him?" Amelia passed the bottle over. The radio was playing softly in the background, and although the September weather was drifting into autumn, there was a soft, dappled sunlight coming in through the patio doors, casting a soft glow across the room. We sat in comfortable silence as I gazed at Oscar guzzling down his milk. I looked over at Amelia. She was studying our son, almost in a dreamlike state. I didn't want to interrupt whatever thoughts she was having. This was how it should be. How it could stay, if I could just keep everything under control. Oscar had slowed down with his feeding, his eyelids heavy. He was going back to sleep already. "Good morning." Lena's voice cut through the peaceful moment like a blade. The spell shattered. Amelia looked up. "Good morning, Lena. Did you sleep all right?" "Very well, thank you." "Morning," I said. "Would you like me to take him?" Lena asked, coming over. "No, it's fine." "Make yourself a coffee first," I said, realizing I was pulling Oscar protectively against my chest. "Nathan's enjoying a morning cuddle before he has to go to work," said Amelia. "Well, Oscar is very lucky to have such a devoted father," replied Lena. Her eyes never left mine. "We're both very lucky," said Amelia, getting to her feet, and trailing her hand across my shoulders as she passed behind me towards the kitchen. I looked over at Lena. Our eyes met and held. She didn't try to look away. "There's bread here if you want any toast," Amelia was saying. "Crumpets, bacon, eggs. Please just help yourself." Lena kept my gaze for a moment longer before walking over to where Amelia was standing, looking in the fridge. "That is very kind of you," she said. "You are very kind. I feel lucky to be here." The words sounded innocent enough, but there was something in her tone that made my skin crawl. I carefully moved Oscar from my arms and into the bouncy chair, tucking a blanket around him, before announcing that I needed to get going. I kissed Amelia goodbye and left. But I wasn't going to work. Not yet. I had something to attend to that couldn't wait. Something that should have been dealt with weeks ago. I realized that last night lying in bed. I should have done this sooner. Some problems don't resolve themselves. Chapter 12. The novelty of having Lena in the house settled into something resembling a routine. Amelia seemed more relaxed than she'd been in weeks, chatting easily with the nanny over morning coffee, while Oscar played in his bouncy chair. From the outside, everything looked perfect, our little domestic bubble running smoothly. My mom came over twice a week, sometimes inviting herself over for a third visit. Amelia didn't try to dissuade her. I think she realized how good it was for Mum to have a life to focus on, rather than a death. Despite all this domestic harmony, I couldn't shake the feeling of being constantly watched or under scrutiny from the women in my life. Although part of me just wondered if I was being paranoid. It was hard not to be. Sometimes I didn't know if I would be able to continue to carry the weight of my secret around with me, But I was in too deep to reverse anything. I'd hoped Lena would take her time off to explore the area more, maybe visit friends, give us some space to be a family without an audience. Instead, she stayed put, offering to help with household chores or suggesting family walks where she'd push Oscar's pram while Amelia and I trailed behind like guests in our own lives. After the first few days of Lena's being here, I'd persuaded Amelia to move Oscar into the nursery so that she could get a good night's sleep at least once or twice a week, tasking Lena with the night duty. Melly had been reluctant but had agreed. Oscar was sleeping through the nights anyway, so it seemed a good idea, and we wouldn't have to creep around the bedroom worrying about disturbing him. Last Saturday, when Mum came for an extra visit, I'd watched her fuss over Oscar while making polite conversation with Lena. Mum had always been good at reading people, but if she sensed anything odd about our nanny, she kept it to herself. "Everything going well then?" she asked me quietly while we walked around the garden. She'd asked me to pick some apples for her. I suspected it was an excuse to get me alone. "Very well," I replied. "Amelia's much happier having help. She really appreciates you coming over." I love spending time with Oscar. Just looking at his gorgeous little smile makes me feel happy. He's good therapy. She picked an apple from the tree. "You know, I would happily come in every day. I could even stay some nights. You wouldn't need Lena." I noted the slightly hurt and wistful tone in her voice. "Look, there's plenty of time for that," I said, dropping an apple into the basket. "Lena's only temporary. We're going to review it when I'm back from Germany next week." We made our way back indoors, where Amelia was loading the dishwasher with the plates from dinner. Lena's nipped to the shop for milk. "What about letting Mum take Oscar for a walk in the pram?" I asked quietly, so Mum wouldn't overhear. "Oh, lovely. Of course. You ask her. She'll like it coming from you." "Patricia, would you like to take Oscar out for a walk?" asked Amelia, smiling over at her. Mum looked genuinely thrilled at the prospect, almost like an excited schoolgirl. "Oh, I'd love to," she said. "If you're sure, positive. He's just been fed. I'll get him ready." 5 minutes later, we stood on the doorstep watching Mum proudly push the pram down the drive. "Thank you," I said to Amelia. "I should have thought of it myself. I know Mum can be, well, Mum, but it all comes from a good place." We went back indoors. "It feels weird, just the two of us." "I know." Amelia grinned at me. I raised my eyebrows. "We probably only have 10 minutes. Amelia laughed and shot out of the kitchen and up the stairs. "Better be quick then," she called back. It was all a bit fast and furious, but we laughed like two 18-year-olds. Oh, my God. I haven't done it that fast since I was 18 in the loo at Sean O'Flanagan's birthday party, I said, flopping back down on the bed to catch my breath. God, what are we like? 2 adults in their 30s, having to have sneaky sex. Amelia got up and went to the bathroom, reappearing a couple of minutes later. "Come on, Lena will be back in a minute." "You've had what you want and now you're throwing me away?" I said in mock indignation. "Oh, meant to say," said Amelia, running a brush through her hair. "Sophie phoned today." She was asking about Lena. I paused, mid-zipping up my jeans. "Oh? What did she want to know?" "Just general things, really. Which agency we used, what it cost, that sort of thing." Amelia shrugged, putting the brush down. I had to admit, I didn't really know the details. "You handled most of that side of things. It's not really Sophie's business," I said carefully. "But if she's thinking of getting help herself, I can dig out the paperwork for her." "That's what I thought you'd say." Amelia smiled. "You're sweet like that. Sweet, if only she knew." A surge of guilt swelled inside me. "Actually," I said, fastening my jeans, "about next week, I could postpone the Germany trip if you'd prefer. Stay home while you're still settling in with Lena." "Don't be silly," Amelia replied. "That was half the reason we took Lena on, so you could go to Germany." "I'll be fine." The casual way she dismissed my offer should have been reassuring, but instead it left me feeling oddly displaced. "If you're sure," I said, "completely." I nodded, though something twisted uncomfortably in my chest. At least once I got back, I'd finally be able to sort this mess out properly. Soon everything would be back under my control. The front door opened and closed, jarring me from my thoughts. "See you downstairs," Amelia said. I pulled on a clean t-shirt and ran my fingers through my hair before going downstairs. As I reached the foot of the stairs, I could hear Amelia talking to Lena. Her tone sounded defensive. "Patricia has taken him out for a walk," she was saying. I came into the room. "Okay?" Amelia looked uncomfortable. Lena was wondering where Oscar was. I was just explaining that Patricia had taken him out. "Right," I said. Not understanding what the problem was, there was an odd atmosphere in the kitchen. "I did not know your mother was taking Oscar out," said Lena. I could see a flicker of annoyance on her face. "Well, we don't have to tell you," I said carefully, exchanging a glance with Amelia. "I am his nanny. I could have taken him out." "Lena," began Amelia. "Patricia is Oscar's grandmother." "I don't mean to be rude, but it's important they spend time together. It's up to us who takes him out. But I'm responsible for Thet. I cut her off. We're responsible for Oscar. Amelia and I make the decisions." "Yes, we're his parents," added Amelia. Lena's jaw tightened, but she said nothing more about it. She dumped the milk she'd gone to buy onto the worktop. "I will be in my room." Amelia looked bewildered as she watched Lena not exactly stomp off in a huff, but she did walk briskly out of the kitchen and up the stairs. "What was that all about?" asked Amelia in a hushed voice. "No idea. Maybe it's a cultural thing. I don't know." It was about 20 minutes later when the front doorbell rang. "That must be your mum," said Amelia, getting up to answer it. As she helped Mum in with the pram and wheeled it into the kitchen, Lena appeared from upstairs as Mum was taking the blanket off Oscar. "Here, let me," Lena said, reaching for Oscar. Mum paused mid-motion. "Oh, well, all right then." She stepped away, clearly taken aback by Lena's intensity, but I wasn't having it. "Actually, I'll take him," I said firmly, lifting Oscar from Lena's arms before she could protest. "How was the walk, Mum?" Mum glanced between Lena and me, her expression puzzled. "Lovely. We went to the duck pond. Oscar seemed to enjoy watching them." I settled Oscar on my lap, noting how Lena hovered nearby, her eyes never leaving the baby. Throughout my mother's visit, Lena remained in the room, finding excuses to stay close, tidying magazines that didn't need tidying, offering tea that no one wanted. I walked Mum out to her car when it was time for her to leave, Amelia joining us with Oscar in her arms. She passed him over to Mum for a quick cuddle, and I appreciated the gesture. Mum got in her car, and we stood on the driveway, watching her head off. "That was all a bit odd back there with Lena," said Amelia. "She's been a bit, I don't want to say possessive, but certainly protective." "Yeah, I know what you mean. I guess she's just very dedicated to her job. Feels responsible." "Maybe," said Amelia. "Do you think you should have a word with her? It's not the first time she's been overenthusiastic. "I'll speak to her later," I said. "Don't be worrying now." But even as I said it, I was worried myself. More than I was willing to admit. When we went back inside, Lena was sitting at the breakfast bar. She hopped off the stool, clasping her hands together in front of her. "Oh, I am so sorry," she said. She stood in front of us like a chastened teenager. "I didn't mean to be rude earlier. I didn't mean to upset anyone." "That's all right," I said. Amelia cleared her throat. "Well, thank you for apologizing." She glanced at me and then carried on. "Maybe we need to have a chat and just clarify a few ground rules. It's a learning curve for all of us. It's probably Nathan's, and it's probably and my fault as much as yours, that there might have been some misunderstanding or blurred boundaries." I rubbed Amelia's back encouragingly. I could tell her years of working in HR were coming into play. Listening to her, she could easily be conducting a meeting with an employee who was facing disciplinary procedures. I felt a surge of pride in her. This was Amelia doing what she did best, people management. "Yes, of course," said Lena. She offered a nervous smile. "I just got a bit carried away. I'm sorry." "You don't have to keep apologizing," said Amelia. "Let's not talk about it tonight, though. It's been a long weekend. You've not had any proper respite on your days off. It's my fault. I should have insisted you had some time away from the house. From us. I don't want you to feel you're always on duty. Maybe that's something you can think about overnight. How we can help you have a proper break on your days off. And we'll think about ways that we can make sure there are clear boundaries for things we want to happen and things we don't." She was so generous. She even smiled and rubbed Lena's arm in a supportive manner. "Thank you," said Lena. "I think I will spend the evening in my room. Don't feel you have to shut yourself away upstairs," I said, although an evening with just Amelia and Oscar was appealing. "No, it is fine. I want to have a shower and wash my hair." "Okay," said Amelia. "Hope you sleep well and we can have a chat tomorrow." "Night, Lena. And thank you for all your help." After Lena had disappeared upstairs, I turned to Amelia. "You handled that like a pro." "That's because I am a pro. At HR-related matters, at least," she said with a wry smile. "I just need to up my skill levels with this one and we'll be fine." She gave Oscar a kiss. "You're so lovely. You have us all fighting over you." She sat down on the sofa. "Oh, I think he needs changing, and I don't have any nappies down here." "I'll get them. You stay there." I jogged up the stairs and into Oscar's room. The evening light filtered softly through the cream curtains, casting gentle shadows across the simple white furniture. Amelia had kept everything clean and classic with pale yellow bedding. A few carefully chosen toys on the bookshelf, everything in its proper place. The room felt peaceful in the dim light, exactly as she'd intended. I grabbed the nappies and headed for the door, but something made me pause in the hallway. My eyes were drawn towards Lena's room at the far end. The door was half open, and I could see her reflection in the full-length mirror that stood against the opposite wall. She was standing there in nothing but a white towel, about to get into the shower, I assumed. For a split second, I thought about looking away, about hurrying downstairs before she noticed me. But then, as if sensing me there, she looked in the mirror and our eyes met. Time slowed as she held my gaze, her expression unreadable. Then, without breaking eye contact, she let the towel drop to the floor. I should have moved, should have turned around and walked away. But I stood frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs, unable to look away from her reflection. all of her reflection, not just her eyes. She didn't cover herself or show any signs of embarrassment. Instead, she moved with deliberate slowness towards the door, her eyes moving from the reflection and then to me. She stood for a second in the doorway, facing me, totally naked. Then she reached out and slowly closed the door, the soft click of the lock loud in the hallway. I stood there for several more seconds, the packet of nappies clutched in my hand, trying to process what had just happened. Was it an accident that she had been standing there with the door open and then her towel dropping? I shook my head. Of course it wasn't. The calculated slowness of her movements told me everything I needed to know. That was no accident. That night, Amelia and I made love again. I kept my eyes squeezed shut. But even in the darkness, it wasn't my wife's face or body I saw beneath me. Chapter 13. Patentlant Amelia. Well, it had certainly been a strange few weeks since Lena had arrived, and with Nathan's departure to Germany, I was trying not to overthink things. I felt more confident about myself as a mother, and those feelings of effortless, unconditional love for Oscar had rooted themselves to my bones, becoming part of who I was. Despite all that, though, there was still a persistent unease I couldn't shake off. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. All I knew was that it revolved around Nathan, Oscar, and Lena. I wondered sometimes whether Nathan was more worried about the trip than I was. I guessed he was concerned about leaving me. Even though Lena was there, I knew he would be wondering if I was really okay. He'd definitely been on edge since the whole incident with his mum and Lena. I'd caught him watching us all closely. I'd look up, and he was already looking at me, or he was watching Lena, tracking her movements around the room, monitoring what she was doing. And he seemed to just be around more. Thinking about it, we'd barely been left on our own except when he went to work. It wasn't like him to be so tense was the best way I could describe it. "I'm going to miss you two," said Nathan as he closed his case, ready to head off to the airport. "You and Oscar?" I laughed. I don't think you needed to clarify who you meant. There was a beep of a car horn outside, and Lena called up to say the taxi was there. As was our little routine, Oscar and I waved Nathan off from the doorstep, and although I knew he would call every night and he'd be back in 8 days, I'd still miss him. It would be strange without him here. It was the first time he'd left us since we'd brought Oscar home. "Daddy will be back soon," I said softly as we went back indoors. Lena was loading the dishwasher, and she paused as I came into the kitchen. "Would you like me to make you a coffee?" she asked. She looked concerned. "I hope I am not saying something I should not, but the week will go quickly. You should not worry," I sighed. "Was it that obvious?" Lena shrugged. "I can tell these things. It is natural you should feel that way when it is the first time your husband has gone away on business." She filled the coffee machine with water. "Yeah, I know. I'm not usually like this." I sat down on the sofa, trying to analyze my feelings. "You have not worried about him going away before?" "No, not really. I know some women worry their husband is not going to be faithful when they travel for work," she said, her voice carrying a strange weight to it. "But for you, it is because you have a new routine at home that is different to what you are used to." I was a little taken aback at Lena's comment and felt I needed to defend Nathan. He wouldn't do anything like that. "It's because, like you say, I'm here looking after Oscar as well, and I'm not at work doing my usual routine." You are lucky to have such a husband." Lena brought 2 cappuccinos over and sat down in the chair next to the sofa. She looked troubled as she gazed into her coffee cup. I got the sense that she wanted to tell me something. "Is everything all right?" I asked gently, placing Oscar on the playmat. Lena kept her gaze down and shrugged. "If you want to talk about anything, I'm a good listener." It was a long moment before she looked up, and I could see her eyes full of tears. "I had a boyfriend in Poland. He would travel to England for business. I thought he loved me, but it was all lies." A tear dropped onto her hand. I put my cup down and moved up the sofa so I was closer and rested my hand over hers. "Oh, Lena, I'm sorry. When was this?" I was trying to do the maths, as I thought she had lived in England for the past 6 years. "I'm sure that's what the agency said." "It was 2 years ago," she said. "We had this arrangement. He would come to Poland and I would visit him here sometimes. Last year, I was at home for 6 months. I thought he might ask me to marry him, but he told me he had met someone here in England and he was in love with her. He said that he had never been in love with me." Her voice cracked and more tears fell. I felt compelled to hug her, the poor thing. I wasn't old enough to be Lena's mother, but I certainly felt all the protective, older sister vibes rear up in me. It reminded me of when Sophie was 17 and had her first heartbreak. I had sat on her bed with her for what seemed like hours, cuddling her as she cried out her heartache. "That's horrible for you," I said. "And it's obviously still very raw, but you'll get over it. It does not feel like it sometimes." I hugged her while she cried some more. "Drink your coffee," I encouraged after a couple of minutes. I sat back on the sofa as Lena composed herself, and we sipped our drinks in silence. "I am sorry," said Lena. "It's all right. You don't have to be sorry. No, I should not have done that. It was not very professional of me. If the agency found out—" "The agency isn't going to find anything out," I said. "You know, as women, we can just be friends, because we all need a friend sometimes." "Thank you. You're so kind." She took a deep breath and blew it out gently. "Look, why don't you have a few hours to yourself?" I suggested. "Maybe go for a walk, get some fresh air, or just have a rest in your room." "Oh no, the agency would be cross. I would lose my job." I hesitated, but only for a second. "Well then, why don't you take Oscar for a walk?" "With you?" "No, on your own. He's due a nap now. He'll probably fall asleep, and that way you can have time to yourself, and, technically, you're working." As I said the words, I felt a little hesitancy. I was surprised at the twinge of anxiety the idea brought me, but the look on Lena's face meant I couldn't retract the offer. She looked delighted. "Just for half an hour or so," I added. "Yes, of course," Lena smiled broadly. "You should have a rest while we are out." "I will," I said, trying to summon up an enthusiastic voice. In reality, I was sure I'd be standing at the window, waiting for them to come back. Whoever thought I'd be like this? Certainly not me. A short time later, I was holding the front door open while Lena wheeled Oscar out of the house. "Thank you," she said. She hadn't stopped smiling since I'd suggested the idea, and I hoped she would come back feeling a lot happier. I tried to congratulate myself on being so magnanimous. It felt strange, almost disconcerting, to watch another woman take my baby out. It was ridiculous, really. Lena was Oscar's nanny, after all. My precious baby was in safe hands, but still the feeling lingered. At least it had been nice to see Lena's face light up when I suggested the idea. I closed the door and went back through to the kitchen, tidying up a few bits and pieces, and thinking about Lena. It must be difficult being so far away from home and not having anyone to confide in. I had my sister if I ever needed to talk to anyone. Who did Lena have? Maybe I could do something to make her feel better about herself. The boyfriend had obviously knocked her confidence and self-esteem. If she did stay with us on a more permanent basis, I'd suggest that she might want to decorate her bedroom to her own liking. Then a better thought struck me. We could give her the loft room. We could even have a little kitchenette put in, and it was a big enough space to have a sitting area. All that was for the future, though, and I shouldn't get carried away. But it buoyed my mood. I wondered what I could do for Lena now. I decided to put together a little pamper basket for her. I had lots of new face masks, hand cream, and body wash that I'd never used. Pampering products were one of my things. I loved them and always looked forward to Christmas, when Sophie always treated me to a fancy and expensive set of products. A short time later, I had put together a selection of goodies for Lena, placing it on the bed, together with a white, fluffy towel. As I stepped back to admire the present, I somehow managed to get my foot caught in the strap of a bag that was on the floor and stumbled back, knocking into the dressing table. There was a clatter. I spun around to see a glass of water spilling its contents out across the top in every direction. Shit! I swiped up the glass. It must have been full. There was water everywhere. I dashed out to the airing cupboard on the landing and grabbed a hand towel to mop up the water with. By the time I was back, it had tracked its way across the glass top and was now trickling into the top drawer. Much as I wanted to protect Lena's privacy, I was more concerned at what was in the drawer and what damage the water would do. I hesitated, but concern for Lena's belongings won out, and I pulled open the drawer. There was a notebook and some pens, together with a small wash bag and a blue velvet jewelry pouch. The cover of the notebook was hard and glossy, thank goodness, and the water was just sitting on top. I dabbed at the cover. After checking everything twice, I was relieved to find no water damage. But then something caught my eye. The edge of a black and white photograph poking out from between the notebook pages, its corner dark with moisture. The pages of the notebook beginning to crinkle with damp around it. My heart sank. If I didn't take it out, I knew the photograph would dry stuck to the pages. I carefully slipped the photograph out to dry it all. The moment I turned it over, the world seemed to stop. It wasn't just any photograph. It was an ultrasound image of a baby in the womb. "Oh, Lena," I sighed. The realization hit me like a physical blow. It surely must belong to her. Why else would she have kept the image? My hands trembled slightly as I held the fragile image. I felt a wave of compassion wash over me, and the sharp pain stabbing my heart reminded me of my own pregnancy losses. Lena must have been pregnant. I thought of the boyfriend and how he'd just dumped her. Had he known she was pregnant? Had he known she was carrying his child? I looked at the numbers on the side of the image, trying to work out what they meant, looking for a date or a gestation time, but they were unclear. The image was faded, suggesting it was quite old or had even been overexposed to sunlight. I squinted at the grainy details, trying to make sense of the measurements and timestamps. I was struck by the sudden image of Lena clutching this ultrasound scan as the only evidence of her baby, the only proof that her child had ever existed. I knew what that felt like, and I could almost feel her pain radiating from this fragile piece of paper in my hands. My throat tightened with unexpected emotion. Having quickly used her hairdryer that was plugged in nearby to dry the notebook's pages, I slipped the scan back inside the book, feeling horribly intrusive about something so personal and traumatic. As I put the notebook back inside the drawer, I wondered if there was a way I could get Lena to talk about it, if she wanted to. That was. I knew from working in HR that sometimes you just had to give a person the permission, for want of a better word, to open up about what was on their mind. The question was how to do it without telling Lena what I'd seen. Having made sure I'd left everything as clean and tidy as possible, I took the now empty glass downstairs, still thinking about Lena and the scanned picture. I pottered around some more downstairs and even had the luxury of a cup of uninterrupted coffee. I couldn't help but keep checking the clock, though. It had been over an hour since Lena had gone out, and I thought they would be back any time now. I could feel a flutter of anxiety in my chest, but told myself not to overreact. They had merely gone for a walk. Nothing could have happened, and if it had, Lena would have called me, right? Another 15 minutes ticked by, and I was seriously beginning to question my wisdom in letting Lena take Oscar out. I should have stipulated a time limit. Panic, along with a sliver of anger, began creeping up inside me. I paced through to the front of the house, peering out of the window, craning my neck to see if I could spot them coming up the driveway to the farmhouse. The trees and hedges were still full of leaves and foliage, making it impossible to see more than a few meters down the track. But I watched like a hawk all the same. A slow, insidious thought crept from the corner of my mind. What if Lena wasn't coming back? What if she wasn't going to bring Oscar back? Had she engineered all this just so she could take Oscar? Had her pregnancy and subsequent loss had some sort of impact on her mental health? Was this all an elaborate plan to take my child? Chapter 14. Tried. I shook my head, trying to rid myself of such far-fetched notions. I was overreacting. Things like this didn't happen to everyday people. I was an everyday person with an everyday family. Nothing outlandish was going to happen. I had to keep telling myself that. I stalked back through to the kitchen, grabbing my mobile and searching for Lena's number. I hadn't checked whether she'd have her phone with her. Another error on my part. Why was I so lousy at organizing my personal life when my professional life was organized down to the minute? I wasn't one to leave things to chance, to go with the flow, to sit back and chill. I was on it at work, and yet I seemed to have lost the ability to be so organized since the arrival of Oscar. I hurried back to the front of the house as I scrolled through my contacts until I came to Lena's name. I looked out of the window just as I was about to press call, and there she was, pushing the pram towards the house. My heart and stomach did some kind of synchronized Olympic somersault as a feeling like no other rushed through me. Relief. They were home. Lena hadn't kidnapped Oscar. Then the anger hit me, and I don't know how I tamped it down as I flung open the front door before they'd even reached the porch. And then Lena beamed at me, and all my anger dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. She looked happy. Her eyes were bright and her smile warm. "Sorry we were so long," she said. "But we got carried away, walking around the village, and I meant to phone you, but I couldn't get any signal." She pulled out the phone. "Oh, I have signal now, but not at the pond. Sorry. I hope you had a nice rest, though." She was chattering away as she wheeled the pram up to the door. "We had a lovely time, didn't we?" She smiled down at Oscar. Yes, we did. Oscar smiled back. His eyes widened, and he made a happy, gurgling sort of noise. I was just beginning to wonder where you were, I said. I didn't need to tell her I was about to go into headless chicken mode. I lifted the end of the pram as, between us, we brought it over the step and into the house. No sooner had we got into the hallway when my phone rang. I glanced down at the screen. It was Patricia. I hesitated. I wasn't one to avoid answering calls, but I was reluctant to answer. I wanted to get Oscar out of the pram and to hold him, just so I could be sure he was back, which in itself was a ridiculous line of thought. Answer it. I'll sort Oscar out, said Lena, and she was reaching into the pram and unstrapping Oscar before I could protest. I pressed the green answer button on my phone. Hello, Patricia. Everything all right? I asked, watching Lena pick Oscar up and chat away to him. I was only half listening to Patricia. The other half of me was concentrating on Lena, who, I realized, was speaking Polish to Oscar. I'm fine, Patricia was saying. I just wanted to say that I'm free all week if you need me to pop in some more days and help out. I'm going into town tomorrow. Did you want anything? I'm going to Mark's Spencer's. She said the shop name with such pride. Nothing that I can think of, I replied. Still distracted by the way, Lena was carrying Oscar through to the kitchen and setting about changing his nappy. All the time smiling and murmuring to him in her native tongue. Oscar was transfixed by his nanny. Maybe you'd like to come, asked Patricia. We could get some lunch out together. I went to say no, but caught myself. Patricia was just being friendly and helpful. She might also be feeling lonely. It was nice of her to ask me. Tomorrow, lunch? That sounds like a nice idea, I said. Lena glanced up, and I wondered if I should invite her along, but quickly decided against it. Patricia probably wouldn't like it, and besides, it wasn't for me to extend the invitation. I can pick you and Oscar up at around 11 o'clock, Patricia suggested. 11 sounds perfect, I replied. He'll be having his nap, Lena said. Not only did it irritate me that Lena was rudely butting in on my conversation, but there was a shade of reprimand in her voice. Yes. It would normally be nap time, but it wasn't for Lena to decide if I should go out or not. What about 10:30? I said, looking away from the accusing eyes. That way, once we're in town, Oscar can nap, and we can look around M/S then. Perfect. Thank you, said Patricia. I'll see you tomorrow. Lena was still looking at me, but as I ended the call, she turned her attention back to Oscar and spoke in Polish again to him. I don't know why, but I got the distinct feeling she was saying something bad about me. Lena, I began, would you mind not speaking Polish to Oscar? Neither Nathan nor I speak Polish, and I don't want to confuse Oscar. Lena hesitated, and I thought for a minute she was going to argue, but she smiled. Yes. Of course. Sorry, the last family I was with liked me to speak Polish. I forget. Look, I'll finish changing Oscar and feed him. You go on upstairs and have a rest or some time to yourself. I hope you don't mind, but I put a little something for you on your bed. Oh, thank you, said Lena. She started to say something to Oscar in her own language, but stopped. Sorry. It's a habit. Don't worry. I was annoyed, but I didn't want to get into a row about one expression. Lena disappeared upstairs, reappearing a few minutes later. Her eyes were shining with tears. Oh, Amelia, thank you so much, she said. The basket is wonderful. I was not expecting such a kind gesture. She hugged me as I stood in the kitchen, having just got up to fetch a bottle of milk. You're very welcome, I hugged her back, remembering how earlier she had been so upset. I do not think anyone has been so kind to me before. She stepped back, looking a little embarrassed. I just thought it might be nice to pamper yourself, I said, all my feelings of compassion towards the young woman rushing back. Lena, you do know you can talk to me anytime you want to? She nodded. Thank you. You are very kind. It's not good to keep things inside, I said. It's always best to talk. She didn't reply, and I watched her go back upstairs, hoping that she would take me up on the offer if she needed to. The rest of the day passed quietly enough. Lena came down just before tea time and offered to make the evening meal while I bathed Oscar. I had just got Oscar out of the bath when I heard my phone ringing downstairs. It's Nathan, called up Lena. Can you answer it, please? I won't be a minute. I quickly finished drying Oscar and wrapped him in his towel before heading downstairs. I could hear Lena on the phone, presumably chatting to Nathan, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. She looked up as I came into the room and almost dropped the phone. Sorry, did I make you jump? She handed the phone over, and I realized it was on FaceTime. Hey, here are my most favorite people, said Nathan, smiling at me and Oscar. I glanced at Lena, who was watching the interaction. It felt a little awkward, and she turned away quickly and went back to folding the washing. I took the phone upstairs. It was nice to speak to Nathan, just the two of us. He'd only been gone that day, but I was already missing him. Can't wait for you to be back, I said, nor me. It was bad enough going away when it was just you I was leaving, but now I'm missing you and Oscar. I hate it. We chatted about the day but had to cut short the call as Oscar was getting fractious and needed his evening bottle. I'll call you tomorrow, said Nathan. Love you both. I hadn't mentioned Lena being upset. I didn't want her to overhear and think I was gossiping about her private life, especially when I was trying to encourage her to talk about it more. I would no doubt tell him at some point, but not right then. The following day, I was up early in an attempt to get as far ahead with everything as I could before I went out. When I confirmed with Lena that I was out for most of the day with Patricia and Oscar, I got the feeling she wasn't especially enthusiastic about it. Or rather, about Patricia. I don't know why the two women didn't seem to hit it off. Maybe Lena sensed that Patricia wasn't a fan of the whole nanny situation. Hopefully, she realized it wasn't personal. It wasn't Lena herself. It would have been anyone if they were the nanny. I spent a pleasant morning with Patricia. Before we went into town, we took a little walk around the village where she lived and where Nathan had grown up. It wasn't until we rounded the corner of a road that went down towards the river that I realized we were heading towards the weir where Nathan's dad had drowned. Patricia must have sensed my sudden hesitancy. We won't be there long, she said. You'll think I'm a silly old woman, but I like to visit the weir. It makes me feel closer to David. Sometimes I talk to him. I wasn't quite sure how I felt about that. I don't think you're silly at all. She gave me a small smile. Don't say anything to Nathan. He'll tell me off. The sound of rushing water grew louder as we drew near, the river tumbling over the stone barrier in a cascade topped by white foam. We stopped by the wooden railing, and I felt almost hypnotized by the churning water below. It had a strange and unsettling draw to it. I had been here once before, with Nathan. He'd wanted to see where his father had slipped into the water. Slipped in. It reminded me of when people said that someone had passed away, it was easier and less brutal than saying died. David, slipping into the water, did expressly say he had chosen to enter to water with the intention of ending his life, but it softened the act. "I used to bring Nathan here when he was little," Patricia said, raising her voice to be heard over the crashing water. "He was absolutely fascinated by this weir. We'd stand here for ages watching the water rush through. He'd make me hold him up so he could see better." She smiled at the memory. His father used to worry about him wriggling out of my arms and falling in. She inhaled deeply, then said on the outbreath, "Rather ironic, don't you think?" "I'm not sure I'd dare hold Oscar up," I confessed. I looked at Patricia. She had a faraway expression on her face, her eyes unfocused, gazing into the water. A single tear trickled down her cheek. I reached out my hand and touched her lightly on the arm. She kept her gaze fixed on the river. "Sometimes it makes me so angry," she said, swiping away the tear. Why did he leave us with so many unanswered questions? Sometimes I wish he were here so I could just shake him and yell at him and tell him what he's done to his family." She closed her eyes and shook her head, as if ridding the thoughts from her mind. "None of it makes sense." She paused before looking at me again and taking a deep breath. "And I know I don't either. Ignore me. Let's go shopping." Cooing over tiny outfits in the M&S baby section, clothes that Oscar would grow out of in weeks, was fun. I indulged Patricia and let her buy a rather brightly colored patchwork pair of dungarees that I'd probably only ever put on Oscar if I knew she was coming over. But Patricia was happy, and I was even happier that she was really leaning into the role of grandmother, even though Oscar had no biological connection to her. It reminded me that, really, Patricia was a sweetheart, and I should be grateful rather than begrudge her wanting to help. By lunchtime, we'd worked up an appetite and headed to the cafe on the top floor. "The coffee's always decent in here," Patricia said, maneuvering Oscar's pram in beside our table. "And you know exactly what you're getting with their sandwiches." Patricia smiled down at Oscar. "He's such a delightful boy. Barely a peep out of him all morning. You're so lucky, Amelia. Some babies are absolute terrors when you take them out." "He is wonderful," I agreed, reaching over to stroke Oscar's cheek. "I can't imagine life without him now. And Nathan's timing with work was perfect, wasn't it? Getting all those stressful Poland trips out of the way before he arrived." Patricia took a sip of her coffee. "I was so worried about him earlier this year. He looked exhausted every time he came back from Warsaw. All that traveling back and forth was wearing him down." I paused, my sandwich halfway to my mouth. "Warsaw in Poland?" "No, Nathan was in Germany. He's been working on a project in Munich." Patricia frowned. "No, dear, definitely Poland. I remember because I kept asking him to bring me back some of those lovely amber earrings they're famous for, and he kept forgetting." She laughed. "Said he was too busy with work to go souvenir shopping, but I think he was just being typical Nathan. Hates shopping. Are you sure?" I felt a strange flutter in my chest. Sure that it was Warsaw? Positive. Maybe we're thinking of different trips. "Yeah, must be." I didn't think much about the conversation until I got home later that day. It bothered me that Patricia had seemed so certain that Nathan had been in Poland. Once Oscar was settled for the night, I found myself standing outside Nathan's study. The conversation with Patricia replayed in my mind. I glanced up the staircase, where Lena had already gone to bed. I shouldn't really be snooping around. Nathan wouldn't lie to me. But it still bugged me about Patricia. I opened the door and slipped into the home office. Nathan took a laptop with him when he traveled, but it was linked to the main PC in his study. I flicked it on, and after a few seconds, the screen came to life, asking for a password. I typed in our wedding anniversary. He was hopeless with passwords and had stuck to the same one for as long as I could remember. I clicked on the file named Travel, but it was empty of any up-to-date information other than the trip he was on now. The boarding pass definitely said Munich, Germany. It made me feel confident that maybe Patricia had made a mistake. However, I still wanted to be certain. I checked the digital trash, which was empty. That was a bit surprising. I was thrown by the coincidence. Nathan had emptied it before he went away. Still, it was not exactly damning evidence that he was trying to hide anything. Damning evidence? My choice of expression made my heart sink. I was essentially checking up on my husband, something I never thought I'd do, something I'd never done before, and yet here I was, playing detective. I hated acting like a suspicious wife. This wasn't me, had never been me, but I needed to be certain. Just for my peace of mind, I told myself. Just so I could put to bed the nagging feeling that something wasn't adding up. My finger hovered over Nathan's Gmail profile. We both had separate profiles, but could switch from one profile to the other with a simple click, as they were both under the same account. I was just going to check the email. That was all. Then I'd know he hadn't been lying, and I wouldn't have to question him. I clicked to switch to Nathan's profile, and before I could talk myself out of it, I clicked on the emails. Most had been read, with only a couple of unread ones, which both looked to do with work. In the search bar for incoming emails, I typed the airline he always used. Within a few seconds, I was staring at all the flight confirmations. I scrolled down to the date when Patricia thought he was in Warsaw, and I thought he was in Munich. "Sorry, Patricia," I said out loud as I clicked. "Hate to prove you wrong." The email opened. "Hi, Nathan. Here are your details for booking reference." I scrolled down to find the information. Warsaw. My heart stopped and then made up for the pause with a double beat. I had to read it again, just to be certain. My heart was now hammering away, pounding against my chest. Nathan had gone to Warsaw. Patricia had been right. Had I just got it wrong? Maybe he had been going to Warsaw, and I just hadn't realized. I opened the shared digital calendar on my phone, checking the dates I had down for Munich against the flight confirmation. They matched. My hands shook as I went back through the digital calendar for Nathan's previous visits to Munich. "Please be Munich. Please be Munich," I whispered, as I located the corresponding flight confirmation. Warsaw. It was fucking Warsaw. Tears pricked my eyes. Once was a coincidence, but twice? Surely that wasn't another misunderstanding. I repeated the process for the 2 trips before that marked Munich. It was the same result. Warsaw. Warsaw, why would he lie to me about where he was traveling to for work? I sat there for a long time, just looking at the screen, wondering what was going on. There must be a reason he was in Warsaw, and had been telling me he was somewhere else. I tried to recall some conversation surrounding his travels, but he went abroad so often. One conversation merged into another. I would have been busy at work at the time, and, if I'm truthful, probably not paying too much attention to where he was. I knew that when things were hectic at work, I had to sometimes stop and think about where he was that week. A surge of guilt rattled through me at not being attentive enough, being casual about it all, not always that interested, if I were honest. Had Nathan noticed that? Did he think I wasn't interested in his work? I mean, he probably had the same vagueness towards what was happening in my professional world. Yes, we came home and talked about work, but did we really listen? And then, from nowhere, I suddenly remembered the anonymous text message I'd received. A modern-day poison pen letter. Your husband is a liar. You need to know the truth about him. We had passed it off as a wrong number. Well, Nathan had, anyway. A feeling of dread settled around me. If Nathan was hiding what he was really doing, it surely meant whatever it was, he didn't want me to find out about it. My mind automatically went to the worst-case scenario. He was having an affair. Chapter 15, The Evidence, stared back at me from the screen. Undeniable, yet impossible to fully accept. How had I been so blind? The questions crashed over me in waves. How long had this been going on? Was it still happening? I pushed back from the desk. Part of me wanted to pretend I'd never seen any of it. Go upstairs, check on Oscar, play out the rest of the week like nothing had happened. Because surely there had to be an explanation. Surely the man I'd married, the man I'd built a life with, wouldn't deceive me this completely. I paced to the window, my reflection ghost-like in the dark glass. If I confronted Nathan now, he'd make me feel foolish for suspecting him. I'd feel guilt that I'd even voiced my suspicions on something that might be just a mix-up in communication between us. I couldn't think straight as my thoughts contradicted themselves. If I were wrong about this, what kind of damage would it do to our marriage? Would it cause doubt and suspicion that we couldn't come back from? I wasn't ready to risk speaking to Nathan yet, certainly not while he was away. I'd have to carry on, as if nothing was wrong, give me a week to do some more digging, to find out if there wasn't anything else. As quickly as that thought had arisen, I tried to squash it down. I hated the thought of snooping around, but I'd live with that. Really, what I wanted was proof that nothing was going on, that Nathan was true and loyal, just like I'd always believed him to be. I needed that confirmation. I sat back down at the laptop. If it meant poking around his emails some more, then I'd do it. I was doing this to save my marriage, not destroy it. I clung to that thought as I clicked into his emails once again. It didn't take long to find an email from a hotel in Warsaw that corresponded with the dates he had been there. It was in the spam folder. Nathan, obviously, hadn't thought of checking that recently. There were over 20 emails in there, most of them advertising Viagra or warning that his password needed resetting, personal injury claims in his favor, all the usual suspects, except for one, from Hotel Bevis, Warsaw, a customer survey request. Dear Mr. Bartholomew, thank you for choosing Hotel Bevis, Warsaw, for your recent visit from 15 to 18 March. We hope you enjoyed your stay in our executive suite and that you found our facilities to your satisfaction. We would be grateful if you could take a few minutes to rate your experience with us. Accommodation: executive suite with city view. Dining: in-room champagne service and dinner for two. Spa services. Relaxation package, including facial massage for your guest. Additional services. Concierge assistance with local recommendations. Your feedback is invaluable in helping us maintain our high standards of service. Please click here to complete our brief survey. We look forward to welcoming you back to Hotel Bevis, Warsaw in the future. Kind regards, Anna Glowacki, Guest Relations Manager, Hotel Bevis, Warsaw. While the email didn't explicitly say Nathan had had a female guest with him, the services described didn't lend themselves to a male and a business meeting. My heart fractured. This wasn't what I had wanted to find out. I twiddled my wedding ring around my finger, and it felt foreign, as if it had no right to be there. All the vows it represented meant nothing. I forwarded a copy to my email address and then went into his sent emails folder and deleted it from there. I was still trying to work out what to do. I could phone the hotel and ask about the reservation. But what would I say? I couldn't exactly say, "Oh, when my husband stayed here, what did his guest look like? Was it a woman? Did the sheets look like they'd had sex?" No, I had to sit tight. No knee-jerk reactions. I had to think this through carefully. I spent the rest of the week in something of a daze, my mind never wandering very far away from what I'd discovered on the computer, trying to work out my next move. The truth was, I was coming up with a blank. Patricia called around a couple of days after I'd seen her, her arms full of shopping bags, her face bright with excitement. "I couldn't help myself," she said, bustling into the kitchen where I was feeding Oscar. "I saw the most adorable little jacket in the window of that boutique in town. You know, the one we didn't get a chance to go into. Anyway, I couldn't resist it. 'Patricia, you'll spoil him,' I said, but I was smiling. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and the jacket was adorable. Nonsense. It's what grandmothers are for. She reached for Oscar, who gurgled happily, and reached out to her. "Isn't that right, my darling boy?" I watched her settle Oscar on her lap, the pure joy on her face unmistakable. "You know," she said softly, "I feel so blessed to have such a wonderful grandson." My heart went out to Patricia. She loved Oscar as if he were her own. She had never once been anything other than accepting of him. It was a beautiful thing to witness. "Hello, Patricia." Lena's voice came from the kitchen door, where she had been out having a break and some fresh air. On the phone to her family, I assumed. I noticed how Lena's posture stiffened as she watched Patricia with Oscar, and how her smile seemed false. "Oh, hello, Lena," replied Patricia, her own smile dimming noticeably, and she seemed to pull Oscar a little closer to her chest. "I didn't know you were there. Just been outside." The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably. I glanced between them, noting the way Patricia's jaw tightened, how Lena's movements became more careful and contained. There was clear tension between the two women, and I didn't know what to do about it. "I was just saying what a joy it is to have Oscar in the family," said Patricia. "I've waited a long time for a grandchild, and I couldn't have wished for anything else. He's perfect." She smiled at Oscar. "Aren't you, my darling?" "Family is very important," said Lena. She picked up the basket of washing that had been taken out of the tumble dryer. "I'll take these upstairs and put them away." To be honest, I was glad when she left the room, and I could see Patricia's shoulders visibly relax. Nathan had called every night, and I had put on the impression of the contented, happy wife. I'm not sure if I was truly convincing, though, as he asked me a couple of times if everything was all right and reassured me he'd be home soon. I obviously wasn't convincing Lena either. She may be quiet and easy to live with, not too demanding, but she was also observant, I was coming to realize. "Are you all right?" she asked me, after I'd got off the phone with Nathan after one of our calls. "Yes." "Just tired," I'd replied. "I can put Oscar to bed tonight if you'd like to have an early night, or maybe a long soak in the bath." I went to say no, but the idea of a bath was very appealing. Oscar had been grumpy that day. I didn't know if it was my mood rubbing off on him, but he had grizzled on and off, and I hadn't been able to console him. In the end, I had taken him out for a long walk, despite it being cold and windy. He had nodded off, but as soon as we were back home, he was grizzling again. "It's very kind of you, Lena, but I like to put Oscar to bed myself." It was something I found comforting and intimate. I relished those last few minutes before he fell asleep, where he drank his milk and snuggled in my arms until I transferred him to the cot. No matter how the day had gone, the moments before sleep seemed so precious and restoring. "I can bathe him, feed him, and get him ready, and then you can put him to bed," said Lena. I hesitated, but before I could think of a reason not to, Lena was picking up Oscar and chatting away to him. "Come on, little one. Bath time for you, and Amelia is going to have her own bath." I almost did a double take as Lena carried Oscar out of the room. Had she just referred to me as Amelia to Oscar? I knew Oscar couldn't understand, but all the same. "Mummy!" I blurted out. Before I could stop myself, Lena turned around. "Pardon?" "Mummy. I'm Mummy to Oscar." I hesitated. "You said Amelia." Lena looked blankly at me. "Did I?" "Yes, when you spoke to Oscar." Even to my own ears, I sounded pathetic, like I was unhinged or something. "Oh, don't worry, it's nothing. It's been a long day." I realized I was throwing out excuses for being so pedantic. None of this was like me. "Ignore me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that, if I did." Lena looked wary, not contrite, but wary. She probably thought I really was losing it. "Go on. I'll just take a shower in my ensuite. You use the bathroom." "We won't take long," said Lena, giving me another concerned look before turning to Oscar. "Bath time." She kissed Oscar on the head. I wanted to scream and grab my child back from her. She wasn't supposed to be kissing my son. But instead, I watched her go upstairs, talking to Oscar in a quiet voice. Too quiet for me to hear, but I was certain it wasn't English. But what could I say without sounding even more paranoid? I sighed as I went upstairs to take a shower. I was shattered, and maybe I was just getting everything out of proportion. All this business with Nathan was making me suspicious about my own child's nanny. I tried to let the hot shower water wash away the stress and anxiety coursing through me. I hated this feeling of being constantly on edge. Every muscle in my body was coiled tight, ready to defend against some unseen threat, my mind scanning for danger even when there was none. I had hoped that with Lena being here, all those feelings would disappear, and for a while they had. But now, after the things I'd discovered this week, they were back, stronger than ever. I stood in the shower for what felt like forever, wishing I'd run myself a bath instead. Eventually, I forced myself out and hurried to get dressed and blow dry my hair. The thought of evening cuddles with Oscar spurred me on. He was my one ray of sunshine that evening. Despite him being cranky during the day, I was still looking forward to holding him close. Those quiet moments together were probably more comforting for me than they were for him. I went downstairs, expecting to find Lena and Oscar there, waiting for me to take over and give Oscar his bottle. But the kitchen was empty. The bottle of milk that I had prepared earlier was gone. Lena must have come down and got it. I went back upstairs. All was quiet. I couldn't even hear Lena talking to Oscar. When I went into the nursery, I stopped in my tracks. Lena was sitting in the rocking chair in the corner, with Oscar in her arms, an empty milk bottle on the side, and Lena softly humming a lullaby. She looked up, and for a brief moment, I was sure a flash of irritation had whipped across her face. But then it was gone, and she smiled. I was going to feed him, I whispered, going over to her. He was hungry. I thought you needed to rest. Lena made no attempt to pass Oscar over. I felt annoyed. As gently as I could, I reached down and, without waiting for Lena to pass Oscar up to me, I took him from her arms. Oscar stirred, but he didn't wake up. I cradled him against my body and gently rocked from side to side. After a few moments, I realized Lena hadn't taken the hint and moved, or even stood up. It's okay. I'll sort him out now, I said. He is very tired, said Lena. I thought for a moment she was going to tell me to put the baby down, but whatever she was going to say, she kept to herself and left the room. I stayed with Oscar in my arms for a long while. I liked Lena, I really did, but I was beginning to feel I was competing with her over Oscar. I appreciated that she had lost her child, and I knew how upsetting that was. How people expected you to get over it in a couple of days, but just below the surface, you were still hurting. Still grieving. Not just for the baby that was never to be, but for the future that would never happen. But as much as I sympathized with Lena, I didn't want my baby to be a substitute for her loss. After I'd put Oscar down in his cot, I went across the landing to Lena's room. I could see light shining from under her door, so I knew she was in there. I tapped on the door. Lena answered. "Hi," I said. "I'm going to make a hot chocolate. Do you fancy one?" She hesitated and then smiled. "Thank you." 5 minutes later, we were sitting on the sofa in the kitchen, sipping hot chocolate. "Thanks for sorting Oscar out earlier," I said. "It was good to have a few minutes to myself. That is what I am here for," said Lena. "To help you. How are you feeling yourself?" I asked. "You know, after what you told me about your ex-boyfriend." She looked down at the hot chocolate in her mug and gave a shrug. "I am all right. Sometimes it hurts, but not all the time. Like I said before, you can talk to me about things if you want." "I'm a good listener." She didn't answer. I pushed a bit more. "I've worked in HR for so long. I honestly don't think there's anything I haven't had to deal with." Okay, I might have been stretching that statement a bit, but I really wanted to encourage Lena to open up. She looked up at me. "I was pregnant," she said, studying my face for my reaction. "Your boyfriend's baby?" "Yes. He did not want me to keep it." She looked down again and wiped at her face. "All I wanted was to be a mother, but he did not let me." A sob erupted from her throat. "Oh, Lena, I'm so sorry." I put my cup down and moved closer to her, putting my arm around her shoulders. I was relieved she'd told me. At least now I didn't have to pretend I didn't know about it. "He would not let me keep my little boy," she said, openly crying. "I did not have a choice. How could I look after a child? I had no money. My mother could not support me. He left me with no choice." She sobbed in my arms. All I could do was to comfort her. What could I say that would make what she had gone through any better? After a while, her sobbing eased, and she sat back, wiping her face and eyes with a tissue. "I am sorry," she said. "You mustn't apologize," I insisted. "We can't help our emotions. And after going through something like that, you're bound to be upset still. You don't think I'm a bad person?" "Not at all. If you do not want me here to help with Oscar now, I understand," she said. "But please do not tell the agency why. If they know, then they might not think I am, the word? Good enough. My mental health is not good enough. I need to work even if you do not want me here." "Don't be silly," I said. "Of course I won't say anything. Do you still want me here?" "Yes, absolutely." But even as the words left my mouth, my mind was spinning. I was already questioning everything. Was keeping Lena on wise? If she was indeed suffering too much and maybe even overstepping the boundaries of her duty sometimes? Maybe it would be best to let her go. But how could I abandon another woman who'd lost a baby? I knew that grief, that emptiness. I'd lived with it for years. Lena had trusted me with her pain, and sending her away now would feel like a betrayal of the worst kind. And then there was Nathan. I still had to sort things out with him when he returned, and I really had no idea how any of that would pan out. I felt shell-shocked, but at the same time, I was clinging to some hope that maybe I'd got it all wrong. And accusing him of anything that he was innocent of would certainly send a shockwave through our relationship. We sat up for a while longer before Lena said she needed to go to bed. "Thank you for your kindness," she said, and as I stood up, she gave me a spontaneous hug. "Just talking to you makes me feel better." I felt terrible as she went off to bed, knowing that I had been sitting there, contemplating whether to end her contract or not. Somehow, I didn't feel I could now, but I wasn't sure if that was a decision I'd come to on my own, or whether I'd been somehow maneuvered into it. Chapter 16. Debt Lot. Nathan was on his way home. I'd been up since dawn, my stomach churning with contradictory feelings. Part of me had missed him desperately, with that bone-deep longing for his presence that always surfaced when he was away. But another part of me wished he would never walk through the door again. Because when he did, I would have to ask him about what I'd discovered, and I wasn't sure I was going to like the answer. After tonight, after I asked him about Warsaw, things would change between us. Even if he had reasonable explanations, even if I was wrong about everything, I would have crossed a line by investigating him. I'd never before felt the need to check up on him, because that's essentially what I was doing, no matter how I dressed it up. Nor was it anything to do with proving Patricia wrong. It was all to do with a seed of doubt she'd planted unintentionally. I don't know what, finally, had driven me to check on his travel bookings, but I had, and now I was having to ask questions as I couldn't bury my head in the sand and ignore it. Lena came down the stairs with her coat over her arm. It was her day off today, and she'd told me over breakfast she was going to the hairdresser and was going to treat herself to some new clothes. "Have a lovely time," I said as she went out of the door. It was always a good sign when someone started taking care of their appearance after being in the doldrums, especially where a relationship was concerned. I like to think that a touch of female solidarity this last week had helped her begin to feel better about herself. I was meeting Sophie for lunch later. I hadn't seen her all week, and although we rarely kept secrets, having thought long and hard about talking to her about Nathan, I had ultimately decided against it. It would feel disloyal telling Sophie, anyone for that matter. Not until I had spoken to Nathan and he'd had the chance to explain. And I so wanted him to be able to explain. But I hadn't been able to come up with a single feasible reason for the lie. Instead, I found myself wishing body and soul for him to be able to prove me wrong. Oscar was on good form, and we played with some of his toys and went out in the garden to watch the leaves blowing in the trees. When it came to 11 o'clock, he settled well for his nap, and I felt a swell of contentment in my chest. This is what I had longed for the past few years. Then the unease came back, knowing it could all be shattered depending on what Nathan's answer was, and I found myself wandering into the study again and switching on the laptop. Without questioning myself, I logged on to Nathan's email account. I don't know what I was expecting to see. Perhaps confirmation again about Warsaw, certainty that I hadn't misread it. Nathan had obviously answered several emails while he had been away, and more had come in since he'd last checked in. But as I sat there, a notification pinged and up popped another email, Ingebacker74, akongdutchmail.com. It took me a moment, but I realized it was from Ingrid Backer, the woman from the adoption agency. That was odd. The previous emails had always been from the agency email address. Why was Nathan getting a personal email from her? The subject title set my nerves on edge. Subject: Final payment. I had no idea if Nathan was online, or had received a notification, or was even bothering to check it, but I didn't care. I opened the email. Dear Mr. Bartholomew, I am writing to inform you that, as of this week, I will no longer be employed by the Kinderhuis Adoption Agency. I have archived your case files as requested. Everything is now secure, and there should be no further concerns regarding documentation. Please ensure the final payment is transferred as agreed by the end of this week to complete our arrangement. I wish you well. Regards, Ingrid Backer. I felt even more confused about what was going on with Nathan. He seemed to be operating in a parallel universe to me. Different work destinations, a guest in Warsaw, and now this from the agency, or rather, Miss Backer. What did it even mean? Why was she contacting my husband from a private account? And why had she left the employ of the agency? What was the final payment if she was no longer working there? What was that all about? We had paid all the fees prior to traveling to Amsterdam before going to adopt baby Greta. Nathan had handled the financial side of things, but I distinctly remember asking him if we had paid all the fees, and he had said yes. We dipped into our savings account to do so. The email didn't mention the sum she was expecting, so I had to assume Nathan had received an invoice prior to this communication. My first instinct was to phone him, but how could I question him about it? Without telling him, I'd logged on to his email account. I took a screenshot of the email, then clicked on the icon to mark it as unread. Nathan may or may not notice it had already been opened, but I imagined he wouldn't want to ask me about it if he was trying to keep it a secret from me. I came out of the emails and rested my head in my hands. I felt all sorts of sadness. I didn't know who my husband was anymore. All this secrecy and lies. Why? As I sat there, my feelings of sadness quickly morphed into anger. How dare he do this to me? Whatever it was he was doing, Jesus, was he having an affair with Miss Backer? No. He couldn't be. I was clearly distressed and delirious. That wasn't an email of lover to lover, but of a business transaction. The more I sat there and thought about it, the more certain I became that something underhand had happened and was still going on. I didn't know what, but fear turned my stomach as I acknowledged that it had something to do with the adoption, which meant something to do with Oscar. I thought back to that day when we'd gone to adopt the other baby and were suddenly told the mother had changed her mind. And then, later at the hotel, we were presented with the almost on-the-spot decision of Oscar. Had Nathan already known we wouldn't be able to adopt the first baby? Had he spoken to Miss Backer? Had he persuaded her to offer another baby to us at the last minute? Was that what the payment was all about? Had he bribed Backer? I went back over the email. If I used that premise, then yes, it all made sense. He must have contacted her somehow, maybe at the hotel when I was in the bathroom, or when I had gone downstairs for a coffee, trying to get a grip of the utter devastation I had felt at being let down at the last minute. Was that when he'd phoned her and offered her money as a bribe? How much, for God's sake? And now she wanted her final payment. The records had been archived, and she was no longer working there. It seemed an incredibly ridiculous idea, but at the same time, if I allowed myself to believe it, then it all seemed totally possible and credible. It all fit in. He had done that for me. Did I want to undo that by questioning him? If I knew the truth of what really happened, then how would that make me feel about the adoption? Would it change anything? Probably not. I had Oscar. We had adopted him legally. The papers were all correct. The only thing that wasn't above board was that we had jumped the queue. We'd been offered another child immediately. I tamped down the little nudge of guilt that maybe we'd taken Oscar from someone else who was planning to adopt him, but I couldn't go down that road. Oscar was my son. I closed the laptop slowly and sat back in the chair, sifting through all my competing thoughts and emotions. That might explain the email, but did it explain all those trips to Warsaw? I felt sure they had something to do with all this. I just didn't know what. I hadn't planned on saying anything to Sophie when I met her for lunch, but as we finished our food, she caught me by surprise. "So, dear sister," she said, "are you going to tell me what's on your mind, or am I going to have to torture it out of you?" "What do you mean?" "I'm fine." I tagged on an extra-wide smile to underline my comment. Sophie gave me that old-fashioned look, the same look Mum used to give us when she was trying to get to bottom of who had taken whose toy when we were little kids, and later when we were teenagers and arguing over who had worn the other's top without asking first. "Something is bothering you," she said. "You might as well tell me now." I took a deep breath. It was pointless arguing with my sister. She was like the proverbial dog with a bone. "I found something. In Nathan's study. Flight confirmations, hotel bookings." My voice trailed away. "Okay." Sophie waited, clearly not understanding why this was significant. "He's been telling me his business trips are to Germany, Munich specifically, but the bookings, they're for Warsaw." Sophie's eyebrows shot up. "Warsaw? As in Poland?" "Yes." I twisted my hands in my lap. "For the past year at least, he's been going there. He's been lying to me about where he's going. Maybe it was just a work thing. You know how international contracts can be complicated. Or maybe he had to go to Warsaw to get to Germany. Or—" "Sophie." I cut her off gently. "The hotels are in Warsaw city center. He's been staying there for days at a time." I watched the color seep from my sister's face. "Oh, Amelia, do you think he's having an affair?" The words hung between us. Hearing them spoken aloud made it real in a way that just thinking them hadn't. "I don't know," I whispered. "You have to ask him. Tonight. Demand an explanation." "I can't. Not yet." I shook my head. "I need to find out more first." I hesitated. "And there's something else. A weird email from the adoption agency about a final payment." Sophie shrugged. "That doesn't sound weird." "Honestly, Amelia, I'd be worrying about what he's been doing in Warsaw in a hotel before anything else. Nothing is making sense right now. I need to think it all through first. But this is huge. You can't just fet. Sophie, please." I reached for her hand. "I need to do this my way. If I'm wrong, if there's an innocent explanation, I don't want to destroy our marriage over a misunderstanding." Sophie stared at me, her face a mixture of shock and sympathy. "I can't believe this. Nathan adores you. I've seen the way he looks at you. I would never have thought he'd do anything to hurt you." "Neither would I said, quietly. "That's what makes this so hard to believe." We left the conversation there. I didn't want to talk about it anymore. The feeling of being disloyal to Nathan haunted me. "Please don't say anything to anyone." We were standing on the pavement outside the cafe. "I won't. I promise." She hugged me tightly. "You know where I am if you need me." I was home before Lena that afternoon, and when she walked through the door, I barely recognized her. Her hair had been highlighted and styled. Lots of big, bouncing curls cascaded over her shoulders. She was wearing makeup, too, and her clothes were a change, too. Gone were the leggings and sweatshirt. Instead, she was wearing a short, pleated skirt with black lacy tights, ankle boots, and an oversized jumper with a deep V-neck. "Wow, Lena! You look amazing," I said, in genuine awe of the transformation. "You look stunning." She smiled broadly, her red-painted lips spreading wide across her face. "Thank you," she gave a twirl. "Do you like it? Yes?" "Fabulous. I thought about what you said, and about remembering who I was before everything that happened, and that I needed to get that person back. So here I am." She looked delighted with herself. I gave her a hug. "I'm so pleased you spoilt yourself today. I mean, what are days off for?" "Exactly." As she went upstairs to put her bags away, I caught sight of my reflection in the hall mirror. I knew I shouldn't compare myself to a younger woman in her 20s. But while Lena looked beautiful, I looked like I had been wild camping for a week. My hair was pulled back into a ponytail. I was wearing leggings, which had formula baby milk powder swiped across them, and a sweatshirt that I had worn yesterday that had a dried milk mark on the shoulder. "Who the hell are you?" I said out loud to my reflection. Where was that professional career woman, the head of HR, who always looked immaculate whatever she was wearing, and whose hair fell softly around her face and on her shoulders? I checked my watch. Nathan would be home in less than an hour. What a way to greet him. I knew he wouldn't mind, but I suddenly felt scruffy and downtrodden. I didn't want him to see me like this. If I were about to fight for my marriage, I needed to look like I was worth fighting for. I scooped Oscar up and took him upstairs with me, placing him in the cot and turning on the cot mobile, sending the soft animal toys gently gliding around in a circle to the tune of Old MacDonald Had a Farm. I had only been in the shower for a couple of minutes when I heard Oscar crying. I couldn't have wound the cot mobile up enough, and it must have stopped already. My hair was full of shampoo. I couldn't exactly jump out and wind it back up. It would just have to wait. Oscar's crying continued, increasing in volume. No wonder I looked like shit most of the time. I didn't get 5 minutes to myself these days. It wasn't a complaint, merely a statement of fact. Then I heard Lena's voice calling out, "Shall I take Oscar for you?" "I won't be long," I called back. Feeling guilty, Lena was stepping in on her day off. "It is all right. Do not rush." I quickly finished washing and conditioning my hair and, wrapping a towel around me, got out of the shower. I called down over the banisters, "I can take him now. There's no rush. I am happy playing with him." Despite Lena's reassurances, I still felt guilty. What did other mothers do who didn't have the luxury of a nanny? I took my time getting ready, drying my hair into something of a style so that I didn't tie it up as I probably had done every day for the past couple of months. I chose a smart pair of jeans and a white blouse. Casual but classy, as Sophie often described this look. I thought about applying some makeup, but decided against it. I'd only be washing it off a couple of hours later. I went downstairs and sat with Oscar, making small talk with Lena about the shops she'd visited. I was only half paying attention. Any minute now, Nathan was going to arrive home, and I was going to have to pretend everything was all right until we got time to ourselves. Lena didn't look like she was in any hurry to go back upstairs and give us some privacy. I was wondering how I could suggest she make herself scarce for a while when the door opened and Nathan called out a greeting. "Oh, here's Daddy," said Lena, smiling at Oscar. "Are you excited to see your daddy?" "Ah, what a sight for sore eyes," said Nathan, as he came into the room. Lena got to her feet, and I witnessed what I could only describe as the Lena effect. Nathan did a double take as he looked at the beautiful swan in front of him, so different from the woman he'd left a week ago, not an ugly duckling, but certainly a plain duckling. "Lena," he said, evenly. "Hello, Nathan," she replied. I mean your hair. I had it done. Do you like it?" She flicked her hair back over her shoulder. "It's very nice," he said. He cleared his throat and finally looked over at me. "Hey," he said, coming over and kissing me. The kiss lasted longer than I expected, and I pulled away, feeling a little awkward in front of Lena. "I missed you," he said. Then he turned his attention to Oscar and began making a fuss of him. I glanced over at Lena and caught a little look of irritation before she quickly tried to disguise it with a smile. I thought she would go upstairs at this point, but instead she offered to make us a drink. "No, I'm fine, thank you," I said, at the same time as Nathan said that would be great. I thought maybe once she'd made a drink, she would disappear, but it seemed Lena had other ideas. She sat on the chair in front of Nathan, who was now kneeling on the floor, making Oscar laugh by tickling him every so often. I couldn't help noticing how short Lena's skirt was now that she was sitting down, and I wished she would cross her legs. If Nathan looked up, he'd be in direct eye line with her crotch. "Did you have a good trip?" she asked. "Very good," replied Nathan, making the fatal error of looking up towards her. I may have been pissed off with him, but that didn't mean I wasn't working up a sweat, trying not to throw a cushion on Lena's lap while blindfolding my husband. I hated being jealous when I was angry with him. Whether he saw anything or not, I don't know, but he got up from the floor and sat on the sofa, so now Lena was off to his right. "Have you seen Mum much this week?" he asked. "No, I haven't, actually." This was the prime time for me to bring up Munich versus Warsaw, but I didn't want to do it in front of Lena. I was going to take Oscar up now. "Do you want to come with me and say goodnight to him? You can give him his milk if you want." "Sure, that would be great," he replied, getting to his feet. He picked up Oscar while I went to prepare a bottle. Lena jumped up. "Good night, Oscar," she said, and then said something in Polish. I saw Nathan tense. "Good night, Lena." His voice was stiff and cold. He turned to me. "I'll see you upstairs in a minute." Lena looked at him and then quickly at me, as if she were going to say something, but changed her mind. "Good night," she said, and with another look at Oscar and Nathan, sauntered out of the kitchen and up to her room. I looked questioningly at Nathan, who just shrugged his shoulders. A short time later, with Oscar settled in his cot in the nursery, the baby camera monitor set up, I was finally alone with Nathan. "God, I'm shattered," he said, coming out of the ensuite having brushed his teeth. He grinned at me. Although not that tired, normally I would have smiled back and said something flirty, and we would have been on the bed together, quick as a flash. But not this time. I looked at my husband and knew this was the moment when something was going to change between us. Whether my suspicions were correct or not, once I voiced them, there would be a shift. Things wouldn't be the same. Did I want to be responsible for that? Nathan came over and stood in front of me, cupping my face and kissing my forehead. When I didn't react, he paused. "You okay?" I realized that I was wrong. It wasn't this moment that was going to change things. That moment of change had already happened. Was it when I discovered the boarding passes? Possibly. I could even take it back a step to when I decided I needed to check up on him. Our relationship had pivoted at that point. It was just Nathan didn't know that yet. "Mealy?" His voice was soft but concerned. He dropped his hands to his sides. I looked at him, the sadness hitting me like a physical blow. I could feel tears prick my eyes. I reached up and stroked his face. I loved this man. I had fallen in love with him fast and hard, and that had never wavered. Even now, I loved him so much my heart ached at the thought. The intensity was almost unbearable. And now I was about to rip it all apart. Expose the fracture in my heart. I wanted to be wrong about everything. Please let me be wrong. Please let Nathan come up with all the reasonable and logical answers. Please don't let this be the end. Not now. I thought of Oscar, especially not now. Chapter 17. "Melly, what is it?" It was a whisper. "It's us," I said, sliding my hand down to his chest. "It's about us." He frowned. "I don't understand." "You're going to have to elaborate." "I love you." He nodded. "I love you too." I watched his face and witnessed the changing of his emotions like the passing of the seasons. Concern, confusion, wariness, and then fear. "I know," I said. He went to speak, but I held up my hand. I continued. "I know you went to Warsaw instead of Munich earlier in the year, several times." I paused, waiting for his response, but his face was a mask now, expressionless. I pushed on. "I know you stayed in a hotel. Had a private dinner with champagne in your room with someone else, and paid for that person to have a spa treatment. The hotel sent a customer survey email detailing it all. I could feel his heart beating rapidly under the palm of my hand. "I know that you owe Miss Backer money." I watched as the color drained from his face, and he grew visibly pale. He swallowed hard. His eyes were fixed on mine, but I could tell his brain was furiously working out a response. "Okay," he said, eventually. "None of these sound a big deal, but I can tell it's a big deal to you. Why did you say you were going to Munich when really you went to Warsaw? I checked on the digital calendar. You definitely put in Munich. I probably just put Munich by mistake. 4 times? He gave a half smile. "No, I would have just copied and pasted. I just never thought about the details. I was away. I probably didn't think it mattered where I was. It's not like you couldn't ever speak to me. We always FaceTime. It's just me being lazy." He sounded so genuine, and it was exactly the kind of thing Nathan would do. I had a sudden fear that I had misjudged this. And the payment to Bakker? This time he did look a bit sheepish. "Melly, sit down here." He sat on the end of the bed, patting the mattress next to him. Once I sat down, he took my hand. "I didn't want to tell you at the time, but when it all went tits up with the first adoption, I could see how devastated you were. I mean, we both were. I wanted to fix it, make it right, get our family. I had already spoken to Bakker about the possibility of something going wrong at the last minute. Admittedly, I didn't think it would be that last minute." He paused. I asked her to expedite our adoption request in the event of something like that happening, to fast-track us up the list. I had to pay a deposit up front and then a final payment afterwards. I felt the wind knocked out of my lungs. I hadn't been expecting that. I had no idea. No. I didn't want to bog you down with all of that. I didn't want to jinx anything, make you any more anxious, but I did want to safeguard us. Was it all above board? Yeah. It's not a standard service, though. And it's not cheap. That's why it was 2 installments. Why didn't you tell me afterwards? It seemed irrelevant, to be honest. And I know you were finding things hard, so I didn't want to add to your mental load. I looked down at our entwined fingers, not knowing what to think. Trying to get a hold of what Nathan was saying. I'd known he'd have an explanation. In fact, I'd wanted him to. I had wanted him to be able to explain it all away. And yet, something inside me was telling me not to be so willing to accept what he was saying. My instinct was urging caution, though I didn't know why. The customer satisfaction email from the hotel? Why did they send you that? He laughed. If I told you there had been a mix-up, would you have believed me? Do you believe me? I followed up with them after receiving that, and it was simply an admin error. Got me muddled with another guest. I don't get why you didn't tell me. Like I said, I didn't want to bother you with it. And the Munich thing, that was just me being lazy. He put his arm around my shoulders. Come on, Melly. This isn't like you. What? Did you think I was having some sort of affair? He laughed and then stopped abruptly. Fuck! His hand dropped away. Fuck, Melly. You didn't, did you? He got to his feet, his hands behind his head as he walked across the room and back in disbelief. I didn't know what to think, I said. I hadn't been prepared to be the one on the defensive. Your mum said you'd been in Warsaw and you'd told me Munich. Hang on a minute. He'd stopped pacing now and looked down at me. How did you know about the hotel email? And about Backer? I felt guilty. I couldn't help it, and I tried to remind myself that, at the time, I had felt justified. I checked your emails. I got to my feet. I'm sorry I did that, but I was desperate, and I wanted to know before I said anything. All you had to do was ask me. Yeah, I could have asked you about Warsaw, and, on reflection, I should have. But I didn't, and I'm sorry. What made you look for the Backer correspondence? I didn't. It came in at the exact time I was looking at the emails. Nathan looked at me. You don't seem at all embarrassed that you were snooping through my emails. There was a hardness to his voice. I am embarrassed, but it felt valid at the time. And now? I shrugged. I don't know. Well, thanks for that vote of confidence. Nice to know my wife trusts me so much. I wasn't sure why I was the one ending up feeling like I'd done something wrong. I know you've said you forgot to tell me, and it was an email mix-up, and you were trying to protect me. But didn't it ever occur to you that I might find out, and that I might be even more worried about it all? You should have told me. Honestly, this is not the kind of welcome I was envisaging this evening. He grabbed a t-shirt from the drawer and pulled it on over his head before heading for the door. Where are you going? Downstairs. You can't just storm off. I'm not storming off. I'm going to get a drink of water and have 5 minutes head space. He turned to look at me. I mean, I can put myself on FaceTime so you can monitor what I'm doing. Just in case you don't trust me. Fuck off. With pleasure. Ugh. I flopped back on the bed. When Nathan didn't reappear after 20 minutes or so, I decided to go down and try to clear the air with him. We weren't ones to argue very often, and we certainly never sulked with each other. I didn't want to go to bed not having sorted things out. Much as I felt like I should be the one saying sorry, something was stopping me. My concern was valid. Okay, I might not have gone about it the right way, but it wasn't that bad, was it? And I really wanted to believe him, but I still had a horrible, nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach that just wouldn't go away. I went out onto the landing, pausing at Oscar's door and poking my head into the room. He was fast asleep. I was getting used to him sleeping in a room on his own now. As I pulled the door gently closed, I noticed Lena's bedroom door was open. She had her own ensuite, so she had no reason to be up unless she was downstairs. The feeling of unease in my stomach pitched a little higher as I thought of her all dressed up, hair done, her makeup, and that short skirt. I wanted to groan at myself. When did I turn into some sort of Puritan? But I disliked the fact that Lena was walking around my home in front of my husband in a particularly short skirt. It bothered me. I practically crept down the stairs. I don't know why, but a sort of sixth sense was telling me I didn't want to alert them to the fact that I was coming. Another red flag to myself. I was now suspecting my husband and the nanny of something. I don't know what I expected to see or hear. Maybe them cuddled up on the sofa in some sort of romantic clinch. What I hadn't expected was to see them standing face to face, glaring at one another. Lena's face was contorted with rage as she whisper-shouted at Nathan, and he had such an expression of anger on his face, his jaw clenched tight, eyebrows knitted together. I barely recognized him. He must have sensed me there. He looked up, and his gaze locked with mine. Amelia. He rarely used my full name. He was rattled. I looked at Lena. She still looked angry, but also defiant. "What's going on?" I asked. They exchanged a look. Nathan spoke first. We were having an argument," said Lena, before Nathan could say anything else. "About what?" I moved into the kitchen, placing myself on the other side of the kitchen island. "I spoke out of turn," said Lena. "I am sorry. What exactly did you say?" I noticed Nathan was being unusually quiet. "I told Nathan you had had a difficult week, and he should appreciate you more. It was wrong of me. I apologize." I raised my eyebrows, looking at Nathan. I didn't think I'd had a particularly hard week, no more than normal. Nathan shrugged. "Yeah, I said you seemed in a bad mood, that was all." "Right. Well, maybe none of us should get into all this right now," I said. "It's late. We're all tired. We should go to bed." "Yes, of course," said Lena. "Good night." She dipped her head and scurried past. None of it rang very true, but I didn't know how or where to begin picking it apart. I needed to get some sleep and think about it all in the morning, with a clear head. "Well, it's been something of a homecoming," muttered Nathan, and with a heavy sigh trudged up to bed, leaving me standing alone in the kitchen. I replayed in my mind the exchange between Nathan and Lena. I just didn't believe what Nathan was telling me, nor what Lena was saying. The words in that text message flashed through my mind like some kind of flickering neon light. "Your husband is a liar. You need to know the truth about him." I took my newly repaired phone from my pocket and scrolled through to the message. I had saved it, even though Nathan had told me to delete it. Maybe even then, I had felt something wasn't ringing true with his quick dismissal of the message. I typed a reply, Who are you?" and pressed send before I could talk myself out of it. Almost immediately, there was the ping of a text message notification. I looked down at my phone while simultaneously registering that the notification hadn't come from my phone. It came from somewhere else in the room. But whose phone? I went over to the sitting area, my eyes scouring for a mobile phone. As I was searching under the cushions on the sofa, the reminder alert dinged again. It was definitely close, but off to my left. The armchair. I found it down the side of the seat cushion of the chair. It was a cheap-looking Nokia phone, the kind the supermarket sold for about £30. As I pressed the navigation button, the screen lit up, telling me it held one new message. My breathing was short and rapid as I called the number from the random text on my phone. Immediately, the Nokia began buzzing and vibrating in my hand. The contact name on the screen read "Baby Thief Calling." I gasped and dropped the phone, before fumbling with my mobile and cutting the call. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? What was this phone doing in my house? I spun around, looking towards the windows and patio doors, but all I was met with was my own reflection against the black of the night. I raced to the doors, frantically checking they were locked and closing the blinds as quickly as I could. Someone had been in my house. Someone had left this phone. They wanted me to find it. Someone was fucking with me, and I didn't know who. I gripped the edge of the kitchen counter, my knuckles white with the force of it. The violation felt almost physical. Someone was playing with my mind, deliberately making me question my own sanity. The rage that swept through me then was pure and clean, cutting through my fear. Whoever it was had made me doubt myself, made me feel crazy, weak, and paranoid. But I wasn't any of those things. My heart was still pounding. My instinct was to run upstairs and tell Nathan, but something stopped me. A thought hit me hard, almost making me dizzy as I tried to process it. What if the owner of the phone was in the house? And I didn't mean slipping in and hiding somewhere. My eyes automatically drifted to the staircase. What if they were tucked up in bed right this minute, knowing I'd find the phone? Chapter 18. I couldn't sleep that night. My mind was on high alert, my whole body in a heightened state of anxiety. When I had finally gone up to bed, Nathan was already asleep. I had slipped in under the duvet, and Nathan had stirred, rolling over to cuddle up to me. He had wrapped his arm around me, spooning up to my back, and kissed my shoulder. Our usual way of ending the day, except it had been anything but a usual evening. I had deleted my call to the Nokia phone and then slipped it back down the side of the chair where I had found it. Whoever it belonged to, and let's face it, it could only be Nathan or Lena. I didn't want them to know I had found it. Not yet. I needed to bide my time. I needed to work out what was going on before I confronted anyone. I spent the night going through various scenarios of what I might do, what I might find, and how I might react, only managing to fall asleep as the first birds began to call outside. When I woke, I was aware I was in bed alone. I rolled over, and, as always, the first thing I did was look at the baby camera. The cot was empty. Nathan must have got up to feed Oscar. And then the sinking feeling of reality and what had happened last night hit me. I lay back on my pillow, letting out a long sigh. I didn't want to go downstairs and face Nathan, but at the same time, I couldn't hide away in bed all day, much as it was appealing. I showered and dressed quickly, slipping on my jeans and a t-shirt. I tried to fluff my hair a bit, but in the end tied it up in a ponytail. This was my mum uniform. I wasn't one of those Instagram mums, I decided. Who had time to do their hair and makeup every morning? Not me. and I had no desire to either. I might have done when I was working, but it was different nowadays. At least, my jeans and t-shirt were clean and free of baby dribble and milk stains. Downstairs in the kitchen, Nathan was standing at the patio doors with his phone in one hand and Oscar in his other arm, multitasking dad duty with checking work emails. I took a moment to drink in the heartwarming sight of father and son as I watched unnoticed. Then the perfect freeze frame was broken as Lena came in through the patio doors from the garden with an empty washing basket in her hand. "That's the washing all pegged out," she said, pausing to tickle Oscar under the chin. "Lena," Nathan began, his voice low. Lena looked over his shoulder, saw me, and then quickly looked back at Nathan. Even though he had his back to me, I knew some kind of unspoken communication had just passed between them. "Good morning, Amelia," said Lena, overly cheerful. Nathan spun around. Hey! I crossed the room, making a beeline for Oscar. Normally, I would have made a bigger deal out of greeting Nathan, but I couldn't quite bring myself to do it. I half smiled at him and then looked at Oscar. His face lit up and a huge gummy smile spread across his face. "Hello, beautiful. You're up before Mummy today." He held his arms towards me, and I thought my heart couldn't be full of more love at that moment if it tried. Oscar almost threw himself out of Nathan's arms towards me. I lifted him from Nathan and took him over to the sofa. I was aware Nathan had hesitated, probably not expecting me to ignore him. "I'll make coffee," he said. "Thanks." I looked at him and smiled as I nodded. As he turned and went over to the kettle, I couldn't help noticing what Lena was wearing. A tight-fitting pair of fashion leggings that were designed for maximum effect, with the scrunched seam designed to lift and shape her backside. I hadn't seen them before, so assumed she had bought them yesterday on her shopping spree. I wondered how I would broach the subject of suitable clothing. Could I even do that? Was I prepared to accuse her of wearing them on purpose, or even that they were inappropriate? Would she turn it around and say it was Nathan's responsibility not to look? I sighed inwardly. It was exactly the kind of minefield I dealt with at work, and I certainly didn't want to go down that route. But this was my home. I noticed Nathan was purposely looking anywhere else, rather than in Lena's direction. It was a sure sign he hadn't missed the tight fitting. Leave nothing to the imagination leggings either. Nathan switched on the radio and brought me over the coffee and sat down on the sofa while I knelt on the floor, changing Oscar's nappy. "Are we good?" he asked quietly. "I think so. I wanted us to be good. I wanted everything to be back to normal, but there was still this strange undercurrent between us. I didn't know if it was me or him or both of us." He smiled, but it was a smile full of sorrow. He knew, as well as I did, that we weren't really as good as we normally were. "We can talk properly later," he said. I nodded, turning my focus back to Oscar. I felt Nathan's hand rest momentarily on my back before he got up. I realized Lena had followed Nathan out of the kitchen. I got to my feet, my gaze fixed on the glass of the patio doors, where I could see the reflection of the hallway. There at the end stood Nathan, Lena in front of him. The radio still played in the background, masking their voices. The reflection in the doors wasn't clear enough to show their facial features, so I had no idea whether their interaction was positive or negative. But it didn't matter. Whatever was going on between them, they didn't want me to know. My heart felt almost too heavy to beat. I bit down on my bottom lip to try to stop myself from crying. I saw Lena turn away and head back down the hall. I quickly knelt next to Oscar, trying to keep my breathing normal as she came back in the room. I heard the front door close as Nathan left for work. Was that the first time he'd ever left for work without kissing me? I wondered if he was thinking the same. I continued playing with Oscar while Lena pottered around the kitchen, making up fresh bottles for the day and sterilizing the nighttime bottle. Was I crazy for wondering whether Lena's revamped image been intentional for Nathan's return? It certainly seemed that way. The way he had looked at her rankled me. The way they had been talking together last night downstairs, their little interaction this morning when they realized I was there, and now the hurried exchange at the front door. Something was going on, something they didn't want me to know about. I wasn't stupid. There could only be one possible reason. I had to work out what I was going to do now, though. I couldn't just accuse either of them without proof. Nathan would have all the answers if I challenged him on just a suspicion. The way he'd come up with plausible answers last night, I'd end up feeling duped again, like I'd been played. That wasn't happening this time. I'd make sure of that. "That's the bottles all done," said Lena a short time later. "Thank you," I said. "Did you still want to go to the supermarket today?" It had become part of our weekly routine to go to food shopping on a Thursday. It was nice having the company, and having 2 pairs of hands instead of 1 was definitely an advantage. "You know, I think we might leave it until this afternoon. I have a bit of a headache, actually." I rubbed my forefinger and index finger between my eyebrows. "Have you taken anything?" "I've got some paracetamol in the cupboard." "Oh, and I'll turn this thing off too. The noise is hurting my head." I flicked off the radio. Oscar began to grizzle at being left alone. I winced as he let out a particularly high-pitched squeal. "Why don't you go back to bed for a while?" said Lena. "I can take Oscar out for a walk. You can have some peace and quiet for a short while." "Oh, you don't have to." I had been about to ask Lena to do the exact same thing. This was working out better than I thought. "But it makes sense. You rest. I will take Oscar out. If you really don't mind, that would be great." While Lena got Oscar ready, I took 2 paracetamols from the box and pretended to knock them back with a glass of water. While Lena's back was turned, I threw them in the bin. "Okay. We are ready," said Lena, once she had settled Oscar into the pram. "Say bye-bye, Amelia?" "Mummy," I corrected. "What? Oh, yes, sorry. Bye-bye." Lena pushed the pram out of the door, leaving me more than a little pissed off that she hadn't corrected herself. That was the second time she'd used my name to Oscar. Once I was sure Lena and Oscar had gone, I wasted no time. First of all, I nipped back into the kitchen and searched the armchair where I had left the Nokia the previous night. I wasn't surprised to find it gone. Then I went into Nathan's study and from the filing cabinet picked out the adoption folder. I sat down at his desk with my mobile and called the number on the headed paper of the agency. "Good morning, Kinderhuis Adoption Agency. This is Mariki speaking." "Good morning. My name's Amelia Bartholomew. My husband Nathan and I adopted our son Oscar through your agency earlier this year." "One moment." I could hear the clicking of keyboard keys and assumed Mariki was checking us out. I did remember her from when we were there, but I didn't expect her to remember us, especially. Not when they dealt with many adoptive parents. "Ah, yes, Amelia Bartholomew, from England. Hello." There was a warmth in her tone, and I assumed she remembered us now. "I wondered if you could help." "Please?" I began. I'm just going through our financial records for tax purposes, and I want to make sure I have all the payments documented correctly. My husband mentioned there was an additional fast-track fee that was paid in 2 installments. I just wanted to ensure I haven't missed anything in my records. There was a pause. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bartholomew. Before I can look into any details, because of data protection, I must first ask some security questions. Oh yes, of course. I rattled off the details Mariki requested and waited while she tapped at the keyboard. Thank you. Now, with regard to fees, I can see the standard adoption fees, but there's no record of any fast-track payment or expedited service fee. We don't actually offer that type of service. Oh, I tried to keep my voice steady. That's strange. Is Miss Backer still there? Perhaps I could speak to her directly about this? I knew from her email that Backer was leaving. I just couldn't remember when she said. I'm afraid Miss Backer no longer works with us. I personally handled your adoption case. Really? But I thought Miss Backer was the one who... When our first adoption fell through, wasn't it Miss Backer who told us Oscar was available for adoption almost at the same time? Yes, that's correct. It was quite unusual. Miss Backer had a personal connection with the birth mother and felt the baby would be a perfect match for your family. But, of course, you know that. Miss Backer and your husband had discussed this beforehand. A chill ran down my spine. A personal connection? Is that normal? Not particularly, no. But these things sometimes work out that way. Could you tell me more about the birth mother? I'm putting together a memory box for when Oscar is older. I don't know how I got the words out so confidently when inside I was in freefall. I'm afraid I can only share the same limited information we provided Mr. Bartholomew during the process. He did speak to you, didn't he? Yes, he did. But you know, in all the excitement, I can't remember half of it. Could you just recap so I know I've got it right? I don't want to bother my husband. He'll think I've got baby brain by proxy. I laughed, even though I wanted to cringe at the stupid joke. Mariki gave a polite laugh. So, the biological mother was single, in good health, and had no prior births or pregnancies. She was 26 years old and came from Warsaw. From Warsaw? I gripped the phone tighter in my hand. Yes, that's correct. Do you, have any record of her physical appearance? I mean, does Oscar look like his mother? I'm afraid we don't make a note of that. She paused before speaking again. Is there anything else I can help you with today? No, thank you. Not a problem. Have a good day, Mrs. Bartholomew. Yes, and you. I ended the call and slowly put the phone down on the desk. I looked at the adoption file again. Did I want to carry on with this? No. But also yes. I flicked through the papers, pushing the letters and forms and authorities to one side until I found what I was looking for. The letter of introduction from the nanny agency this time. Lena Kowalska. Age, 26 nationality, Polish place of birth. Warsaw. I stared at the letter for several long seconds, rereading the first 4 lines just in case I was reading it wrong. But no, I wasn't. I dialed the number at the top of the letterhead. The automated voice was flat and final. The number you have dialed has not been recognized. I tried again, certain I'd misdialed. Same message. I searched online for the agency name, Suffolk Childcare Solutions. Nothing, no website, no reviews, no trace that it had ever existed. My stomach dropped. I had never checked, never questioned. Nathan had handed me the paperwork, and I'd simply accepted it, too desperate for help, too trusting of my own husband. How could I have been so stupid? This couldn't be happening. Images of Lena holding Oscar, the way she looked at him, the way she spoke to him, the way she was almost possessive about him, the way she had referred to me as Amelia. God, no, I whispered. Then I jumped to my feet, sending the chair tumbling backwards as I raced out of the room and up the stairs. I came to a halt outside Lena's room, my hand wrapped around the handle. I took several deep breaths and then let myself in. I didn't know what I was looking for exactly, but my first search was of the dressing table drawers. The notebook was there and still tucked inside. There was the scanned picture. My heart thudded at the image of the baby in the womb. It hadn't occurred to me before, but the baby in the image looked quite big and developed. I knew most women had a scan at around 12 weeks, but I had no idea if this was of a 12-week-old fetus or one that was older. I peered at the numbers on the side, the same numbers I had looked at before. I realized that the letters on the side would be Polish, assuming she had the scan there and not here. I opened the Google search engine on my phone and typed in, "What is the Polish equivalent for estimated delivery date on an ultrasound photo?" The answer flashed up. The Polish equivalent for estimated delivered date EDD on an ultrasound photo is Przewidywana data porodu, PP. I looked for the initials PP. Alongside them was the estimated due date for 4 months earlier, just days before Oscar's birthday. I stared at the ultrasound picture. This couldn't be true. I didn't want it to be true. I needed more proof. More evidence. I took a photograph of the image and tucked it back inside the notebook, just like I'd done before. Then I searched in the next drawer down and found a zip-up travel wallet. Inside was Lena's passport. There was a photograph of Lena staring right back at me, except her surname wasn't Kowalska, but Schmeil. Magdalena Schmeil. I took a photograph of the passport and then checked the wallet for anything else. It was empty. I replaced the passport and wallet. For the next 5 minutes, I poked around in Lena's room, opening drawers, carefully lifting clothes to see if anything was hidden underneath. Again, looking for something, but not knowing exactly what. There was nothing. I went back to my room, feeling like the walls were closing in around me, not wanting to acknowledge what was staring me in the face. Lena had been pregnant with a baby whose due date was just a few days before Oscar's. Lena was the same age as Oscar's mother. Lena came from the same city as Oscar's mother. The pieces of the puzzle were arranging themselves into a picture I couldn't bear to see. This was all just one of those freaky coincidences, right? Especially as Lena had already suffered a miscarriage. Or, at least, that was my understanding. Maybe I was wrong. I had assumed that's what had happened. She'd never actually spoken to me about it. Everything had come from my own imagination and assumptions. And with that acknowledgement came the horrific and terrifying thought that I had been keeping at bay for the past half hour. What if Lena hadn't lost her baby at all? What if she'd given birth to a healthy boy and given him up for adoption? The room began to spin as the unthinkable possibility took shape, and it forced me to look closer to home. At Nathan. His actions. No matter how I tried to justify what he'd done, I couldn't get away from the fact that he had at best persuaded Lena to give up her baby, at worst stolen him from her. What sort of man did that? Somehow, Backer and Nathan had engineered the whole adoption thing, and then we had employed Lena as our nanny. It wasn't a coincidence, was it? I gasped for breath as my brain hurtled to the next realization and conclusion. Nathan had arranged the employment of the nanny of Lena. The betrayal hit me hard in the chest, and I doubled over, absorbing the pain in my heart. No, no, I cried into my lap. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be true. He's mine. Oscar is mine. I sobbed for a long time, my heart fractured with every heave. I had never felt such pain and heartbreak as I did in that moment. Everything I had ever wanted was shattering around me in some awful, taunting slow motion, the shards of truth painfully cutting into my heart. I don't know how long I cried for, but the sound of the front door opening and Lena's voice talking to Oscar as she brought the pram indoors had me on my feet. The sound of her voice, so tender, so loving, now felt like a mockery. She carried Oscar into the kitchen, all the time chatting to him, before putting him in the bouncy chair and setting it to gently swing back and forth while a little lullaby played. I watched her move with the natural ease of a mother with her own child. How had I been so blind? "I think he'll be asleep in no time," said Lena, quietly. She turned to look at me and came to an abrupt halt. "Amelia? What is wrong?" I wanted to hear the genuine concern in her voice. I wished I could believe it was true. But how could I, when everything had been based on a lie? When she had been living in my house, playing nanny to her own child, while I was played as a fool. I didn't say a word and walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. Lena followed. "Amelia, please, what is wrong? Have you had bad news? Shall I call Nathan?" The mention of his name made my stomach lurch. I turned to face her. I could feel my face beginning to crumple. "I know the truth," I said. She looked at me, her head tipped to one side, frowning in confusion. For a split second, I waited for her to laugh, to tell me I was being ridiculous, to offer some innocent explanation that would make everything click into place. I found myself holding my breath, clinging to the last moment, before my world would either right itself or shatter completely. Please let me be wrong about all of this. Chapter 19. Lena, 2 years ago. The bar was full to bursting when I squeezed through the narrow entrance in the courtyard, just off Nowy Świat. The budget pub chain's Warsaw location buzzed with the familiar sounds of animated Polish conversation and the clink of shot glasses, all under harsh fluorescent lighting that gave everyone's skin a slightly blue tint. I pushed past crowded tables where groups of students and locals hunched over bottles of cheap beer and plates of traditional bar snacks, pickled herring, and thick slabs of bread with a fatty meat paste called smalak. Near the back, under a flickering neon beer sign, I spotted my friends clustered around a sticky table. Kasia raised a hand and waved at me. I reached my group of friends and gave Kasia a hug. "Happy birthday," I said, placing a small gift bag on the table beside several others that were already there. "I didn't think you were coming," said Kasia, shuffling up on the bench seat so I could squeeze in. "Sorry, had to work late, but I'm here now." 3 hours and several rounds of shots later, my girlfriends had moved on from the bar to Club Revolution, a sleek nightclub tucked in the basement of a converted bank building. The dance floor was packed, with bodies moving to the heavy bass line, while elevated VIP booths ringed the space like theater boxes. We claimed a high table near the bar. I felt relaxed now, thanks to the cheap vodka and the infectious energy of Kasia's birthday celebrations. "Look at those 3. Kasia giggled, nodding towards a group of men in expensive shirts, nursing amber liquid-filled glasses at the far end of the bar. "They are so obviously English." I followed her gaze. The men looked out of place among the casually dressed clubbers, their clothes too pressed, their postures too formal. Like businessmen who'd wandered into the wrong venue. The tallest one, with sandy-colored hair and an easy smile, was listening to something his colleague was saying, but kept glancing around the room. Twice, I made awkward eye contact with the man, but I couldn't help glancing back. He was handsome in a clean-cut English way, nothing like the rough-edged Polish men I was used to, who favored the leather jacket and white t-shirt look. The English guy looked over again, and his gaze found mine. He smiled. I felt the heat of embarrassment rise up my neck and face, and I quickly looked away. "Someone's got an admirer," teased Kazuya, looking towards the bar. "Don't be ridiculous," I said, but not being able to stop myself from stealing one more look. This time he was talking to one of his colleagues, but his gaze drifted again and landed on mine. This was getting embarrassing. "Let's go and dance," shouted Kazuya above the noise of the music. She grabbed my hand and dragged me onto the dance floor, squeezing amongst the clubbers already lost in the music. I grinned at my friend and surrendered to the rhythm, closing my eyes and letting myself get lost in the heavy bass. For once, I could just exist in the moment, with no thoughts of worrying about the pitiful amount of zloty left in my purse, no stress about the rising rent on the tiny flat my mother and I shared, and which we could barely afford. Here, in the anonymous darkness of the dance floor, I could forget everything and breathe. Just the bass, the lights, and the freedom of being 24 and alive. After a good hour of dancing, I reluctantly pulled Kazuya to one side. "I should head home," I shouted above the music. "I've been on my feet all day at the cafe. I need to go to bed." Kazuya's face fell. "Already? Sorry, but it's nearly 1 o'clock. Will you be all right getting home on your own?" I laughed and squeezed her arm. "Kasia, this is Warsaw, not some dangerous city. I'll be fine on the night bus." Kaya still looked uncertain. "Text me when you get home." "Of course." "Now stop worrying and enjoy your birthday." I spun her around and gently pushed her back into the crowd on the dance floor, where she was swallowed up in the throng of people. I grabbed my jacket and made my way through the crowd towards the exit, weaving between sweaty bodies and dodging spilled drinks. The music faded as I climbed the stairs, my ears ringing in the sudden quiet of the entrance hall. The cool night air hit my face as I pushed through the heavy doors onto the street. I took a deep breath, grateful to be out of the stifling heat, and started walking towards the bus stop. I'd barely taken 5 steps when a figure lurched out from behind a parked car. "Hey, beautiful! Where are you going?" The man's words were slurred and his breath reeked of alcohol as he moved closer. My heart sank. A drunk. Just what I needed. "I am on my way home," I said firmly, trying to step around him. He blocked my path, swaying slightly. "Don't be like that. Let me buy you a drink. Or give you a lift." He gestured vaguely towards a car. "No, thank you. I'll take the bus." "That's not safe at this time of night for a pretty girl like you." He moved closer, reaching for my arm. I stepped back, pulling away from him. "I don't want a lift or anything from you. Leave me alone." "Don't be unfriendly," he's slurred, stumbling forwards and making another grab for me. "Just be nice," I said. "Leave me alone." He lunged forward again, and I stepped back quickly, too quickly. My heel caught on the uneven pavement, and suddenly I was falling backwards, landing hard on my backside. Before I could even think about getting to my feet, a pair of strong hands slipped under my arms from behind me, lifting me to my feet. I looked around. It was the Englishman from the bar. The one with the fair hair I'd been glancing at all night. He stepped protectively in front of me, his hand briefly touching mine, signaling for me to stay behind him. Kimti kurwa yestesh? The man's face hardened as he demanded who the fuck the other man was. I could see anger in his eyes. A friend, said the man, surprisingly speaking in Polish. Stay out of this, snarled the drunk. Then, his face twisting with rage, he spat out, Spierdalaj stad! Do you speak English? Asked the man, tipping his head back towards me, but not taking his eyes off the drunk. Yes. What did he say? He told you to go away. Very rudely. Thought so. Does he speak English? No idea. Probably not. Thought that too. I get the distinct impression he doesn't like me very much. His tone was so casual, so completely unfazed by the man's aggression, that it seemed to throw him, my aggressor, off balance. You should be going home with someone from your own country. Not a foreigner, spat the drunk. Not giving up, is he? Said the man. Look, I don't know what's going on here, but it doesn't seem amicable. Do you want to stay with him, or would you prefer to come with me? I can get you home safely. The Englishman's offer was calm, matter-of-fact, as if he rescued strange women from volatile drunks every night of the week. For a moment I was torn between gratitude and embarrassment. This man didn't know me, didn't owe me anything, yet here he was offering to help. I started, then looked at the drunk man's furious face and made my decision. Maybe you can just get me away from here. Certainly. And then to the man, she's coming with me. Good night. With that, he took my hand, and we jogged across the road. I glanced back and was relieved to see the man staggering off in the opposite direction, already pestering two other girls who were walking down the street, who were giving back as good as they got, by the looks of things. Is he following us? Asked the man, as we rounded a corner and moved out of sight. No, thank God. I'm useless in a fight. I couldn't help laughing. You had me fooled. Smoke and mirrors, said the man. He gave a slightly sheepish grin. To be honest, my heart was hammering the whole time. I had no idea what I was going to do if he actually took a swing at me. He paused outside a rather upmarket-looking cocktail bar. Want to take refuge here for a while? It wasn't the kind of place I would usually frequent, but the idea of a cocktail in a fancy bar certainly was tempting. Okay. Thank you. The cocktail bar was nothing like the places I usually went. Soft jazz played in the background, and everything gleamed. Polished brass, crystal glasses, leather banquettes that probably cost more than I earned in a month. I felt suddenly self-conscious in my simple dress and scuffed shoes. This looks expensive, I said, as we settled into a corner booth. I should tell you, I do not have any money. Well, maybe enough for a coffee, but, he waved his hand dismissively, I had no intention of making you pay. What would you like? I studied the menu, trying not to wince at the prices. Just a wine, please. My wife always has a Sauvignon Blanc. How does that sound? Fine. Thank you. He got the waiter's attention and ordered wine for us both. As we waited for our drinks, he leaned back in the booth. I'm Nathan, by the way. Should have introduced myself earlier, but we were rather busy escaping your friend. Lena. And thank you for back there. You did not have to get involved. Couldn't just walk past. He shrugged. I would hope someone would do the same for my wife. What about the friends you were with at the club? Probably still in there. I was ready to leave, and they weren't. Lucky for me, You are very kind. The waiter brought over our drinks. I took a sip. So, is your wife here with you in Warsaw? Amelia? No, she's back home in England, working. I'm here on a business trip for a few days. Software licensing, which is about as boring as it sounds. What about you? I work as a waitress, but I'm studying part-time. I want to be a teacher one day. What do you want to teach? Languages. I speak Polish, obviously, and English, again, obviously, also French, and I want to learn Spanish. Wow, impressive, said Nathan. And there's me thinking I do well with the bit of German and Polish I know. But you know some. That is better than a lot of English people. You are clearly a natural, though. I love languages, and I love working with children. I paused. My ex-boyfriend, he thought it was a stupid idea. Said I'd never make enough money, and it would take too long. Nathan's expression darkened slightly. Sounds like a charming fellow. We chatted easily, and Nathan made me laugh with stories of his school days. He made me feel relaxed, and I noticed how he kept checking the entrance, as if making sure the drunk wasn't coming back. I should really go home now, I said. Not that I wanted to. I was enjoying his company. Is it safe to go back to your home tonight? Asked Nathan. I shrugged. I can't stay out all night. I know, but maybe, well, I'm not suggesting I take you home as I don't know whether you'd be comfortable with that, he said. But for my own peace of mind, I'd like to know if you were safe. He paused. What about if I pay for a room for you in the hotel where I'm staying? Your own room. It was my turn to hesitate. I wasn't quite sure what he was offering. I'm not, for hire. What? Oh, God. No, I know you're not. I didn't mean, oh, shit. He blew out a breath. I wasn't for one moment suggesting anything like that. I'd simply like to pay for you to have a room in the hotel. Not with me. On your own. No payment of any kind is needed or wanted. In the nicest possible way. He gave a small smile. Are we getting lost in translation? I laughed. No, I understand. Now, thank goodness for that. There was that easy, reassuring, confident smile again. So seriously, would you be okay with that idea? I will pay you back. I don't want paying. If I'm honest, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep with a clear conscience. He looked at his watch. And, God, do I need to go to sleep? I have an 8 a.m. breakfast meeting. Where is your hotel? Not far from here. Let's get a taxi. I felt a bit embarrassed. But Nathan had been nothing other than kind and respectful. It was with surprising ease and no fuss whatsoever that Nathan secured a room for me, handling the receptionist with the kind of professional confidence that suggested he was used to managing business arrangements, confirming with the receptionist that I could order room service for breakfast in the morning and that he would pay. My room was on a lower floor than Nathan's, and he walked me to my door. Now, I won't see you in the morning. I'm in meetings all day, and I catch the late afternoon flight home. I must admit I felt a little disappointed I wouldn't see him again, but I had no right to feel like that. From our conversations, he was a happily married man and also a thoroughly decent human being for helping a stranger like me. I very much appreciate everything you have done, I said. Next time you are in Warsaw, maybe we could meet up, and I can buy you a drink to say thank you. He smiled. I'd like that. Good night, Lena, and take care. He handed me his business card. Message me tomorrow, so I know you're home safely. I woke the following morning to housekeeping delivering a cooked breakfast to my room. Compliments of Nathan Bartholomew. It felt so glamorous. I'd never stayed in such a luxurious hotel before. I couldn't resist taking a selfie and sending it to Kasia with no explanation. She messaged straight back. "Where are you? Hotel. Who are you with? No one. I'll explain later. You'd better." Then I messaged my mother to let her know I was okay and that I had stayed at Kasia's. After eating breakfast in bed, such luxury. I took a shower. The bathroom was big enough for at least 4 people. I used the complimentary toiletries, slipping the half-full bottles into my handbag to take home. All too soon, it was time to leave, and all too soon I was back home, getting ready for my shift at the cafe. I carefully placed the little complimentary toiletries on the shelf in my bedroom. Small treasures from another world. I nearly forgot I'd promised to message Nathan. I hesitated, wondering if he really wanted me to, or if he was just being polite. In the end, I sent the text. "Good morning, Nathan. I am home now. Thank you so much for helping me last night. I very much enjoyed your company and very much appreciate your generosity. Best wishes." Lena, I was surprised when his reply came almost immediately. "Good morning, Lena. I was just beginning to wonder if you had made it home. Very pleased to hear from you. Thank you for accepting my help. Take care, Nathan." I wasn't sure what I had been expecting, but I couldn't help feeling disappointed that he hadn't said more. His message sounded businesslike, professional, as if now that his good deed was done, that was it. 2 weeks later, Nathan texted me. "Hi, Lena. Hope this message isn't too out of the blue. I was just putting the finishing touches on the Warsaw project and found myself wondering how you were getting on. I hope your work and studying are both going well. Take care, Nathan." My stomach gave a roll of excitement. I hadn't imagined for 1 minute he'd be thinking about me. I wanted to message straight back, but managed to restrain myself, managing to wait an hour before replying. "Hi, Nathan. Lovely to hear from you. Congratulations on finishing your project. I am well, and happy to say I've not been bothered by drunk Polish men again. I think word must have gone around the town about you, even though you said you weren't brave, really. My work and studies are going well. I hope you are well, too. Best wishes, Lena." His reply came quickly. "You're too kind about my bravery. I'm pretty sure the bloke could have flattened me if he'd wanted to. Sounds like everything is going well for you, which is lovely to hear. Warsaw was good to me this trip. I suspect I'll be back again soon." I didn't wait to reply. "Well, if you are back again, let me know, and I can buy you that drink I owe you." His response was immediate. "I'll hold you to that. I need to go now." Take care. I was grinning wildly at the text exchange, but I was also aware that I was probably reading too much into it. The kind of man who rescued a woman from drunks and paid for her to stay in a hotel was exactly the sort of man who would text a few weeks later to see how she was. That was all. Over the next few weeks, we exchanged more messages. They became daily, and I looked forward to them. When he messaged saying he'd be back in Warsaw and asked if I'd like to meet up, I was thrilled. But when I met Kasia for a coffee, she questioned me about him. "Don't you think it's odd that he wants to meet up with you?" she asked, stirring her spoon around in her drink. "No, not really," I replied. "We are just friends, that's all. Does his wife know you are messaging each other?" I took a sip of my drink to hide what I suspected was a guilty look on my face. I had, of course, considered his wife, Amelia. But the whole time, I was reminding myself that Nathan and I were just friends. Look, if he were that kind of person, don't you think he would have tried something that night he rescued me from that drunk? I replied eventually, knowing that I was trying to convince not only Kazuya, but myself, too. Depends if he's playing the long game. I rolled my eyes. You are far too cynical, my friend. Kazuya shrugged. What do you want from this friendship with him? She emphasized the word friendship. Just that friendship, she sighed. Well, you're a grown woman, Lena. Just remember one thing, though. There is another woman to consider in all this. The comment stung. You're telling the wrong person. I have nothing to do with his marriage. As I said, we are just friends. We sat in silence for a few moments before Kazuya changed the subject, and we moved on to safer subjects. But after we parted company later, I couldn't help going back over our conversation. What did I want from Nathan? I wasn't sure I knew the answer to that, or at least, I wasn't prepared to give an honest answer. Kazuya's comment about there being another woman made me uncomfortable, and I wasn't prepared to have that conversation with myself. Over the next few weeks, I regularly went back to Kazuya's question, and each time I couldn't answer it. So when I received a message from Nathan saying he was going to be in Warsaw the next day and had the afternoon free, I took some time to consider whether this was a good idea or not before dismissing any concerns and deciding it was nothing more than friendship, offering to take him to a cafe for authentic English tea. I had taken the afternoon off work, claiming I had a medical appointment, while really going home to shower, do my hair and makeup, and pick out one of my best casual outfits. All the while I continued to tell myself it was just friendship. Lena, so good to see you again. Nathan looked genuinely pleased and hugged me, kissing both my cheeks. You look well. How have you been? Hi. Good to see you too. I breathed in the scent of his aftershave that lingered on my jacket collar. Are you well too? I could feel energy crackling between us as we made small talk in the cozy cafe. I looked away first, unnerved by the strength of my feelings. I thought I heard a small chuckle from him, and when I looked back, there was a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then he focused on the teapot. I suppose we'd better test the tea. He poured the tea and milk into our cups. Sugar? No, thank you. Sweet enough. There was that smile again. So, what do you think of the tea? I asked as I watched him take his first sip from the dainty china teacup. Worth the wait? He appeared to be considering the flavor before placing the cup down. Again, his eyes found mine. It was certainly worth the wait. His voice was low, and I nearly forgot to breathe for a moment. What do you think? He asked. I nodded. Definitely worth the wait. I spent the next few minutes going through the motions of drinking tea with Nathan, asking him about whether he preferred a mug to a teacup, and he educated me on what builder's tea was. I found myself studying his face, thinking how stunning his eyes were and how I loved the way they crinkled at the corners when he smiled. His laugh was infectious, completely genuine, and everything about him made me feel lighter, happier. He radiated a positive energy that surely had women from 18 to 80, and probably some men too, falling in love with him. I was beginning to understand why his wife married him, and why I needed to be careful. I kept thinking about what Kazuya had said about his wife. I needed to know what the situation was with Amelia. I felt I was on the brink of something with Nathan, that I was teetering on the edge of making a good or bad decision. At the same time, I didn't want to spoil the moment and ended up saying nothing. When we had finally drunk as much tea as either of us could bear, Nathan said that he had to go as he had a business dinner that evening. It's all a bit of a ball ache, to be honest, he said. Not nearly as fun as having tea with you. That's a shame, I said. It was an understatement on my part. I was gutted he was leaving already. When are you going back to England? My flight is tomorrow evening, he said. Even more of a shame, I replied. I was going to take you to Wilanov Palace. You mentioned loving the architecture here. Nathan looked at me and, for the first time, he appeared hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but was deciding whether it was a good idea. Eventually, he spoke. Look, I've got a couple of hours spare in the afternoon before my flight. I'd love to see Wilanov. That's if you have time? I didn't, but I was absolutely going to make some. Yes, I do actually, and I'd love that. Great. He smiled at me, and I'm sure my insides melted. I'll text you in the morning. Perfect, I managed to croak out. Chapter 20, Det Lot. I woke up early the next morning with a flutter of anticipation in my stomach that I couldn't suppress. No matter how much I tried to convince myself, this was just two friends spending an afternoon together. The truth was, I'd been looking forward to seeing Nathan again from the moment we'd said goodbye at the cafe. But alongside the excitement was something else, a gnawing sense of guilt that had kept me tossing and turning most of the night. Cassia's words kept echoing in my head. There was another woman to consider in all this. Every time I thought about Nathan's smile or the way he'd looked at me over those delicate teacups, the thought of his wife would invade my mind. A woman I'd never met, but who suddenly felt very real. I'd looked her up online the night before. Her professional LinkedIn profile showed an attractive woman with shoulder-length dark hair, pulled back in a neat style, sophisticated in that understated way that comes naturally. She was everything I considered myself not to be, and I couldn't help wondering why Nathan was interested in me. I went into the kitchen to make coffee, my hands trembling slightly as I poured the water. What was I doing? Nathan was married. So why did I feel like we were dancing around something neither of us wanted to put a name to, or even talk about? I knew I couldn't let this afternoon pass without addressing the issue. If there really was something developing between us, and the way my heart raced every time I thought about him suggested there was, then I needed to know where his wife fit into the picture. I owed it to her, even if I'd never meet her, and I owed it to myself before I fell any deeper into whatever this was becoming. The question was, did I have the courage to ask? Nathan had texted me that morning to arrange a time to meet. I suggested we meet at Wilanov Palace, as it was easy for me to get to by bus, but he wouldn't hear of it. Instead, he said he'd pick me up in a taxi. I felt embarrassed giving him my address, as I was sure he lived in a much nicer home in England. But then what was the point in trying to pretend I was anything other than a working girl from Warsaw with little to no money? It shouldn't matter to him if we were going to be friends. I purposely ignored the other suggestions of what to call us that came to mind. I was waiting by the door when the taxi pulled up. Fortunately, my mother was out, so I didn't have to explain where I was going or with who. I had been over to Cassia's earlier that morning and raided her wardrobe for something nice to wear. After trying on a few outfits, I had opted for a knee-length wrap dress in a rich burgundy color, which showed some cleavage, but not enough that it would be out of place. I teamed it with low-heeled ankle boots and a cropped denim jacket. Keisha's signature style somehow made everything look effortlessly chic. She didn't say as much, but I knew she didn't exactly approve of me going out with Nathan. even when I assured her it was just a bit of sightseeing before he went home. "You look nice," said Nathan as he held the rear door of the taxi open for me, stepping in my path to greet me with a kiss on the cheek. "You smell great." "Thank you. You look very nice, too." I flicked my hair over my shoulder and climbed into the taxi, expecting Nathan to get in the front, but he got in the back next to me. "Don't I smell good?" "I cannot smell anything," I teased. He actually smelled delicious. He leaned in closer, so my face was against his cheek. "What about now?" I went to speak, but my voice only managed a whisper. "Very nice." He sat back as the driver pulled away. I dared not look at him, but I could feel his gaze on me. I turned to look at him. His gaze held mine for a moment before traveling slowly down my body, following my legs down to my boots. Honestly, I felt like I was being physically caressed, and my breathing quickened its pace. "I was wrong when I said you looked nice," he said in a low voice as his eyes came back to meet mine. "You look beautiful." Heat rushed to my cheeks, and he gave a smile before reaching over and squeezing my hand. "Relax." That was easy for him to say. If he so much as touched me again in the confines of the back seat of the taxi, I was going to spontaneously combust. We spent the next 2 hours wandering through the palace's opulent rooms, Nathan asking thoughtful questions about the Baroque architecture, while I shared what little I knew about King John Sobieski's history. In the gardens, the Sisson, we found ourselves walking closer together, our conversation flowing easily between Polish history and his work, my studies, and his observations about the differences between British and Polish culture. "The attention to detail is incredible," Nathan said, gesturing towards the ornate facade as we made our way back through the manicured grounds. I nodded, but my heart was sinking with every step towards the palace gates. The afternoon sun was lowering, casting long shadows across the gravel paths, and I knew that in a few hours he'd be at the airport, flying back to his life in England. Back to Amelia. I knew this was probably the last opportunity I'd get to ask about her. "So, I expect you are looking forward to getting back home tonight," I said. It was clumsy, but I couldn't think of a better way to start the conversation. "Sort of," he said, coming to a stop. He guided me over to a bench that overlooked the front gardens. "Why only sort of?" "Things are tricky at home at the moment," he said, looking down and the ground. "We're on autopilot. Have been for a while." He took a deep breath. "Amelia is desperate for a baby." "Oh, I see. But did I?" I wasn't sure what that meant. Were they trying, or she was pressuring him? Don't get me wrong, I'd love a baby, but it just hasn't happened. We tried IVF earlier this year. It failed. We're going to try again once we've worked out how to pay for it. It must be expensive. Tell me about it. You don't sound very enthusiastic about trying again. Look, I'd love a child, but if it doesn't happen, I don't think I'll be as devastated as Amelia would be. I don't know. Maybe it's different for a woman. He looked up at me. Is it? I don't know, I said. Having babies isn't a priority for me right now. Maybe when I'm older and married and have some stability. I haven't really thought about it. And whether it's different for men and women, I can't say. I think it's different for people regardless of gender. He seemed to consider this and nodded. You're probably right. I'm sure you are. Can I ask? Actually, no. What I was going to say is too personal. You can ask me anything, he said, and there was something raw and honest in his voice, the way his eyes locked onto mine. And I think I know what you were going to ask. You do? Whether it's affected our marriage? I nodded, and he continued. Yes, it has. Completely. Everything revolves around ovulation charts, temperature charts, scheduled sex, even. It's like our relationship has become a spreadsheet. Amelia loves those. And has it made you feel differently? About Amelia? He was quiet for a long moment. We've lost something, he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. I don't know if we can get it back. He looked directly at me. Being here with you, it reminds me of what I've been missing. He got up abruptly as if he were embarrassed or even regretted being so open with me. I got to my feet and caught up with him. Thank you for talking to me about it, I said. For explaining, it helps me understand. He gave a half smile. I'm glad one of us understands. And then in a more upbeat tone. Thank you for today. I've really enjoyed coming here. Me too. I tried to keep my voice light to match his, but I could hear the wistfulness creeping in. Just as we stepped onto the pavement, a cyclist appeared from nowhere, pedaling fast along the narrow road. Nathan's hand shot out, catching my hand and pulling me to safety. Careful, he said softly. The cyclist passed, but Nathan didn't let go of my hand. We stood there for a moment, his fingers entwined with mine, sending warmth up my arm. Then, without speaking, we began walking towards the main road, where a small queue of taxis waited near the bus stop. Neither of us mentioned that he was still holding my hand, or that I wasn't pulling away. We just walked in comfortable silence, only relinquishing contact to get into the taxi. Once seated in the back, our hands found one another in silent agreement. Nathan leaned forwards to the driver. Wazienki Park, please. I raised my eyebrows in question as he settled back next to me. I thought we could take a walk through the park. It's near my hotel. I can pick up my case before my flight. The taxi dropped us at the park's main entrance. As we walked through the ornate gates, the noise of the city seemed to fade away. Wazienki Park stretched before us like something from a fairy tale. Ancient oak trees formed a canopy overhead, their leaves filtering the late afternoon lighting into golden patches that danced across the gravel paths. We were still holding hands, and neither of us seemed inclined to let go. We walked along, past an elderly couple feeding ducks by the pond and mothers pushing prams along the wider paths. The air smelled of summer, cut grass, blooming linden trees, and the faint scent of the lake that glimmered through the trees ahead. It's beautiful here, Nathan said quietly, his thumb tracing across my knuckles. So peaceful. We wandered deeper into the park, following a narrow path that led away from the main thoroughfares. The sounds of other visitors grew distant, replaced by birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves above us. When we reached a small clearing beside the lake, Nathan stopped walking. The palace on the isle sat like a jewel across the water, its neoclassical facade reflecting perfectly in the still surface. Weeping willows trailed their branches into the lake, creating a natural curtain around our secluded spot. It felt as though we'd stepped into our own private world. Lena, Nathan said, turning to face me. His voice was soft, almost uncertain. I looked up at him, and something shifted in his expression. The careful politeness, then gentleman's reserve, it all seemed to slip away. His free hand came up to cup my face, his thumb brushing along my cheekbone. I shouldn't, he whispered, but even as he spoke, he was leaning closer. When his lips touched mine, it was gentle at first, tentative. But then I felt his hand sliding into my hair, pulling me closer. I didn't resist. I sank deeper into the kiss, into him, and for a moment the entire world disappeared. The park, his wife, my doubts, everything except the warmth of his mouth and the way my heart was racing. Then, abruptly, he pulled away. "Fuck. I'm so sorry," he said, taking a step away from me. "I shouldn't have done that. Who says?" I replied, trying not to reel too much from the sudden rejection. He shook his head. "Fuck, is that an offer?" I tried for humor. He looked at me and then threw his head back and laughed out loud. I didn't think my joke was that funny, but it broke the tension between us. "I'm really sorry," he said, once he'd stopped laughing. "I had no right to do that." "You don't have to apologize," I said, and then, because I didn't think I had anything to lose at that point, "I'm glad you did." "You are? Sure. If not, I would have spent the rest of my life wondering what it would have been like to kiss you." He gave a small chuckle and pulled me towards him, hugging me against his chest and dropping a kiss on top of my head. "I should be getting back to my hotel. I've got a taxi coming in an hour, and I haven't packed yet." We made our way back through the park, hand in hand. I had no idea what we were doing. We came to a halt outside his hotel. "I've really enjoyed spending this time with you," he said. There was sincerity in his eyes, but also regret. "Me too," I said. "Really enjoyed it. I don't know if we should stay in touch." I glanced down and then back at him. "Probably shouldn't. I just don't know if I've got the discipline to end things here." He paused, his thumb stroking my hand. "Maybe we should set some boundaries. You know, for your own protection." "I don't want you getting hurt." I searched his eyes, trying to see into his soul, to understand him. "I don't know what you want." He hesitated for a moment. "You," he whispered. "Then stay in touch," I said. "Come back to Warsaw. Come back to me." And so began my affair with Nathan Bartholomew. What followed was 10 months of stolen moments and secret messages. Nathan had rules about when I could message him. Never in the evenings when he'd be home with Amelia. Never at weekends, unless he messaged me first. He'd installed a messaging app on my phone and reminded me to delete our conversations. "It's safer that way," he'd explained, "for both of us." I told myself it was thoughtful, that he was protecting me. But sometimes, late at night when I was desperate to hear from him but was forced to wait, it felt like something else entirely. That he was protecting himself rather than me. Nathan returned to Warsaw 3 more times, each visit lasting only a few days but feeling like a lifetime. We met in quiet cafes on the outskirts of the city, walked through parks where no one knew us, and spent afternoons in small hotels where he'd book a room under a different name. He'd check my phone occasionally, making sure I'd deleted our messages properly. Once, when he traveled without a business colleague, I stayed in his hotel room, where we had private dining in the room, champagne, and even a spa treatment. Between his visits, we texted as often as we could within the times Nathan had stated. Good morning messages that brightened my day, late-night conversations when he was out at the gym, and photos of everything, from my morning coffee to the sunset over Warsaw. He told me about his frustrations at work, his growing distance from Amelia, though he was careful about the details he shared as he didn't want his personal problems tainting our relationship. Some things are better kept separate, he said. He'd steer our conversations back to me and my dreams, my feelings for him. It felt flattering, his intense interest in every detail of my life. He wanted to know where I went, who I saw, what Kasia said about us. He said he wanted to feel close to me when we were apart. He said our relationship had become the one bright spot in his life. I shared my dreams of teaching, my struggles with money, and how much I missed him when he was gone. I knew it was wrong. Cassia reminded me regularly, usually after a few drinks loosened her tongue. But Nathan had become like air to me, essential, impossible to live without. When he was in Warsaw, I felt alive in a way I'd never experienced. When he left, I counted the days until his return. I should have seen what was coming, should have recognized the signs. But I was so intoxicated by being loved, by feeling special and chosen, that I ignored the obvious truth staring back at me every morning in the mirror. Looking back, there were moments that should have alarmed me. The way he convinced me to stop mentioning him to Kazia. She doesn't understand us. Her negativity will poison what we have. How he suggested I work fewer hours at the cafe, so I'd be more available when he was in Warsaw. I hate the thought of you exhausted, running around for other people. The time he got annoyed when I said I was out with friends. I hate the thought of you being vulnerable with no one to protect you. And when we almost had an argument because he didn't want to meet my friends when he was in town. I don't want to share you with anyone, he'd said. We get so little time together. I just want it to be the two of us. He softened the disagreement with soft kisses and reassurances that it was a sign of how much he cared about me. I felt wanted and loved. I believed every word he said. After just a few months, however, I developed a knot of anxiety in my stomach that never quite went away. I found myself rehearsing conversations before I called him, choosing words carefully, editing my text messages before sending them. I learned which topics made his jaw tighten or his voice harden. Amelia's name, questions about his plans for the future, any suggestion that I might want more than just a few stolen days with him. You're so needy sometimes, he'd said once, and the words stung. After that, I tried to be lighter, easier, less demanding. I watched his face constantly for signs of displeasure. The slight narrowing of his eyes, the way his smile would thin when I'd said something wrong. Kezia asked me once why I seemed so tense when Nathan called. I'd laughed it off, told her I was just excited. But the truth was simpler and more shameful. I was afraid. Not of him exactly, but of losing him. So when he spoke, I listened. I just wanted to make him happy. When he made suggestions, I agreed. When he told me what he thought was best for us, I nodded and smiled and swallowed down the small voice inside me that sometimes whispered this wasn't quite right. Because, by then, I wanted him. I wanted him to leave Amelia. I needed him, and he knew it. Chapter 21. Nothing. It had been a hell of a morning at work, and it was only lunchtime. I'd had back-to-back calls and was on the verge of closing a deal that would be highly lucrative for the company. The adrenaline surge was, as ever, unreal, and I sometimes wondered if this was what an addict felt like when they were chasing their next score, their next bet, their next drink. I both loved and hated the way it consumed me at times. My father had been like that with his work too, obsessive, driven, right up until the day he walked into that weir, or fell, or whatever the fuck happened. The coroner couldn't tell us, neither could anyone else. Though when a man's business is on the verge of collapse and he can't face what that means for everything he's built, maybe there's nothing left to tell. I hadn't looked at my mobile for a good hour. I'd put it on silent and tucked it away in my desk drawer at the start of the video call. Now it was a waiting game as the client consulted with their internal advisors. I made myself a strong black coffee and sat back down at my desk, pulling open the drawer. My phone screen was black, but I knew as soon as I brought it to life, it would light up with a dozen notifications, mostly from Lena, and that was the problem. I had become aware over the past few weeks that I didn't get the same rush of excitement as I'd had when we first started our affair. Or that little smile when I thought about Lena. I didn't rush to open her messages anymore or rush to reply to them. I'd even considered not going to Warsaw next week and asking one of the other partners to go. Something had shifted, and I wouldn't say it had shifted between us, but something in me had changed. The guilt, of course, was huge. It had been getting worse. I don't know what I had expected, that maybe it would fade. But for a while now, every time I looked at Amelia, I felt nothing but guilt. Several times she'd asked me if I was all right, and I'd almost blurted out a confession, but had managed to stop myself. I would be confessing to ease my conscience. It wasn't a noble gesture, and I knew that telling her would break her, and the thought literally made my heart ache. The whisper in the dark recesses of my mind that I needed to end things with Lena had grown louder over the last few weeks. I knew I wouldn't be able to ignore it much longer. I had begun easing off the text messages to Lena, I realized. Not intentionally. If any thought had gone into it, it had been a subconscious one. I finished my coffee and picked up my phone, steeling myself. 5 text messages from Lena, 2 from Amelia, 3 from my mother, 1 from Sophie, 5 voice messages. It was like a fucking shopping list, and it immediately rang alarm bells, especially that one from Sophie. She never texted me. I opened it immediately. Check your voicemail. Urgent. At that moment, there was an urgent rapping on my office door, and, without waiting for me to respond, the door flew open, and my business partner, Martin, burst in. I knew from the look on his face that something bad had happened. I was on my feet, scooping up my keys, before he had even said anything. My mind carried out the maths and came up with 2 answers. It was either my mother or my wife. For one sickening moment, I thought of Dad at the weir. History repeating itself. Someone else I loved, gone, just like that, no warning, no chance to. Nathan. It's Amelia. She's been rushed to hospital, said Martin. I appreciated the direct delivery with no beating about the bush. Which hospital? I was moving around my desk. What's happened? I'll drive and tell you as we go. I didn't argue. It was obviously serious if Martin wasn't even taking the time to explain before we left. No, I'll do the driving. You do the talking. I needed to get a grip on the situation, in any way I could. I couldn't just sit there. Minutes later, we were tearing out of the car park, Martin clinging to the grab handle. Steady, mate. We don't need to end up in Ava E as patients. Talk to me. Ectopic pregnancy. Amelia passed out at work. They think there's some kind of infection. Fuck! Then it sank in what he had said. Ectopic pregnancy? She was pregnant? You didn't know? No. I swerved the car back from the edge of the road. We'd nearly veered off. My hands were shaking. When had my life become this chaos I couldn't manage? Are you sure you don't want me to drive? Positive. We'd had a round of IVF. She hadn't told me she was pregnant. Had she known? I hadn't even asked. What the fuck kind of husband was I? The worst, it seemed. I didn't know she was pregnant. Shit. Sorry, mate. How bad is the infection? I don't really know. Your mum rang me. Said she'd been trying to get hold of you. She only had a few details from Amelia's sister. Said they're worried about sepsis. It's serious, Mum. Of course she'd called Martin when she couldn't reach me. Always calling. Always needing something since Dad died. I loved her. But Christ, the weight of being her only support, her only family, was suffocating sometimes. And now this, Amelia in surgery. Everything was spiraling. Everything was slipping out of my control. I put my foot down. I needed to get to the hospital. I needed to be with Amelia. To hold her, to tell her it was going to be all right. I needed to make sure she was getting the best possible medical care. I said a silent prayer to whoever or whatever might be there, pleading with them not to let her die. I couldn't think of anyone or anything else. Only Amelia. 15 minutes later, I swerved into the hospital, slinging the car to a halt outside the main entrance, not bothering even to turn off the engine, and bolted through the doors like some sort of SWAT team. I was already phoning Sophie. She answered immediately. "Where are you?" she demanded. "Just got here. Where am I going?" "First floor, waiting area B. She's in surgery." I didn't bother with the lift and ran up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Sophie was waiting at the top and ushered me through to the waiting room before giving me the lowdown. Amelia was only 6 weeks pregnant. She'd only found out 2 days earlier and had told Sophie. I felt a sting of jealousy that she had told her sister before me. "She wanted to surprise you at the end of the week," explained Sophie, her voice cracking a little. "She was going to put a pregnancy test in a gift bag. You know the type of thing." A small part of me wished she'd told me, so we could have shared a few days of excitement together. But I had no right to wish for any of those privileges. They were reserved for loyal, devoted husbands, not arseholes like me. "I didn't know you could have an ectopic pregnancy with IVF," I said. "It's rare, apparently. The egg implants in the fallopian tube instead of in the womb." "What are they doing to her now?" "They might have to remove the tube completely." I swore again. My default settings for the afternoon, it seemed. "She's going to be devastated." Understatement. I was trying to process it all. I needed to be strong for when Amelia came out of surgery. I needed to be there for her, mind and body. I needed to hold something together because everything else was falling apart. Mum. Lena. Work. Dad's fucking ghost following me around. I couldn't fail at this too. It was an agonizing hour before the doctor came out of surgery and told us that it had been successful, but they'd had to remove the fallopian tube. Amelia was now on IV antibiotics to combat the infection that, had it been left any longer, could well have turned into sepsis. Just the word sent a cold shiver down my spine. "When can we see her?" I asked. "In about an hour or so, once she's out of recovery and settled on a ward. Private room," I said. "I'll pay for a private room. Money. That was something I could control. If there's one available, we can arrange that. If not, I can get her transferred to a private hospital. No disrespect." "None taken," replied the surgeon. "Don't be worrying about that now," said Sophie, placing her hand on my back. "She's getting all the care here. It's going to be all right. She's going to be okay." I crumbled at Sophie's compassion, allowing myself to cry with relief, remorse and private promises to be a better person. But even as I made those promises, I could feel myself unraveling. The carefully constructed life I'd built was coming apart at the seams, and I didn't know how to stop it. I got to see Amelia a couple of hours later, and I stayed until the end of visiting hours, before Martin came to pick me up. Sophie had to leave earlier for school pickup, but she got to see her sister. There had been tears. Lots of tears from all of us. But all the time, all I could think was how lucky I was to get a second chance at my marriage. I wasn't going to mess it up this time. Amelia deserved better. When I got home that night, the first thing I did was message Lena and ask if I could call her. I needed to talk to her about something important. I had glanced at her messages, and they were the usual type she sent, where she told me what she was doing, sent me pictures of things she'd know I'd like. But because I hadn't replied, her later messages had become full of concern and anxiety. I had another dose of feeling like a complete shit. Lena had been growing increasingly more alarmed at my silence, but I hadn't had the mental bandwidth to reply earlier. And what sort of person sits with his wife who has just had emergency surgery, lost their baby through an ectopic pregnancy, and was on the verge of sepsis, then texted their lover at the same time? I wasn't that much of a cunt. I poured myself a glass of whiskey. Then another. And another. The bottle was half empty by the time I actually made the call. Dutch courage. Or maybe just the courage to do what I should have done months ago. To end what I should have never started. I phoned Lena. "Hello," she said, her voice soft. "I have been worried about you. I didn't hear from you. Is everything all right?" "Hi," I said, bracing myself. I didn't want to hurt her, but there was no other way. Sitting at Amelia's bedside earlier after she'd cried her heart out and then drifted into sleep, exhausted, I had experienced an overwhelming emotion of love for her, and I knew I had never felt that for Lena. I cared about her. I liked her immensely. She made me laugh and she was good company, but I didn't love her. She had been a refuge I'd taken to escape everyday life and responsibilities. "I'm okay. It's been a tough day of meetings and stuff going on at home. Do you want to talk about it?" Not really. I had no right or desire to share Amelia's private life with Lena. That would add another betrayal to the list I didn't want. "Can we switch to a video call? At least, if I couldn't tell her in person, I could at least tell her to her face, albeit over the phone." "Sure." Her face appeared. She was in her apartment, sitting on her bed in a little vest top, and clearly no bra. I concentrated on just looking at her face. I wasn't actually interested in looking anywhere else. "There's something I need to say," I began. I could see her expression began to drop. "It's about us." God, I was crap at this. She remained silent. "I need to be honest with you about something, and I know this is going to hurt." "Don't," she whispered. "I'm sorry, but I need to call things off." God, I hated inflicting the pain on her, but there I needed to make sure there was no misunderstanding. "I don't want to lead this double life anymore. I couldn't do it. Couldn't keep all these plates spinning. I was exhausted. Everything was too much. Mom calling practically every day. Amelia nearly dying. Work deals that might fall through. That, on top of the constant question mark over Dad's death. I couldn't breathe under the weight of it all. "And you're not choosing me," she said. "I owe it to my wife. What about me? Don't you owe me something?" "I'm sorry, Lena. You're an amazing woman, you really are, but it's just not going to work for us. Find someone who can love you completely, who isn't married, who can be with you because they love you." "I wanted you to love me," she said softly. There was no rage or accusations. No calling me all the names under the sun, which I would have fully deserved. There was just this acceptance. I think it was worse than being screamed at. "I can't give you that," I said. "I can't give you false hope. You deserve to find genuine happiness with someone who can give you everything you want. I really hope that you find that person." I thought I had. "Lena, I'm sorry." I had never told her I loved her. I loved the idea of being with her, the excitement and the newness, but I'd never felt that same bone-deep love that I did for Amelia. I should have realized all this sooner. "Look, I want you to know that I enjoyed every minute with you, and I'll never forget you." She nodded, and tears rolled down her cheeks. "Your wife is a very lucky woman," she said. "Goodbye, Nathan." She blew a kiss and cut the call. I had never in my entire life felt as big a piece of shit as I did in that moment. I poured another whiskey, sat there in the dark, wondering if this was how Dad had felt before he went into the weir. Overwhelmed, trapped, unable to see a way out. The thought terrified me more than anything else that had happened that day. Chapter 22. Dutlant. I was surprised at how well Lena took my breaking up with her, and I did think about her a lot for the first week or so. More out of habit. We'd got into a routine of messaging good morning and stuff like that, but I focused on putting all my energies into looking after Amelia and helping her physical and emotional recovery. I could feel us getting closer together again. The chasm that had opened between us, the fault line, whatever it had been, was now closing, and it felt good. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe properly, like maybe I could keep everything in order. We had discussed IVF again, but I was terrified of another ectopic pregnancy. I didn't want to run the risk of losing Amelia for a second time. It had been scary enough. I couldn't live through that again. And so we turned to what had always been our next alternative, adoption. Again, we had looked into this and knew the chances of being able to adopt a baby. We both wanted a child under the age of 2 years old. Under 1, ideally, were slim. We had looked at adopting abroad prior to our last round of IVF. We didn't want to go through another failed attempt or risk an ectopic pregnancy again. We'd applied to an agency in Amsterdam and had our first home study visit. The social worker had been thorough and encouraging. She'd explained the process could take anywhere from 6 to 18 months. Of course, we'd hoped never to be in this position, but we'd gone ahead with attending the mandatory preparation course, completed our medical examinations, and gathered references from friends and colleagues. All as a backup. We hoped we'd never have to call upon it. 2 weeks after the ectopic pregnancy, Amelia went back to work for the first time. When she came back that evening, I could see there was something different about the woman who had left that morning. Instead of the apprehensive demeanor and the underlying sadness, the Amelia who was now dumping her bag in the hall and kicking off her shoes before coming through to the kitchen was smiling and had a positive energy about her. "Good day," I asked, embracing her and holding her tight. "It was okay," she replied. "It's nice to be back at work, back in a routine way." She leaned back and looked up at me. "I've been thinking, though." "Okay," I said, not sure what was coming. "We should push ahead with the adoption now. I don't want to waste any time. I don't want to leave it so late that we have to go through all the checks again because they're out of date or something." "Are you sure?" I hadn't wanted to bring the subject up so soon after what we'd been through, what Amelia had been through, but there was a sense of relief that she'd been thinking about it in a positive way. Relief mixed with something else. Pressure. Mom had been dropping hints about grandchildren even before Dad had died. It had only intensified since. Someone to carry on the family name, she'd say. Something to give us hope. As if a baby could fill the void Dad left. As if anything could. But somewhere in the back of my mind, at some point, a little whisper in my head had grown louder and louder that maybe Mum was right. I'm positive. Don't get me wrong. I'm not over what happened. But I want something good to focus on. I'm trying to find the positive in everything. You're so brave, Melly, I whispered, kissing her. If you're sure, I'll get on to the agency tomorrow. True to my word, I called the agency first thing in the morning. Miss Baker was delighted to hear from us and said she'd been hoping we'd be ready to move forward soon. Within the hour, she'd emailed over the updated paperwork and we'd scheduled a Zoom call for the following week. Everything was falling into place with a momentum that felt almost surreal after months of uncertainty. For the first time in weeks, I felt genuinely optimistic about our future. Amelia and I were reunited, working towards something positive together. The guilt that had been eating away at me was finally starting to fade, replaced by a determination to be the husband she deserved. I'd learned my lesson the hard way. I would never take Amelia for granted again, never let anything or anyone come between us. This baby would be our fresh start, our redemption. I watched her face light up every time we spoke about baby names, nursery color schemes, preschools, and schools. This was how it should be. This was who we were meant to be together. About a week later, I telephoned Miss Baker for an update and to confirm everything was in place. I'm very happy to say that all the formalities have been completed as far as they can be, said Miss Baker. You and your wife are now on the waiting list for a baby. Is there anything else we need to do? I asked. No, nothing. I'm afraid it's a waiting game now. The waiting list, how far up or down are we on it? I thought of Amelia and how every day she woke up, and the first thing she said to me was, "Today might be the day." I never wanted something so much as to be able to tell her today was indeed the day. You are 9th on our list, said Baker. 9th? I swallowed. Look, I know it's a bit of a how long is a piece of string question, but on average, what sort of time scale are we looking at? Indeed, it is one of those questions I can't really answer, said Baker. It could be a month, 2 months, 6 months. I let out a long sigh. And we are on the priority list. Yes, you are. And can I do anything to influence that position? More references? More financial security? A donation? My voice came out more desperate than I'd intended. I needed this to happen. Needed to fix this. There was a short silence before Baker replied. Sometimes, she said carefully, couples who are particularly committed to supporting our work here, perhaps through additional donations, through different channels, might find their cases can be expedited. It's not uncommon for grateful families to show their appreciation in this way. Her tone had been professional, but the implication was clear. I understand, I replied. I would actually be very interested in making a donation to the foundation or another suitable recipient. Finally, something I could control. Something I could make happen. Money fixed things. Dad had always said money didn't make you happy, but it could bloody well help. He was right about that. It would be a highly confidential arrangement, said Baker, between 2 parties only. And for the benefit of both parties, it would be off the record. Is that something you would be interested in? Very much so. In that case, I shall contact you directly through WhatsApp. This ensures confidentiality for both parties, and we can agree on the details. Perfect. I ended the call feeling excited, with exactly the kind of adrenaline rush I got when I was negotiating a new deal. There was something about having leverage, about knowing there was a way to make things happen fast, that energized me. It felt good, like I was completely back in control, not drowning anymore, not failing. This was what I was good at, making deals, solving problems. Of course, I didn't mention it to Amelia. She'd never approve of something like this. Her moral compass was too strong. She'd be horrified at the thought of jumping ahead of other couples who'd been waiting longer, and I knew she'd torture herself over whether it was right or wrong. I didn't want her to have that burden. Some decisions were better left to me. I was protecting her from having to make choices that would keep her awake at night, just like I was protecting her from knowing about Lena. Some things wives were better off not knowing. Some burdens husbands carried alone. Another piece of advice I learned from Dad. I went to bed that night, feeling lighter than I had in months, convinced that the worst was behind us and that our real life could finally begin, until my phone rang the next day while I was at work. It was Lena. I didn't answer it. I sat there looking at it until it went to voicemail, but she hung up without leaving a message, only to ring again. 3 more times. My heart was pounding, the sense of control I'd felt yesterday evaporating like the morning mist. Why was she calling? We were done. It was over. I'd ended it cleanly. Finally, she sent a text message. I need to speak to you. This is important. FaceTime me. I debated whether this was a good idea or not. I hadn't heard from her for weeks. I knew she wouldn't call me unless it was important. And the only thing that I could think of was that someone had found out about us, or worse, that Amelia knew. I FaceTimed Lena back. I wasn't sure how I'd react to seeing her face and hearing her voice again after all that time, but I was relieved that although it was nice and familiar, the call didn't stir up the feelings of desire that I'd once had for her. "Hello, Nathan?" Her voice was soft, and I could hear the apprehension in it. "How are you?" "I'm good. You?" She nodded and then shook her head. "Not really." A knot in my stomach tightened. "What's up?" "You said it was important, Fath. I'm sorry for contacting you. I didn't have any choice." "Lena, what's wrong?" I felt genuinely concerned about her. There is no easy way to say this, but I knew I must tell you to your face. She looked at me, her eyes shining with tears. "I'm pregnant. With your child." What?" I stammered the words out. "Say that again. I'm pregnant with your child." The room tilted. My vision blurred at the edges. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't real. First Dad dying without explanation, then Amelia nearly dying, now this. The universe was punishing me. Had to be. Some cosmic joke at my expense. No, you can't be. How? I mean, oh, fuck. Are you certain? Of course I'm certain. I would not have called you otherwise, and about how it happened. She raised her eyebrows. I really don't think I need to explain. Fuck! My whole world span at an alarming rate. I felt dizzy as the words sank in. My other hand was gripping the arm of the chair so hard my knuckles were white. I wanted to scream, to throw something, to run, anywhere, everywhere, nowhere. I had no reason to disbelieve Lena. She wasn't the type of person. But Jesus Christ. I couldn't believe it, and yet absolutely knew it was true. I took a moment to gather the thoughts that were racing through my mind. I got to my feet, sat back down again. Think. Right. Okay, I said. We can work this out. Don't panic. But I was panicking, completely losing my shit internally, even as I tried to stay calm. I am not panicking. I looked at her and could see the quiet resilience in her eyes. How far along are you? I asked, my voice lowered. 10 weeks. Right. 10 weeks. That was pretty much the last time I'd been over in Warsaw. The last time we had sex. What were the fucking chances of that? I used a condom. I'm not being funny, Lena, but how did it happen? That's what I should ask you. It must have split, and you didn't tell me. What? I didn't tell you because I didn't know. I sank back in the chair. The irony wasn't lost on me. Amelia and I had tried for years. Fertility treatments, IVF. All ending in failure and heartbreak. And now Lena was pregnant from one time when a lousy fucking condom split. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Because my periods are irregular. I thought it was late. I had no reason to believe I was pregnant. I blew out a long breath. Okay, what do you want to do? As in, do I want to keep it, is what you are asking me? Yes, I guess I am. What do you want to do, Nathan? I didn't answer for a long time. My child was growing in her womb. It was something I'd dreamed about, something I'd wanted too desperately. But with Amelia, not with Lena, a child, my father's grandchild, the legacy Mum kept talking about. But I didn't want it like this, never like this. This would destroy Amelia, destroy everything. There was no way I wanted Lena to have a termination, but I had no right to demand she continue with a pregnancy she didn't want. And where did that leave me with Amelia? How could I tell my wife that I'd finally achieved what we'd been trying for years to accomplish? She'd never survive it. The more I thought about it, the more impossible it all became. My chest felt tight, and for one moment, I thought I might be having a heart attack. I concentrated on breathing deeply and lowering my heart rate. Eventually, I found my voice. I'll support you in whatever decision you make. I just want to say, though, whatever you decide and whatever happens, I will be there, but I'm not leaving Amelia. It was Lena's turn to be silent for a while. I'm not having a termination, she said. My heart thudded in my chest. A strange mix of relief and absolute terror washed over me. A baby. My child. But the cost would be everything. My marriage. My mother's respect. Any shred of dignity I had left. Okay, I understand that. Look, Lena, I need time to think about how we're going to work this. My mind was shifting into problem-solving mode. Survival mode. I appreciate your decision. Thank you. I would be devastated if you had a termination, but I know it's not going to be easy for you doing it alone. I paused. I'll be there as much as I can for moral and financial support, but I can't be there all the time as a partner. I want to be a father, though. Tears slipped from her eyes as she nodded. I thought you would say that. I was hoping maybe you wouldn't, but I know you don't love me and you don't want to hurt your wife. I just wish it were me. Lena? I whispered her name. I wanted to comfort her, to reassure her, to tell her it wasn't true, but I'd be lying and we both knew that. I'm so sorry. It's all right. I understand. God, I didn't deserve her understanding. We'll work something out. I promise I'll think of something. Just let me get my head around this. Can I call you at the end of the week? I'll have some solutions then. But even as I said it, I knew there were no solutions. Not really. Just damage control. Just lies stacked on lies. I ended the call and sat there in my office, staring at nothing. My phone buzzed. A text from Mum. Any news on the adoption? I'm praying every night for good news. I wanted to laugh. Or cry. Or both. Instead, I just sat there, completely shell-shocked, wondering what the fuck I was going to do now. Chapter 23. Lect. Amelia. After Lena's revelations, I was in some kind of shock. Having her tell me exactly what had happened had been almost exquisitely painful, so much more piercing than piecing it together in my own head. It was the confirmation I had dreaded, and now I felt numb. That's the only way I could describe it. Too battered to respond emotionally or physically. As soon as Nathan had come home, I'd made an excuse about a headache and taken myself off to bed. The next morning, I went through the ritual of pretending it was just another morning like all others. I had gone to bed late, and Nathan had been asleep. I had slept all night with soothing eye gel on my eyes. It did the trick. My eyes weren't as puffy or red as they might have been from all the crying the night before. Nathan was busy on his phone, taking an early breakfast call from one of his partners, who was a couple of hours ahead of him in a different time zone. Once he finished, he spent a couple of minutes with Oscar before getting up to leave. "What are your plans today?" he asked, checking his pocket for his wallet and phone. "Your mom is popping over, but other than that, just the usual. Enjoying my time with Oscar while I can." The words caught in my throat. Nathan stopped what he was doing and looked up. He came over to me. "Hey, don't think about going back to work yet." He put his arms around me. I felt stiff in his embrace and couldn't bring myself to hold him like I usually would. "You've got ages yet." "I know. Ignore me. I'm just being silly," I said, letting him believe I was talking about work. "Look, go out and have tea and cake with Mum today. It will do you good. Where's Lena this morning?" "Oh, she's not feeling well. I told her not to get up. I can manage. Do you want me to stay home today?" "No, not at all. You get off." I took Oscar to the door and waved Nathan off, wondering how many more times I'd have to perform what was now a charade. How much longer could I look at my husband without the betrayal being too much to bear? How much longer could I look at the child in my arms without the knowledge squeezing my heart so tightly it would stop the blood pumping to keep me alive? As soon as he was gone, I went into the kitchen and put Oscar down on his playmat before sitting next to him with my laptop. I logged on to our online banking and checked our joint accounts. We both had our own personal accounts, but we also had some joint household savings accounts which we both contributed equal amounts to. It didn't take too long, and half an hour later, I had a savings account in my sole name and had transferred half the funds into that. I wasn't taking anything that wasn't mine. Oscar had nodded off to sleep on the playmat, and I sat there just gazing at him, a beautiful, sweet, innocent baby at the epicenter of such betrayal. I swallowed a lump in my throat, feeling on the brink of tears once more. I had loved him the moment I had met him. Oh, how I wished I had known the truth. But how could I possibly have? The depth of the deception had been far too great to even consider. Nathan had paid Backer to orchestrate the entire thing, to sabotage our first adoption at the last minute so we'd be desperate enough to accept any alternative, and then to present Oscar as that miracle solution. The 10 minutes to decide hadn't been chance or coincidence. It had been calculated cruelly, designed to bypass my rational thought and prey on my desperation, so I wouldn't ask too many questions. Nathan knew that in that moment of crushing disappointment, when I was broken and vulnerable, I would have agreed to anything that gave us a child. And he'd used that knowledge, used me, to steal Lena's baby and pass him off as our salvation. Every part of what I thought had been fate had actually been Nathan pulling strings behind the scenes, playing puppet master with all our lives. He made it sound like I was being selfish if I kept Oscar. I spun around at the sound of Lena's voice behind me. She was standing in the doorway to the kitchen, her hair tied back, wearing a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. She looked tired and drained, her eyes red and swollen from crying. She came further into the kitchen and sat down on a chair, gazing down at Oscar. When I had confronted her, we had been too raw, too overwhelmed to discuss the details. We'd managed only the stark, devastating facts before emotion had overwhelmed us both. The how and why had been too much to bear in that moment. Both of us were devastated, but for different reasons. But both of us were devastated because of the same person. Nathan. I had felt sick listening to her words, but I needed to hear this. I needed to understand the full extent of what Nathan had done. He told me I was young, that I could still do all the things I wanted to do with my life. Travel, study, build a career. He said having a baby would ruin all of that. Lena's hand trembled as she spoke. But then, when I started to doubt myself, when I said I wanted to keep him, he changed. He became threatening. Threatening how? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. He said I couldn't afford to keep Oscar on my own, that if it came to it, he would take me to court and he would gain full custody of his own son. He had money, lawyers, a stable home with you. What did I have? A tiny flat, a part-time job. Tears slipped down her cheeks. But he said if I played along, if I agreed to the adoption willingly, he would let me see Oscar now and again. Keep me updated with photos. Let me know how he was doing. The calculated cruelty took my breath away. Nathan had systematically destroyed every argument Lena might have had for keeping her own child, then offered her crumbs of contact as if it were a kindness. Oscar stirred, and I automatically picked him up, soothing him and snuggling him in my arms. I looked up at Lena, and I saw the pain in her eyes. She was watching another woman cradle her child. There was something vulnerable about the way she sat there, her eyes fixed on Oscar. I saw a hunger in her gaze. It was raw, desperate, maternal. Things I had seen before, but hadn't been able to identify. But now I knew the truth. They were glaringly obvious. She didn't say anything, didn't ask, but her longing was written across every feature on her face. How could I refuse? How could I sit there holding another woman's child when that woman was right next to me, aching to hold her own baby? I might be the parent by law, by some piece of paper obtained through a secret and illegal business transaction, but I was not Oscar's mother. Without a word, I got to my feet and gently passed Oscar to her. Lena's arms came up instinctively, and the moment Oscar settled against her chest, something shifted in the air around us. My heart didn't just break. It splintered into pieces so small I wondered how many fragments it could possibly divide into before there was nothing left. I watched Lena's face transform as she held her son, saw the pure, unconditional love that radiated from her eyes. This was what real motherhood looked like. "I couldn't cope without him," whispered Lena, as a tear tracked its way down her face. "I knew I'd made a terrible mistake the moment I left him at the agency, the moment I walked away from my own baby." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "I called Nathan constantly, begging him to change his mind, to let me just see him, even just a photo. But he refused every time. I watched her face crumple with the memory of that pain. "I'm so sorry," I said softly. "I had no idea. When I threatened to tell you the truth, he said he would make sure I never saw or heard about Oscar again, that he would move you both somewhere I could never find you. He had all the power, and he knew it. So you came to England. Lena nodded. I couldn't take it anymore. At first, I just wanted to see Oscar from a distance, to know he was okay. But the more I watched him, the more I needed to be close to him. She looked ashamed. I bumped into you on purpose that day in the village. My breath caught. All those times, I'd felt like I was being watched. I took things from your washing line, she continued, the words tumbling out. Just small things, like a baby vest, a blanket. I needed something tangible of Oscar's, something that smelled like my son. But it was never enough. All the time I had thought I was just misplacing things. Like the baby grow Nathan found, he must have forced her to give it back to him. The nanny's job, I said. I know the agency doesn't exist. That was Nathan's idea. I had already told you that was my job. He thought he could control the situation, keep me close but contained. But he hadn't bargained on how much I would love Oscar, how strong that bond would be. Lena's voice was fierce now, and I hadn't understood it either. Not until I held him again. In that moment, I knew how much I loved him, and I couldn't live without him. She looked at me with desperate eyes. I am sorry, Amelia. I did not know what else to do. He's my son. I was thinking, I said to Nathan as we ate our evening meal together that night in the kitchen. Thinking about what? Nathan looked up from the spaghetti. He was twirling around his fork and smiled. The charm that smile once held, that had dazzled me in the past, was now tarnished. The day had passed in a strange mixture of devastation and determination. After our conversation that morning, Lena and I had spent hours talking, really talking, about everything Nathan had done to us both. By the time Patricia arrived for a visit, we had made a decision. We weren't going to walk away from this. Nathan had manipulated and destroyed our lives with calculated precision, and it was time he faced the consequences. Nathan had got home at his usual time, and after bathing and putting Oscar to bed, I dished up the supper that Lena had made earlier. She was now upstairs watching a show on TV. I know this is a bit out of the blue, I said, trying to sound casual, forcing myself into the role of the Amelia he expected me to be. But I'd like to move. Move. House. He gave me a quizzical look. Move house? Why? I mean, we love this house. You always called it our forever home. That was before, I replied. Before Oscar, I added quickly. Don't get me wrong. I love this house. I love that we've restored it and got it exactly how we like it, but I'd really like to be less isolated. But you're not. The village is a short walk away. Yes, but I want to be closer to a bigger town. I'm thinking ahead to when Oscar is at school. At the moment he'd go to the village school, which all sounds very lovely, but for secondary schools there's not many options. I don't want to sound snobby, but I'd like him to go to the best school we can afford. Nathan swallowed his food and took a sip of his drink. I'm not averse to moving, but it would be a shame to leave this place. It's not about the house so much as about opportunities for Oscar. Besides, this place is always going to need money spent on the upkeep. We'd be better off with a new build. A smaller mortgage and no ongoing maintenance. A smaller garden. Where are you thinking? Maybe something a bit closer to Sophie and your mum. Nathan was quiet for a moment before he replied, Okay, if it makes you happy. It would. I promise you. Do you want me to deal with the estate agent? I can ring them tomorrow to arrange a valuation. No, It's fine. I can do that. I smiled at him, and he smiled back. Thank you. I reached over and squeezed his hand. After supper, Nathan caught up on the news on the TV, and I potted around in the kitchen, avoiding sitting with him but not making it obvious. I didn't trust myself, but at the same time, I couldn't give myself away. I think I'll take a shower and then get into bed, he said, looking at his watch. Are you coming up? Soon, I said. I just want to clean Oscar's bottles and get a bit more organized for the morning. I'll see you up there. I breathed a sigh of relief as I heard him go upstairs. Hopefully, by the time I went up, he'd be asleep. I really didn't want to share a bed with him, but I couldn't think of a plausible excuse not to. I had to keep everything normal, not let on to him what I knew. The moment I heard the bedroom door close, the facade crumbled. The pressure of pretending everything was normal became unbearable. My knees gave way, and I sank down into the chair. Every muscle in my body seemed to collapse at once, and I folded over, doubled in pain. My heart felt like it was being crushed. This had to be what a heart attack felt like. The tears came in a flood. I couldn't hold them back, but the pain in my chest was so great I couldn't even make a noise. I hugged my body, tilted my head back, and silently howled into the stillness of the room. I buried my head in the cushion, muffling my sobs as my body heaved. I became aware of a hand on my back, but I was too delirious with pain to react. Then I felt an arm come around me and hold me close. It was Lena. I clung to her arm as if it was the only thing stopping me from drowning in a sea of pain. We cried together. We cried for each other. We cried as two mothers bound by one man's lies, mourning everything we'd lost and everything we were about to lose. Chapter 24. Dotlet. I don't know how I got through the next couple of days. In front of Nathan, I pretended everything was all right, and when he questioned my seeming a bit down, I merely passed it off as tiredness. You should get Lena to do some more, he suggested as he fastened his tie. If it's not working with her, I can see about getting a replacement. The word replacement sounded so brutal. Was that all Lena was to him? A replacement part in his carefully constructed life. From the same agency? I asked, merely to gauge his lie. Maybe we'll try a different agency. I could call them myself, I suppose. I looked at his reflection in the mirror, and had I not known what to look for, I would have missed that little muscle twitch in his jaw, the twitch that told me something had bothered him. No. Don't do that, he replied, his voice amazingly calm. He really was a good liar. Why hadn't I ever noticed that before? Because I was looking at him with knowledge I had never possessed before. How did my husband become such a good liar? When? And what else had he lied about? This wasn't something small. This was deception like no other. My hands were trembling, and I gripped the edge of the dressing table to steady them. Pressure was building in my chest, threatening to explode into words I couldn't take back. Nathan paused while adjusting his tie and met my eyes in the mirror. What? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? I gave a laugh, trying to dismiss it. I clearly wasn't such a good a liar as my husband. I was okay with that. I don't know. Like you were thinking something. He smoothed down his tie. I am thinking something, I heard myself say, my voice sharper than intended. Nathan froze. I'm thinking how many lies can fit into one marriage. He turned fully to face me, confusion flickering across his face. What's that supposed to mean? My heart hammered against my breastbone. I'd gone too far. Pull back now. Nothing. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. It's something from a crime drama podcast I was listening to. Amelia, what's going on? He stepped towards me, concern replacing confusion. You're so tense. Is it Oscar? He put his hand on my shoulder. Oscar. Was it about Oscar? If only he knew. I could feel the rage building, white hot and dangerous. Don't. I shrugged his hand away. Melly? Stop. I don't want to talk about it. The words came out as a sob. I pressed my hand over my mouth, horrified at how close I was coming to screaming at him, to telling him I knew everything. Nathan stared at me, genuinely bewildered now. Christ, Amelia, you're scaring me. What's happened? I forced myself to breathe, to think. Not yet. Nothing's happened, I managed, smoothing back my hair. I'm sorry. I'm just tired. I turned to face him. Despite how I felt, I also couldn't help marveling at how handsome he looked. I ran my hand down the lapel of his jacket. You always look so handsome in a suit. He smiled. Shame I'm running late. He dropped a kiss to my mouth. Maybe tonight? Maybe, I said, ducking away from him. Nathan and I had always had a healthy sex life, but I couldn't even entertain the thought of having sex with him now. The very idea of him touching me made my skin crawl. How could he kiss me like nothing was wrong? How could he look at me with those lying eyes and pretend to love me? I didn't know how I was going to escape this. I could tell it was on his mind. I had pretended to be fast asleep. Last night, when he came to bed and ignored him cuddling up to my back, I wasn't sure how much longer I'd be able to get away with the "I'm too tired" excuse. I heard him sigh as I went into the next room where Oscar was just waking, and, thankfully, his phone started ringing to distract him. I made it halfway down the stairs, holding Oscar in my arms, before I had to stop to try to control my breathing. I thought I was going to have some sort of panic attack. That had all been too close. I'd nearly lost control completely, nearly thrown everything I knew in his face, and demanded answers. But I needed to be smart. I needed to think. When I heard Nathan coming out of the bedroom, I forced myself to keep moving down the stairs, to keep the mask in place. What are you up to today? He asked a short while later, when he came down to leave for work. I'm going to pop over to see Sophie, I said. See how she's doing. I thought of her pregnancy and how different our situations were. I was happy for her, devastated for myself, but I couldn't dwell on it. Not now. I needed to stay strong, to compartmentalize everything, to keep myself from falling apart. I had a goal to reach. Only then could I let myself slip over into the abyss. That will do you good, he replied, coming over to Oscar to say goodbye to him. Give my love to her, won't you? Of course. After Oscar and I had waved Nathan off, I went back into the kitchen. I leaned against the worktop, my whole body sagging with relief. He was gone. I could drop the pretense, at least for a few hours. Lena had come down. I noticed she had started to avoid being in the same room as Nathan the last couple of days, and I couldn't blame her. I was amazed that she had been able to function at all. As had also become our habit, I let Lena take over looking after Oscar. It broke my heart to watch another woman mother my child, but I had to force myself not to think about it like that. I could only get through this if I stayed focused on the fact that Oscar wasn't mine, and Lena deserved, no, had the right, to love her child. The thought of letting Oscar go felt like I was being asked to cut out my own heart while it was still beating. I'd become a mother in every way that mattered, hadn't I? Every sleepless night, every feeding, every smile and gurgle and milestone. The weight of Oscar in my arms, the milky smell of his skin, the way he settled when I held him. These weren't things that could be undone. Biology was just science. But love? Love was something else entirely. And yet, the truth gnawed at my insides like poison. Lena had carried that child. Lena had given birth to him. Lena had been manipulated and lied to, just as I had been. What right did I have to keep a child who had been stolen through Nathan's lies? But how could I willingly give up my son? Because that's what Oscar was now. My son, wasn't he? The questions circled endlessly, a torture I couldn't escape. Keep Oscar and become the villain in someone else's story. Give him back and lose everything that made life worth living. There was no right answer. Only grief, whatever path I chose. I'm just going to sort a few things out and then I'll be off, I told Lena. In the study, I sought out the box where we kept all our important documents and within 10 minutes had everything I needed. A passport, life insurance policy, 2 utility bills, driving license, building society and bank details, national insurance number, birth and marriage certificates. I looked at the documents laid out on the desk in front of me, my gaze resting on the marriage certificate and then the adoption certificate. 2 of the most important documents in my life that had given me absolute joy to hold in my hand. But not now. All they supplied was pain. Tears welled up in my eyes again, and I forced myself to blink them away. Don't fall apart yet. Don't fall apart yet. It was becoming my mantra. I put all the documents into an empty folder and slipped it into my bag. I checked the time. Sophie would be back from the school run by now, or at least on her way home. I tapped out a message and sent it. Are you at home this morning? I need to talk to you. Can I come over? I got a reply almost instantly. Yes. Home all day. Are you okay? Just need to speak to you. Don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. Just need a sister hug. Be with you in an hour. I thought I had better add that on. I didn't want her to worry that I was about to break some awful health news to her. She sent back a heart emoji. She probably just thought I was having a bad day and struggling with motherhood. If only she knew how true that was. The last thing I did before leaving was log on to my LinkedIn account. Something I never thought I'd be doing so soon. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. In the next room, she could hear Lena talking softly to Oscar. My throat tightened at the sound of mother and son interacting with each other. I wondered how much longer I'd have Oscar in my life. How many times I'd get to hold him, but it would never be the same. Oscar wasn't mine, had never been mine, and could never be mine. I swiped the tearaway that slid down my face and blinked hard, clicking the icon to open my LinkedIn account. My profile picture stared back at me. Taken at a company event 2 years ago, my arm linked with Nathan's though he'd been cropped out. I'd need to change that. Something more independent. The headline, Head of Human Resources, as currently on parental leave, stared back at me, almost mockingly. I deleted the second part and typed in, Head of Human Resources, Strategic HR Leadership / Change Management. My location still read Suffolk, United Kingdom. I changed it to just United Kingdom. Open to work? No, too obvious. But I could make it visible to recruiters only. I clicked through the settings, my heart rate picking up slightly, despite the mundanity of the task. Let recruiters know you are open. Only recruiters using LinkedIn Recruiter will see this. I selected it. In the search bar, I typed HR Director Cambridge and scrolled through the results. Saved 3 positions. Then HR Manager Norwich. Saved 2 more. Far enough from Suffolk. Close enough to be practical. Close enough to what? Visit? Watch Oscar grow up from a distance? Would Lena stay with Nathan? Would Lena even stay in this country? I swallowed against the burning in my chest. A notification popped up in the corner. John Matthews viewed your profile. I froze, then relaxed. I had worked with John years ago in London before we had moved out to Suffolk. Probably just curious. If Nathan ever looked, I'd see his name appear. But why would he? I closed the laptop. Time was getting on, and I needed to get over to Sophie's. She'd be worrying otherwise, wondering where I'd got to. I went out to the kitchen, where Lena had Oscar in her arms, looking at the falling leaves of autumn. My stomach clenched at the same time as my heart. Lena turned around and looked guilty. "I'm sorry," she said, going to put Oscar down in his chair. "No, it's fine. Lena, please." I couldn't quite say the words, but I wanted Lena to know she shouldn't feel guilty about loving her own son. I blinked the tears away and put on an overly cheerful expression to match my voice. "I'm just going off to see my sister now. Oscar." I had a sudden panic that Lena wouldn't be here when I got back, that she'd take Oscar and run. She must have known what I was thinking. "I will be here when you get back. So will Oscar. I promise." I held Lena's gaze and nodded. "Thank you." The drive over to Sophie's seemed to take forever, and I didn't even notice crossing the traffic lights at one of the major junctions on the way. It was a wonder I got there in one piece. Sophie opened the door before I had a chance to knock. I stood there, not knowing what to say. Where did I even begin? "Mealy?" Her voice was full of concern. I burst into tears, unable to speak. "Oh, God," she said. "Come inside, sweetie." Through the tears and the hugs, I somehow managed to tell my sister the whole sorry story of what had happened and how I'd found out. To her credit, Sophie sat there in silence, gasping now and again as the story unfolded. She called Nathan several choice names and went from outrage at Lena's part to a kind of understanding. But her strongest emotion was for me and how I felt. She held me in her arms like I was one of her children as I sobbed with relief at being able to tell someone about it all. I had felt like I was going mad, falling apart inside, as I tried to cope with what had happened. "I swear I'll kill that fucking bastard," she muttered more than once. Eventually, I stopped crying. I don't think I had any tears left. I managed to explain with a degree of mental separation what I was planning on doing next. "I'm going to put as much right as I can, and I'm not letting him get away with it," I said. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. He doesn't deserve any sympathy. You're far more patient than I am. I would have packed my bags and left the bastard straight away." It's not as easy as that. It's not just me to think about. I have to think of Oscar. To put him first in all this, and at the end of the day, he is still her son. I felt like I was swallowing razor blades as I said those words. Her son, not mine. Hers. Sophie squeezed my hand. "You know I'm here for you. With you. Whatever you want or need me to do, I'll do it. I won't question anything. Just say what you want me to do and consider it done." I smiled at her. My lovely, loyal, beautiful sister. "I just need you to look after something for me." I pulled the folder out of my tote bag and placed it on the kitchen table. It's all my important documents, all the things I'll need to start again. And to take Nathan down. Sophie was quiet for a moment before speaking. "I'm only going to ask you this once." "Okay." I gave her my full attention. "Are you sure you want to do all this? I mean, give up Oscar." I held my face in my hands for a long moment, then let out a long sigh before looking at my sister. My voice was barely above a whisper. I've already looked into it. Online. The other night when I couldn't sleep. What happens when a biological mother wants her baby back after legal adoption? Sophie's eyes widened a fraction. And what was the answer? The adoption would likely stand, I replied. I have rights too. The courts consider the established bond, the disruption to the child. I could fight this. I could probably keep him. Jesus, Amelia. And would you? Would Lena take you to court? I don't know, but I'm sure Nathan would. He wants Oscar in his life, no matter the cost, and I don't just mean the financial cost. He doesn't deserve Oscar. I nodded. I've thought about going to court a lot, I said. The other day, when Oscar was crying, I held him and was able to comfort him. He took comfort from me. It's something I've always dreamed of. I was the one who soothed him. When he finally fell asleep in my arms, I thought, I'm his mother. I'm the one who knows he likes to be rocked from side to side and not back and forth. I'm the one who knows he needs his taggy square held against his cheek. I know that. Lena only knows because I told her. You adopted him legally. You are his mother, Sophie said softly, and I could hear something in her voice. It was like she was giving me permission. But how could I? I'm his mother based on lies and fraud. I looked at her. I can't keep him. Why not? Because it would make me just like Nathan. My voice caught in my throat. I've been trying to rationalize it, making mental lists of all the reasons Oscar would be better off with me. More stability. 2 parents. I even told myself that Lena gave him up once, so what's to say she wouldn't struggle again? Those are fair points. Are they? I've been watching her with him when she doesn't know I'm looking. The way she touches his hair, like she still can't believe he's real. The way her whole face changes when he smiles. But you've been the mother to him that he needs, Sophie insisted. Have I? Or have I been the woman playing mother with someone else's stolen child? Oh, Amelia. Sophie reached over and squeezed my hand. I love Oscar so much, I continued, staring down at my coffee. I love him as if he were my biological son. I can't imagine not loving him. He feels like he's my son. I paused, taking a deep breath. But how can I keep another woman's child? How can I deny a mother her own baby? Not when I know what it's like to want a child so much. Not when I've seen the look on her face when she holds him. Yes. Sophie paused, then looked at me. She might love him, but is she best for him? She sat back in her chair. I know I'm playing devil's advocate, but you need to think really carefully about this. He needs his real mother. How could I explain it to him in the future that I kept him even though his mother was there? Wanting him, needing him. I kept him for my own selfish reasons. He would never understand or forgive me, and I'd lose him all over again. And what about his own feelings? He would have missed out on all that time without his own mother. What if they couldn't build a bond? What if Oscar couldn't cope with the way he'd come to me in the first place? No. I've thought about this a lot. I'm not his real mother. I wiped more tears that sprang to my eyes. Every day I keep him is another day I'm keeping him from the woman who is his mother, who gave birth to him and who loves him and who never wanted to give him up in the first place. Keeping Oscar would make me no better than Nathan. Just another person putting their own needs above what was right. Oh, God, Amelia. I don't know where you get your compassion from. It's what is best for Oscar. My voice broke, and my sister held me once again. Chapter 25, Teneplant. That evening, I was getting the dinner ready and Lena was sterilizing the baby bottles. The sudden sound of Nathan's key in the door made me jump. I was so on edge. I spun around, knocking a glass of water onto the floor where it shattered into tiny pieces. Shit! I closed my eyes. Don't worry, I'll clean it up, said Lena. No, I'll do it. Nathan came into the kitchen. Whoa, that bad, eh? My arrival sends glassware flying. He laughed, coming over, taking the dustpan and brush from the cupboard as he did. Here, I'll sort it. He nodded at Lena. Evening. Hi. He paused for a moment, looking between the two of us. It's fine. No drama. Just a glass. Lena turned back to what she was doing, and I stepped out of the way, asking Nathan about his day, while he cleared up the mess. All done, he said cheerfully. Then, looking at us again, it's only a glass. No need to look so worried. I forced a smile to my face and finished dishing up dinner. Lena finished what she was doing and disappeared upstairs, saying she would check on Oscar before she went for a bath. As I put a plate of pasta down in front of Nathan, he caught my hand. You okay, Melly? He gave me a look of concern that used to make me feel so loved and secure. It had none of those effects now. I'm fine. Why? He let go of my hand. Not sure. You don't seem yourself. You haven't for a couple of days, if I'm honest. Nothing to worry about, I replied, realizing that I didn't care that I was lying. He'd told me so many. What was the point in worrying? I sat down with my own plate of food. Lena seems a bit uptight too, he mused, tucking into his pasta. Is everything all right with you two? For goodness sake, Nathan, what's with all the questions? Everything is fine. I stopped myself. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. Look, if you don't like her being here, I can see about asking her to leave, he said in a low voice. We did say she'd only be here a short while. No, not yet. I like having her around. Is it me then? The question stopped me mid-move with my fork to my mouth. I looked at him and gave a laugh. Of course not. He put his fork down and pushed his half-eaten plate away. If I've done something to upset you, please just say. Oh, all the things I could say, but I wasn't going to. Nathan, there's nothing wrong. My biggest lie of the night so far. Everything was wrong. Very wrong. Only, you haven't wanted to make love for a few days now. I put my own fork down, grateful for an excuse not to pretend to eat when I had no appetite for food. That doesn't mean anything. And I don't like being called out on it like I've done something wrong. I got up from the table. Look, I don't have to want sex every single night. You're out of order putting any pressure on me. I'm not. I was just asking. He looked bewildered by what in normal circumstances would have been an overreaction from me. His hurt expression almost made me feel guilty. Almost. But I just didn't have the patience for his crap anymore. When we went to bed that night, he snuggled up to me like he always did, but just gently held me against him. Night, Melly. Don't forget I love you. I squeezed my eyes tightly together, willing myself not to cry. I had shared such a huge part of my life with Nathan. There had been so many firsts: first sex, first holiday, first home, first grief, and so many other times, good, bad, and those in between, normal everyday times. He knew me like no one else did, and I thought I had known him too. I had given him everything I possibly could, except for that one thing he desired most, a child of his own. I willed myself not to turn around and sink into the warmth of his chest, seeking the safety I'd always found there. It would be so easy just to pretend I didn't know what he'd done, but I couldn't. Not now. Ignorance was bliss. Knowledge was heartbreaking. The following day, I came downstairs with a sleepy Oscar and sat on the sofa with him in my arms while he had his bottle. "You okay?" asked Nathan. "Yeah, fine." You haven't seen my watch, have you?" "What? Your tag?" "Yeah, I couldn't find it this morning." "When did you last wear it?" He put a coffee down on the table for me. "I took it off when I bathed Oscar last night. I thought I'd left it on the windowsill." "No, sorry. I'll keep an eye out for it. Maybe you put it in the bedroom. It can't be far." He smiled and sat down next to me, his fingertips resting at the nape of my neck. "I'm sorry about last night," he said. "I didn't mean to put any pressure on you or anything. I was just being, well, clumsy, I guess." He looked at me with a sorrowful look. "Am I forgiven?" For a moment I saw the Nathan I had known and loved all these years. The one who made my heart beat a little faster. The one I always missed when he wasn't with me. The one I couldn't wait to get home to. The one I had fallen in love with. But I didn't know if he had ever existed, really. I forced a smile. "You're forgiven." He grinned broadly before leaning forward and kissing me. "I'll see you later." "Have a good day. Love you." He stroked Oscar's face with his finger. "Daddy loves you too." As usual, Lena appeared washed and dressed almost as soon as Nathan had left. "Sorry," she said. "I find it very difficult being around him and acting normal." I gave a small laugh. "Tell me about it." I looked down at Oscar, who was coming to the end of the milk in his bottle. I knew I should pass him over, but I wanted to hold him for a little bit longer. "I have to go out this afternoon," I said. "For a couple of hours. I'll leave Oscar with you." When I finally managed to tear myself away from Oscar, I went into the study and phoned the local estate agent and arranged for them to call later that day to value the house. Each practical step towards leaving felt like another betrayal of the life I'd thought we were building. I spent the rest of the morning co-parenting Oscar with Lena. It was a strange kind of limbo. Both of us wanted to mother him, and yet both of us were acutely aware of the other's role in Oscar's life. Every time Lena reached for him, my heart contracted. Every time I held him, I saw the longing in Lena's eyes. We were two women loving the same child. I was only glad that Oscar was too young to understand. Lena spoke to Oscar in Polish and used the phrase which I'd heard her say before. "What does that mean again?" I asked. "You've said it before." Lena dipped her head, avoiding my gaze. "It means, 'I love you, my little one.'" The words were hard to take. All those times I'd heard her say it, thinking it was just a sweet endearment from a nanny, she'd been telling her own son she loved him, right in front of me. Much as it hurt, it made sense, and I understood why she hadn't told me the truth. That afternoon, I headed out, making Lena once again promise she'd still be there when I got back. "I'm not going to run away with him," said Lena. "I'm staying because, like you, I need to confront Nathan with the truth. I need him to see what he's done to both of us." I understood that desire. If I were able to psychoanalyze, I'd probably say it was some sort of closure Lena needed. She needed to look him in the eye as an equal, not as a vulnerable young woman he'd manipulated. She needed to reclaim her power, her voice, her right to be Oscar's mother, and she deserved that moment. And I needed it too, I realized. I needed to see his face when he understood that his elaborate deception had failed, that the two women he'd manipulated and controlled had found each other, found the truth, and supported each other, that we were united against him. I needed him to know that I wasn't the desperate, grateful wife he'd been counting on, that I saw him differently now, and that what I saw disgusted me. Most of all, I needed to tell him that despite everything, despite how much I loved Oscar, despite how much this was destroying me, I was choosing to do the right thing. Something he'd never been capable of. I drove into town and kept the early afternoon appointment at the solicitor's I had hastily arranged, thanking them for seeing me at such short notice. It didn't take long to discuss the changes I wanted to make to my will. Nathan was removed as any kind of beneficiary, replaced primarily by Sophie and her children, but also with provision made for Lena and most importantly for Oscar. If anything were to happen to me, or when the natural time came, I wanted to leave this world knowing I had done the right thing and everything I could for the child I was so honored, if only briefly, to call my son. I arrived home, and as I pulled up on the driveway, I was surprised to see Nathan's car already there. He hadn't told me he was coming home early. My mind went into overdrive. I hadn't told him I was going out. I needed to think of a reason why I hadn't taken Oscar. I parked and went inside. "Hi, you're home. This is a surprise. Hey." You could say a surprise. He smiled at me and took my jacket, dropping a kiss on my shoulder. "I didn't know you were going out." "GP appointment." "Nothing serious. What was that for?" He frowned as he hung my coat up. "Women's stuff," I said. "Won't give you all the details, but basically, since the IVF, my periods haven't been quite right." I knew he wouldn't ask too much if I said it was women's stuff. And what did the doctor say? Nothing to worry about. Quite normal. Hormones, etc. I went through into the kitchen. Oscar was in his bouncy chair, dozing. I spotted my watch on the counter. "Oh, you found my watch. Brilliant. Where was it?" I looked around. "Where's Lena?" I turned to look at Nathan as he followed me in. He had a grim expression on his face. He scratched the back of his neck, looking decidedly uncomfortable. "So, I'm really sorry, Amelia, but when I came home, Lena was in the garden. She didn't hear me coming in. She had Oscar on her knee, sitting out on the patio. She was chatting away, showing Oscar her watch, asking him if she liked it." He paused, waiting for me to process what he was saying. "I don't remember her wearing a watch. Ever," I said slowly. "No, neither did I." When I stepped out onto the patio, she turned around and nearly jumped out of her skin. She tried to hide her arm. The watch that was on her arm. "Please don't tell me she had my watch on." "Sorry, Melly. It was there on her wrist. She tried to say she'd found it and was just looking after it. But why would she be wearing it?" "What happened?" I did the only thing I could do. "What?" I sacked her, on the spot. "Wait." I held up my hand. "You fired her?" "Yeah." "Can't have a thief in the house." "Where is she now? Is she upstairs?" Nathan gave a snort. "You must be joking. Made her pack her bags there and then. Drove her to the bus stop myself. She's gone." "Gone? Where?" "I don't know, and I don't fucking care. I've let the agency know. Told them I'll be lodging a formal complaint. They tried to say they'd send a replacement, but I said no fucking way. We'll go to another agency if you want a nanny." I mean, do they think we can trust them after all that? I stood there staring at Nathan as lie after lie rolled off his tongue about the nanny agency. I had stopped listening. All I could think about was how easy he found it, how convincing he was. Had this been his plan all along? I couldn't believe that Lena would have taken my watch. Not now. And then to leave when we had it all planned out. "I can't believe it," I whispered. "No, nor can I, to be honest. She wouldn't just go. She wouldn't leave Oscar." I looked up at Nathan. "I know she wouldn't." "Sorry, Melly, but she has, and we're better off without her. I slowly shook my head. No, Nathan. No, we're not. We'll get another nanny. A better one. No, we won't. Well, okay, that's great. We always said a nanny wasn't a long-term thing. He smiled. I knew you'd make a great mom. We don't need anyone else. But I'm not his mom, am I? Of course you are. He looked at me, putting his hand on my shoulder. You've got to stop thinking like that. You're the perfect mom for Oscar. And he stepped back, beaming at me, presumably proud and relieved that his plan had finally come together. I didn't answer. This was the moment. This was where my world was about to implode. I could stop it happening. I didn't have to say anything. I could just go along with it all. I looked down at Oscar, who was still asleep, oblivious to what was happening around him. My beautiful boy. My son, for just a few short weeks, but it wasn't forever. He had a mother who loved him with all her heart, who wanted him, who needed him. Oscar needed to be with his mother. Mealy? I looked back up at Nathan. Moving closer to him, I rested my hand on his chest. I could feel his heart beating beneath my palm, that heart I'd once believed belonged to me. I'm sorry, I whispered. What do you mean? I looked up at him. I'm sorry. I wish it didn't have to be this way. He covered my hand with his. Amelia, what's going on? I met his gaze, and I felt an overwhelming sadness as I prepared to say goodbye to my husband. I know the truth, I said quietly, repeating the same words I'd said to Lena. He looked at me with confusion and then fear. I don't know what you mean, his voice whispered back at me. Tears filled my eyes. You do. You know exactly what I mean. Tears slid down my face. I know who Oscar's mother is. I know about the affair. I know about the adoption. I know about Lena. His hand dropped from mine, and he backed away until he was up against the kitchen counter. He looked around as if he was going to find an answer, a way out. He looked across at Oscar, and then back at me. The fear in his eyes would have broken my heart once. Now it just confirmed everything. Melly. I can explain. I laughed, a hollow, broken sound. No, you can't. Listen to me. It's not how it seems. Well, not as bad as it sounds. Please, listen to me. At least give me the chance to explain. I wiped more tears from my face. I don't think I will ever understand, but if you want to talk, don't let me stop you. Maybe I'd get some kind of understanding as to what drove him to this. I wanted to hear what he had to say, if only to reaffirm what I suspected and what I was about to do. We sat down on the sofa, but I kept my distance and let Nathan speak. I didn't have anything to say. I never meant it to happen, I swear. I got involved with Lena by accident. She was being harassed by some bloke. I stepped in. I held my hand up to silence him. I know. He looked at me. How do you know? And then his face changed, contorting with anger. She told you, didn't she? She fucking told you. Don't play the outraged, wronged party. I snapped. Yes, she told me about how she met you, but I'd already worked out what you did about the adoption. I could feel the tightness in my throat. I worked it out. Oh, Melly, please. Let me explain. There's nothing to explain. I did it for you. For us. I saw how much it was killing you not to have a baby of your own. When Oscar was born and Lena was struggling, I thought I could solve everyone's problems. I thought I could give Oscar a loving, safe home. I thought you would have the baby you deserved, and Lena would be free to continue her studies and eventually make a life for herself. The words sounded so reasonable, so caring. He almost believed his own lies. I don't doubt for 1 minute you thought all that, and you really believe it, I said. But I'm also certain that you did this for yourself, for your own conscience, so it would make life easier for you. You thought you could have your cake and eat it, didn't you? I swear to God, I had broken things off with Lena before I knew she was pregnant. It all happened at the same time. The IVF failed. You were so ill. I thought I was going to lose you. I couldn't bear the thought of you going through anything like that again. I thought it was the best for everyone. His voice cracked, and despite everything, I felt a flicker of something. Not forgiveness, but sadness for what we'd been, for what we'd lost. You thought you could have your child, and no one would know. It couldn't have worked out better, could it? I could barely bring myself to look at him, but I refused to turn away. I wanted to look him in the eye, to read his soul. Your wife can't have a baby. You clearly could. Your bit on the side had a baby. God, it was perfect, and you managed to bribe backer. Honestly, it could not have worked out better, except for one thing. You underestimated a mother's love. Lena couldn't let Oscar go, that's why she came here. She was blackmailing me. For fuck's sake, blurted out Nathan. He closed his eyes and blew out a long breath before looking at me again. She's not totally innocent in all this. She wanted more money to stay away. I couldn't give it to her. But then she turned up, threatened to steal Oscar, kidnap him, take him away. I couldn't let her do that. Bringing her in as a nanny was her idea. I just went along with it. I didn't know how to stop this monster of a situation. I shook my head slowly. You're still trying to control the narrative, Nathan. Still trying to make yourself the victim. My voice dropped to barely a whisper. But the real victim is the woman whose baby you stole. And me, the wife you betrayed. I could see tears in his eyes. He didn't try to hide them. What can I do? Tell me what I can do to put this right. My heart should have softened at the sight of him crying. Once, it would have. But now I felt nothing but emptiness. You can't do anything, I said. It's already been put right. He frowned. What do you mean? Oscar is going back to his mother, where he belongs. No, Amelia, don't do that. I won't let that happen. He reached for my arm, but I pulled away sharply. You don't get a say in anything now. I could feel my anger boiling up and taking hold. Right now, what you need to do if you want to stand any chance of making anything marginally better is pack a bag and go to your mum's. Or Martin's if you can't face her. Anywhere, I don't care, but you need to be out of this house in the next 10 minutes. I can't have you anywhere near me. My voice broke on the last words. I can't even look at you without feeling sick. Amelia, please. 10 minutes, Nathan. Or I call the police and tell them everything about the bribery, the fraud, all of it. I glared at him. It's your choice. Chapter 26. Despite all the lies and deceit, I couldn't help crying after Nathan left. I managed to keep it all together while he packed his bag. He had pleaded with me from the doorway not to write us off, that we needed some time apart and that we should talk again. Part of me wanted so much to buy into that fantasy that we could work everything out just by talking, and that would make everything better. But even if my heart was fixed, it would have a fault line through it forevermore. I'd be forever second-guessing, questioning him. Everything from that moment would be tainted by the past. I'd be living in a heightened state of anxiety. That would be a life sentence. I needed to be able to rebuild myself and my life. I couldn't think much further ahead than that, but I knew our marriage was broken beyond repair. As he left, he had said goodbye to Oscar. For a moment, I panicked that he might pull the father card and say he was taking him with him, but he didn't. He just gently kissed his cheek and said he loved him. I couldn't help feeling some empathy for him in that moment, but reminded myself how he hadn't cared about Lena when he'd persuaded her to give Oscar up. The door closed with a click that echoed in the hallway, as if emphasizing the emptiness of the house. I went over to Oscar and picked him up, hugging him towards me, relishing the comfort of another human being. One that was so loved and who had come into our hearts, unaware of the impact he would have on us all. Much as I wanted to run away with him and keep him all to myself, I couldn't. I would be no better than Nathan, and I refused to let his life become the legacy of his father's actions. I had to make things right for Oscar, even if it broke my heart. It was then I noticed the phone on the coffee table. It was the one that Nathan had given Lena to use. He must have taken it from her before kicking her out. I needed to get hold of her to find out where she'd gone, which I couldn't imagine would be far. With Oscar still in my arms, I went and got my own phone and searched through the recent calls to find her number. It rang several times before going to voicemail. I tried again, but there was still no answer. Maybe she was somewhere where she couldn't take a call. I sent a text message instead. "Hi, Lena. Give me a call when you see this. Nathan told me what happened. We need to meet." I pressed send. After a few seconds, it appeared to have gone through. Next on the list was tidying up. The estate agent was coming later that day to value the property. I had a quick tidy up and was finished in less than an hour, so while I had time to kill and Oscar was playing on his mat, I opened my laptop and started scrolling through properties available to let in the Cambridge area. All I needed was a one-bedroom apartment to start with until I was back on my feet and working again. If all went well, I might even be able to skip the renting and go straight to buying. I wanted all the options on the table in front of me. I wasn't ever going to let myself get caught out by anything again. I'd put my trust in Nathan to handle things, and it had destroyed us. There were plenty of student house shares and flats to rent, but that was to be expected in the center of Cambridge with the university there. I wasn't too worried. This was purely a scouting mission. I had been expecting Lena to call back and had been checking my phone regularly, but there was nothing, not even a text message, saying she'd call soon. An uneasy feeling rolled over in my stomach. I had no idea where she was or how she was. I had visions of her wandering around the streets with her suitcase in hand. That was a point. What had she taken with her? I went upstairs and into her room. The bed was made, and the room looked like it had the last time I was there. But it was with a sense of foreboding that I saw the little jewelry box of hers on the dressing table and a photograph of her and her mother propped up against the mirror. I walked slowly over to the dressing table and opened the drawer. Her notebook, with the photo of the scan inside, wasn't there. Why was that missing when all her other bits were still there? I pulled the wardrobe doors open as panic rose inside me. There were still some clothes hanging up. Why hadn't she taken them all with her? I tried to think back to when she'd first arrived. She'd had a rucksack and a small travel case on wheels with her. Where were they? Not in the wardrobe and not under the bed. She must have taken some of her things with her, but not everything. Why? I sat on the edge of the bed. Maybe she'd wanted to travel light. Or maybe she was going to come back for the rest of her things once she had somewhere else to go. I tried to comfort myself with the latter thought and ignore the tiny voice at the back of my mind that something else might have happened to her. Nathan's words that he could fix things rattled around in my head. What had he meant by that? Fix things? How? I could hear Oscar getting restless downstairs and probably ready for his tea. I had a bit of time before the estate agent was due. Plenty of time. As I fed him, I wondered how many more times I'd get to do this. I wasn't sure how long the next phase of my plan would take. I cuddled Oscar a little bit longer until a persistent knocking on the door made me get up. I assumed it was the estate agent, although they were 10 minutes early. But the sooner it was done, the better. I opened the door with Oscar on my hip and was nearly bowled over as Patricia practically catapulted herself into the house, talking wildly in a high-pitched voice. "Amelia. Oh, my goodness, we need to talk. I've just left Nathan at home. He's devastated. My first thought was to come over and talk to you. This can all be sorted out, I'm sure." She paused for breath, looking at Oscar. "Hello, my darling. Granny's here to sort it all out now." I watched open-mouthed as Patricia strode down the hall and into the kitchen, still babbling about how awful it all was, and we had to think of Oscar and sort this mess out. I closed my eyes momentarily, mentally digging deep for patience and understanding. This was the side of Patricia that had always bugged me, far too much transmitting and far too little receiving. Taking a deep breath, I closed the door and followed her into the kitchen where she was filling the kettle, saying that a cup of tea and a chat was in order. She looked at me. "Sit down. I've brought cake too. You may think that's silly, but it's good in a time of—" She paused. Her voice still hadn't settled in its natural tone, was still high-pitched and panicky. "You look pale and drawn. I know it's been a big shock to you, becoming a mother when you didn't have the time to prepare properly. But whatever it is, it's all solvable." I still hadn't uttered a word. I sat down and allowed Patricia to bring over tea and cake. Finally, I was able to get a word in. "I have the estate agent coming any time now. It's not really the most convenient time." "The estate agent?" She looked shocked. "Can't you cancel them? Put them off?" "I'm sure you won't need them in the end." "Patricia," I said, using a voice I sometimes had to call upon at work when dealing with difficult personnel, "I'm not canceling the estate agent. I'm not even sure this is a good idea, us talking about it. But you need some sound advice. I only want to help. Nathan's in a terrible state, which is all his own doing." I couldn't help throwing that in. "Did he tell you what's happened?" She shifted in her seat. "He told me that he'd caught Lena stealing. I'm not surprised. I never really took to her." Something about the way she looked at everyone all the time, like she was judging. "Did he tell you anything else?" Her eyes settled on Oscar, and I could see tears gathering in my mother-in-law's eyes. She sniffed and blinked hard. "He said you weren't going to keep Oscar." Her voice caught, and this time she didn't manage to hold back her tears. "Oh, Amelia, you can't do that. He's family. He's a Bartholomew. As soon as I saw him, I knew he was my grandson, and I was his grandmother. It was instant. I loved him from the moment I saw him." I couldn't help feeling sorry for Patricia. Nathan clearly hadn't told her the whole truth. "It's more than just that," I said quietly. "It's not that I can't cope or don't want to be a mother. I love Oscar more than anything in the world, but I can't keep him." Patricia looked up at me. "I don't understand. I know. There's so much more to this, but it's for Nathan to tell you." "Stop, please. Amelia, I'm begging you." The expression on her face nearly started me crying. Get some help. Think again. I'll help. I won't get in your way or tread on your toes. I just want to help you get through this." Tears fell from her eyes. "Let me help you, or let me pay for professional help. Not a Polish nanny. I mean a nurse. Someone who can help you. What could I do?" I didn't want to be the one who broke her heart even more by telling her what Nathan had done. And if I told Patricia the truth, then how would that affect Lena and Oscar? Would she fight Lena for some sort of custody? Make Nathan fight to keep his son? Would there forever be tension between Lena and Patricia? At the end of the day, Lena was Oscar's mother. But I couldn't inflict more pain on Patricia. She might never get to see Oscar again, and it would cause her pain for the rest of her life. I couldn't be responsible for that. And there I was again, trying to fix Nathan's mistakes, trying to solve the problem he had caused. This was on him, not me. Oscar needs to be back with his mother. "Who gave him away?" snapped back Patricia, her voice hard and cold now. "Who didn't want him?" Why does she want him now? It was a mistake. She felt pressured. She regretted it. "You sound like you're on her side. I'm on Oscar's side. I'm doing what is best and right for him." The doorbell sounded. That's the estate agent. I got to my feet, and so did Patricia. She held my gaze. "You can't do this, Amelia. It's selfish and wrong." She went over to Oscar, who was happily trying to roll over on his playmat. "Goodbye, my darling. Granny will see you again soon." She looked at me with raised eyebrows, daring me to contradict her. I didn't bother. Patricia came to the door with me and pressed her hand on the door frame so I couldn't open it. She leaned in closer. "I won't let you give him back. I'll fight you all the way." With that, she yanked open the door and brushed past the estate agent, who looked rather startled. I was speechless, so Nathan had told her. I just couldn't be sure exactly how much he'd told her, or, indeed, how much of the truth. "Mrs. Bartholomew." The estate agent's voice broke into my thoughts. It took a moment to refocus. Yes, sorry." He looked over his shoulder at Patricia, almost wheel spinning out of the driveway. "My mother-in-law," I said, and rolled my eyes as if he should understand. "Ah, yes, I have one of those." He gave me a knowing wink. "Right, this shouldn't take long. Lovely house like this." I stood back to let him in. As he passed me, it was as if he set in motion the beginning of the end for me. Chapter 27, Lena. I looked down at my hold-all and my wheelie suitcase next to my feet. I was sitting in the bus shelter on the main road into the village like some sort of homeless person. Actually, I was exactly that. I hadn't known what to do or where to go. Nathan had fired me, not even giving me time to pack properly. Kicked me out like a flea-ridden dog. In fact, he probably would have been kinder to a dog. He'd thrown me out as if I were some stranger, rather than the mother of his child. Oscar's mother. I took a deep breath to calm my emotions as I thought of my son. The baby I'd carried for 9 months. The baby I'd given birth to in that sterile hospital room with Nathan holding my hand, promising me everything would be all right, that this was the best thing for everyone, that I wasn't ready to be a mother, that he and Amelia would give Oscar everything I couldn't. Lies. All of it. But if Nathan thought I was walking away from my son, then he needed to think again. This was a retreat, not a surrender, not this time. I was done with doing what he said. I got to my feet. I needed to get into the village and try to find somewhere to stay for the night. As I walked down the road, I marveled at how empowered I felt now compared to how I had before. How I now knew that Oscar was the single most important thing in my life. How that made me feel bold and brave. I could see Nathan for what he was. I had admitted it to myself, and once I had done that, all I felt was a fierce and deep need to take my son back. I wasn't the same person who gave her son up. Nathan had underestimated me. I just wished this realization had come sooner. The sound of an approaching car made me look up, and I recognized it immediately as Patricia's. She slowed and stared at me through the windscreen, but didn't stop. She was heading towards Nathan's house. I carried on down the road, trying not to let the thought of Patricia make me feel any worse than I already did. I was nearing the village where I was going to have a coffee at the cafe and call Amelia to find out what was going on. I wanted to trust her, I really did, but Nathan kicking me out hadn't been part of the plan. Was she going to go back on our agreement? I wouldn't be able to cope with that. I refused to accept it. I heard a car coming down the road behind me and stepped to one side. I hated this part of the lane, where there was no pedestrian footpath. The car slowed down alongside me. "Lena?" Patricia's voice cut through my thoughts. I turned to see Nathan's mother leaning across the passenger seat of her silver Audi. She had a strained expression, one that unsettled me. "Hello, Patricia. What are you doing out here?" "Nathan has asked me to leave," I said, cautiously. There was no point lying. Patricia's expression shifted, confusion giving way to something sharper. "Get in the car. I don't think Nathan would like that." "Get in the car, Lena." Her tone left no room for argument. "Put your bags in the boot." I hesitated, then did as I was told, stowing my case and hold-all in the boot before opening the passenger door and sliding in. The leather seat was warm, and the car smelled of expensive perfume and something else that I couldn't quite place. Patricia didn't pull away immediately. She sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring straight ahead at the empty road. "I know everything," Nathan told me. I gasped at the revelation. "Everything?" "Yes. I'm so very sorry he has treated you like this." She turned to look at me. "What are you going to do now?" I was surprised by her words. I had not been expecting this from her. She gave a sympathetic smile, and it seemed genuine. "I do not know yet," I replied, "but I am not going to go away because Nathan says I should. I am sorry. I know this is difficult for you." "Difficult?" She raised her eyebrows, and I saw something in her eyes that made me shrink back against my seat. I should never have gotten the car with her. There was something almost wild in her eyes. "You think this is difficult for me?" "That child is my grandson, my only grandson. Do you have any idea what that means?" "Of course I do." "Patricia, I never meant—" "I've waited so long." Her voice cracked. Years of watching Nathan build his career, watching him marry Amelia, watching her put her career first, putting off trying for a baby, and then watch them finally try and fail. Years of empty Christmases and birthdays with no little ones, and then Oscar arrived. My perfect, beautiful grandson. My second chance at happiness after losing my husband. I didn't know what to say. This wasn't the composed, elegant woman who had sat in my company, drinking Earl Grey tea and discussing sleep schedules. This was someone else entirely. I glanced across at the door handle. Patricia started the car. "Where are we going?" I asked. "All you have to do is trust me." Chapter 28, Dot to Lat. Amelia. I took the estate agent through to the kitchen. I was planning to scoop Oscar up and carry him around with us, but he had nodded off. I didn't want to disturb him, so just placed a blanket over him to stop him getting chilly, and told Alexa to play lullaby music. "Great invention, those things, aren't they?" said the estate agent, smiling at Oscar, fast asleep. "I'll be as quiet as I can. We can chat as I go around. We'll start with the ground floor. I'll just make notes and take some pictures with the iPad, if that's okay with you." "The pictures don't go anywhere. It's just internal for our reference, and so any member of the team can deal with any queries. Also, just evidence that we've been and done what we said we'd do. That's fine." The estate agent was certainly thorough. My idea that it would be a quick 5-minute walk around was sorely wrong. I suppose he had to justify his fee. If we chose to sell the house through them, the fee would be deducted from their commission. Up to the first floor, I listened out for Oscar periodically as we moved across the landing from one room to the next, but Alexa was still playing and doing a fantastic job as a temporary childminder. Finally, after surveying the first floor and then the loft space, which we had converted to a guest suite, admired the views, and talked about development in the area, all the new builds, and how people were looking for older properties that had already been renovated, and what great taste we had, the estate agent was ready to leave. "Well, thank you for your time today," I said, as I stood at the front door with him. He'd given me a verbal ballpark figure, which was roughly what I had expected, and was going to confirm it all via email once he'd had time to consider it properly back at the office. I got the feeling he was talking his part up, but I didn't care. I just let him get on with it. As I say, I'll be in touch tomorrow with the full and final valuation, he said as he stepped out of the door. He shook my hand. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Bartholomew. Have a good evening." I closed the door and stood for a moment in the hallway, breathing out slowly. One step closer to leaving this house and all the deception it contained. One step closer to a new life. As I went back into the kitchen, I noticed the patio door was open a fraction. A cold finger of unease traced down my spine. I was sure I had closed it properly when we came back in after the estate agent had finished looking around outside. Poor Oscar would be in a draft. I looked down at the play mat. My heart stopped. The mat was empty. Just the crumpled blanket and the little soft toy on its side, one arm stretched out as if reaching for something. Or someone. "Oscar?" My voice came out a strangled whisper. I spun around, scanning the kitchen. The milk was in the corner. 2 bottles missing. The pram was parked in the corner, empty. "Oscar!" Louder now, panic clawing up my throat. I ran to the patio door and flung it wide, my eyes sweeping across the garden. Nothing. Just the empty lawn stretching towards the trees, the wind stirring the leaves into restless waves. My mind raced through impossible scenarios. Had he somehow rolled off his mat? He had been making attempts at rolling. I raced back to the mat and dropped to my knees, looking under the sofa, hoping he'd got himself wedged under the furniture. Nothing. He wasn't there. Where the hell was he? Someone must have taken him. Patricia's tear-streaked face flashed through my mind. Her desperate pleas just a short while ago. Nathan begging me not to give Oscar back to Lena. Telling me he would fix it. Lena just wanting her child. She had already proved the lengths she would go to for Oscar. Had she finally had enough and come back for him? I ran back through the house, my footsteps thundering on the floorboards. Maybe he was in his room. Maybe he was in there with Patricia or Nathan or Lena. Maybe I'd put him there and forgotten. Anything was possible. I burst into the nursery. It was empty. I threw open cupboard and wardrobe doors as I ran back through the house, searching every room. Maybe one of them just wanted to teach me a lesson, wanted to frighten me or make me feel like I was going mad. I looked in every place small enough and some too small to hide a baby. Nothing. Back in the kitchen, I grabbed my phone with shaking hands. The screen blurred as tears filled my eyes. Who to call first? The police? Nathan? Patricia? Lena? The patio door swung wide in the breeze, letting in the cold afternoon air. On the playmat, Oscar's soft toy stared up at me with black button eyes, as if knowing it had witnessed everything but couldn't speak. My son was gone. My fingers fumbled across the screen until I came to Lena's name. It rang once, twice, 3 times. "Come on! Come on!" I whispered. Voicemail. "Lena, it's me. Call me back immediately. It's urgent. It's about Oscar." My voice cracked on his name. I tried again, straight to voicemail this time. Had Lena taken him? Was this revenge for being sacked? Did she think I was going back on our agreement? No, that didn't make sense. Lena wanted Oscar back, yes, but we had a plan. I had promised her it would work. Did she think she was being manipulated again? She wouldn't have just taken Oscar, would she? My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped the phone. I scrolled to Nathan's name, my finger hesitating over it for just a second. I didn't want to call him. I didn't want to hear his voice or depend on him for anything ever again. But he was still Oscar's father. Whatever else he was, whatever he'd done, he had the right to know his son was missing. Unless, of course, he had taken Oscar. I pressed call. He answered on the first ring. "Mealy, hello, is Oscar with you?" The words flew out of my mouth. "What? Is Oscar with you? Did you come and get him earlier, just a while ago when the estate agent was here?" There was a silence, and then he spoke. "Mealy, tell me what's happened." Calmly. "Oscar is gone. I left him on the playmat when the estate agent was here. After he'd gone, I went into the kitchen, and Oscar wasn't there. He's not here, Nathan. He's gone. Jesus Christ." I heard movement on his end, the scrape of a chair. "Have you called the police?" "No. I needed to check if he was with you first." How I was managing to get any coherent words out, I didn't know. "I'm calling them now, and then I'm coming straight over." I hated that I felt relieved he was taking control of the situation, but I could only think about Oscar. I sensed Nathan was about to hang up when a thought struck me. "Nathan, where's your mom? Is she there?" "What?" "No. Where is she?" "I don't fucking know. Out, I suppose. She was pretty upset about everything. Said she needed fresh air." I could hear him moving through the house, the clink of the car keys and the front door opening and closing. "She came here to you?" "Yes, begging me not to give Oscar up. She was distraught, crying. I assumed she went home. When was this?" "About an hour ago." My mind was speeding in its panic. "She wouldn't have anything to do with this." "She loves Oscar." "I know. And that's what's making me nervous." In some bizarre way, I hoped Patricia had taken Oscar. At least he'd be safe. Or would he? "My mother wouldn't do anything like that," Nathan repeated. "Trust me." I wanted to scoff at the sentiment, but before I could say anything, he'd hung up. Panic was still clawing its way up my throat. I had to do something. I couldn't stand around and just wait for Nathan. This was my fault. I'd left Oscar unattended. I'd sent Nathan away. I'd turned Patricia away. Think. I needed to think. I tried Patricia's number, but it rang out. She didn't use voicemail. I tried again, willing her to pick up. It rang and rang and rang. Nothing. Chapter 29, Dat Talakt. Lena. Patricia drove back towards the farmhouse. "What are you doing?" I asked, my hands gripping the sides of the seat, my palms slippery with sweat against the leather. "We're going to get Oscar," said Patricia, her voice hitting that slightly high pitch again. She gave a little laugh. "Don't worry. It's what we both want, isn't it? We can't trust Amelia. She's not thinking straight." "Why?" "Yes," I said. Of course I wanted my son, and while Patricia was making me nervous, she might be right about Amelia. I couldn't take that risk. I didn't know who to trust anymore. She pulled the car to a halt before she reached the driveway, turning it around in the narrow lane so we were facing away from the house. Hedges shielded us from view from farmhouse. "Wait there! Don't move!" She fixed me with a stare, and I could only nod. I watched her light-footedly take the path that took her around the gravel driveway, rather than crunching over the stones. She slipped in through the side gate and out of sight. I sat there nervously looking down the lane and then back over my shoulder, anxious for Patricia to reappear with Oscar. I could barely sit still. What was taking her so long? What if Nathan turned up, or Amelia came out of the house and spotted us? I hated having to just sit there and do nothing. I should have been the one to go into the house. My leg jiggled with nerves. My mouth was dry and the sweat was pooling in my palms. I wiped my hands on my trousers. It was no good. I couldn't sit there any longer. I pushed open the passenger door and hopped out just at the moment I saw Patricia emerging from the garden gate. In her arms was my son, Oscar. Patricia flicked her hand at me urgently, pointing at the car. I got back in, almost breaking my neck to look over the back of my seat, to watch her hurrying along the path and arrive at the car. It was only then that I noticed a car seat in the rear. Patricia opened the car door and hastily put Oscar in his seat. "There we go, my darling," she said, pushing his arms through the straps and with great dexterity, fastening the buckle with ease. "Oscar!" I almost whispered his name. His car seat was rear-facing so I couldn't see him properly, but I was just so relieved he was here in the car. Before I knew it, Patricia was back behind the wheel, starting the engine and whizzing down the lane to the main road. Instead of turning right, however, towards the village, she went left, accelerating fast, and taking the bends in the road much faster than I expected. I didn't drive, but I was aware enough to know this was too fast for safety. "Patricia, please slow down," I said, gripping the dashboard as she hit the brakes hard when a tractor came around the corner. The near side wheels juddered as she glanced off the grass verge. We need to put as much distance between us and them as possible. It's only a matter of time before Amelia realizes Oscar has gone. Where are we going? The sun was low in the sky now, bleeding orange and red above the fields. The strange smell in the car was growing stronger now, mixing with Patricia's perfume until it made my head swim. "Where are we going?" I asked again, trying to keep my voice steady. "Not far now." Patricia's hands were still tight on the wheel, her jaw clenched. "There's a place. A quiet place. My husband used to go there." "Your husband?" "Nathan's father. He died there, actually." At the weir, her voice was flat now. Empty, almost. It was as if those moments with Oscar had calmed her, tightened her resolve. Somewhere peaceful. Somewhere where all the noise finally stops. "Did Nathan ever tell you?" A chill ran down my spine. No. He didn't mention it. I looked at Patricia from the corner of my eye. Her gaze was rigidly held on the road ahead. Suddenly, none of this felt like a good idea. I shouldn't have got in the car. I shouldn't have let her take Oscar. I slipped my phone from my pocket, trying to hide it against the side of my arm. Of course, Nathan didn't mention it. Nathan doesn't talk about it. People don't talk about places where their lives fall apart. I swallowed hard. Why bring me here? Why bring Oscar? My fingers trembled as I tried to key in the password to unlock my phone, all the while shielding it with my arm. Every single day, I think about the water, Patricia murmured. How beyond the weir it looks so calm. How easy it would be if someone were tired enough. The car drifted slightly before she corrected it. The trees pressed in around us, the road narrowing as if funneling us towards something inescapable. I had just got my phone unlocked when Patricia's hand darted across the car, snatching it from me. Patricia! Look out! The Audi veered violently across the road. She snatched at the steering wheel, sending the Audi in the opposite direction. The phone dropped to the footwell by her feet as the car snaked for a few meters before she got it back under control. Don't try to do something like that again, she said, still in that calm voice. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, David, my husband, Patricia. We need to go back, I said, my nerves betraying any pretense of calm. He knew, she said, eyes fixed forward. Knew that everything he'd worked for was gone, knew he'd dragged us down with him, and he thought the kindest thing he could do was disappear. My heart was hammering now. Please, we need to go back. She shook her head slowly. Men like David, and maybe Nathan, they only leave wreckage behind. Sometimes walking away isn't enough. Sometimes you have to remove yourself entirely for the sake of the ones you love. Remove yourself. My heartbeat quickened, a drum against my ribs. The trees thinned abruptly, revealing a small car park beside a crumbling stone wall. Patricia pulled in and killed the engine. The silence inside the car was suffocating. Beyond it, the crashing of the weir churned through the cold air. It's quiet here, she said. Out of the way. I felt another wave of panic washing over me. I had to keep her talking, keep her in the car. What happened next? If I kept her talking long enough, surely Nathan or Amelia would come and find us. Patricia shook her head. He stood at that water believing he was sparing me. Believing his death would solve everything. And it didn't? I whispered. Her laugh fractured into something thin and sharp. I understand why David did it. When a person becomes a burden, when they only bring pain, it feels like the kindest choice is to slip away. She turned to look at me, holding my gaze. To sacrifice oneself. I reached for her hand. Patricia, please, we should go back. Oscar shouldn't be out in the cold. She blinked slowly, as if surfacing from deep water. Then, to my horror, she opened her door and moved around to the back seat. Moving to stop her, I realized with a cold clutch at my chest that she had locked my door, and it took a few moments for me to scramble over to her side and get out. By then, she had already lifted Oscar from his car seat and was holding him close. "Give him to me," I said, my voice trembling. I was standing as near to her as I dared. "He's fine." She began walking towards the footpath. "He's safe with me. Your little boy deserves peace. Not chaos, not fighting." My legs were numb as I followed her. The river came into view. Dark, relentless. Oscar whimpered softly. "Such a beautiful baby," Patricia whispered. David would have understood this. He believed in doing the difficult thing, if it meant protecting the people he loved. She stepped onto the bridge. Water thundered beneath us. Patricia ran her hand along the railing. This is where he stood. His last moments on Earth. Do you think he was scared or relieved? I don't know. Relief, she said simply. I think he felt relief. To finally stop hurting me. To stop hurting himself. To accept that maybe the world is better off when certain people let go. She turned to me, Oscar cradled against her chest. Have you ever thought about it? She asked softly. How simple it would be. How quiet. One moment of courage, and all the suffering ends. For everyone. Fear pulsed through me so violently I had to hold on to the railing for support. I don't want that, I said. I want my son. I thought about making a grab for him, but I didn't trust Patricia not to go into the water on purpose with him. They were too close. I daren't risk it. Patricia smiled faintly. I know you do. But wanting doesn't always change what's best. A phone rang. Patricia blinked, disoriented. She fumbled in her pocket, snatched out her phone, and looked at the screen. It's Amelia again. Chapter 30. Natlicht. Amelia. I stared down at my phone, willing Patricia to answer my call. I almost couldn't believe it when she did. Hello, Amelia, came the calm but somehow distant voice of Patricia. I thought I should answer. I expect you're panicking, aren't you? Hello, Patricia, I replied, trying to keep my voice even. Is Oscar with you? Well, that's a question, isn't it? Where is Oscar? Patricia, is he with you? I heard a gurgle and then Patricia softly shushing. I knew immediately Oscar was with her. If I had thought that idea was going to comfort me, I was wrong. There was something strange about Patricia's voice. I was immediately on the highest alert. Patricia sighed. Yes, he's with me. It's not nice, not knowing where he is or what's happened to him. I don't expect you like that, do you? No, I don't. But I'm pleased he's with you. I tried to keep my voice friendly, when really I just wanted to scream at her. I'm glad you said that. I'd rather like him to stay with me. I know it's not what you want. But now you can see how I felt when you said you were taking him. Not nice, is it? I understand what you mean, I said, my mind speeding through ideas of how to handle this. What if I said something wrong? But worse, what if I said nothing at all and it still didn't change anything? I had no idea what Patricia intended, and I refused to let my mind go there. I needed to think, to work out what to do. I listened for any background noise. It sounded like Patricia was outside somewhere. She must be holding Oscar, as every now and then I could hear her breath close to the phone. Is Oscar warm enough? I asked. Yes, of course, he is. I had a blanket in the car. And before you ask, I also had a car seat from when I took you both out in my car the other day. I'm not irresponsible enough not to take precautions. I'm glad you have the car seat, I said, adopting a tone I might with a young child. I know you wouldn't want to let anything happen to Oscar. Exactly. I listened hard to the background noise for a clue as to where they were. There was some sort of rumbling noise. Was she near a road or a garage? Then it dawned on me. I knew exactly where she was. The weir. Elation and panic rose up all at once. I didn't have time to wait for Nathan to get here. I needed to go and get Oscar. Now, as I looked around and grabbed my keys, shoving my feet into my trainers, I realized I couldn't hear anything on the phone. Patricia? Are you still there? Hello? Nothing. The line was dead. I ran to my car, my keys already in my hand. The drive to the weir was only 15 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. My mind raced through every possible scenario, each one worse than the last. The weir. Of course it was the weir. Patricia had mentioned it in the past. We'd even been there together, with Oscar. There's something about the water being constant, unchanging. she'd once said. It makes everything else seem manageable. But the weir wasn't peaceful. Not to my mind. It was dangerous. The water rushed over the concrete lip with relentless force, crashing into the river beyond. Signs everywhere warned people to keep back, to stay away from the edge. I pressed harder on the accelerator. My phone rang. Going straight to hands-free. It was Nathan. "Where are you?" "I'm at the house. The weir. I'm going to the weir. Your mum is there with Oscar." "Fuck! I'm on my way." I was nearly there now. What was Patricia thinking? Was she thinking at all? Or had desperation pushed her beyond rational thought? "Please," I whispered to no one. "Please let them be okay." I pulled into the small car park by the weir, my tires locking in the gravel as I hit the brakes. Patricia's car was there, parked at an awkward angle. My heart lurched with both relief and fear. I was out of my car, not bothering to even shut the door. I was running towards the sound of the rushing water. And then I saw them. Patricia was standing at the edge of the weir, Oscar bundled in her arms, wrapped in a yellow blanket I didn't recognize. Lena stood to the side, a look of abject terror on her face. The water roared below them, white foam churning in the depths. Patricia was swaying slightly, talking to Oscar in a soft, sing-song voice I could barely hear above the water. "Patricia," I said as I approached, my voice just loud enough to be heard but not to startle her. I glanced at Lena, whose eyes were filled with tears. Patricia turned slowly, as if she'd been expecting me. Her face was eerily peaceful. "Hello, Amelia," she said. "I thought you'd work it out." I took a careful step closer. "Patricia, please, let's talk about this." "Away from the water. Why? This is where I feel closest to Nathan's father, where I feel happy." She looked down at Oscar, her expression tender. "I wanted to share it with my grandson. I wanted to free him from the curse of the Bartholomew men, to warn him not to be like his father or his grandfather." I shot Lena another look. I was confused. I had never heard Patricia talk like this. I took another small step closer. "But it's cold out here. And the noise from the water, it must be frightening, Oscar." Patricia frowned, as if she had only just noticed the roar of the weir. "Do you think so?" "I do. Why don't we get back to the car?" "You can tell me about David and this place. I'd like to hear more." For a moment, I thought it was going to work. Patricia shifted her weight, as if preparing to move away from the edge of the bridge. Then she let out a laugh, followed by a sigh. "It's not what you think. It's tragic, really. I was just explaining to Lena what David was really like, how he sacrificed himself for his family. It's a shame Nathan inherited so much of his father's genes and morals. I don't want Oscar to be like Nathan. I won't let that happen. Why don't you just pass Oscar to me and then we can talk about it?" Away from the water, I moved a step closer. If I reached out, I could almost touch Oscar, and her expression changed, hardened. "You're trying to trick me," she said quietly. "You're going to take him away from me. Patricia, he's my grandson, Amelia. Mine. Not some stranger's." Her voice rose, breaking. "I know he's my flesh and blood. He needs to be with his mother. She doesn't want him either. She gave him away. She only wants him now to spite Nathan." "How did you know Oscar was Nathan's?" I asked. "I'm not stupid," said Patricia. "The first time I set eyes on Oscar, it was like being transported back in time to when Nathan was a baby. He looked identical. It was like looking at him all over again. The eye color, the hair, the mouth. I knew in my heart of hearts that he was Nathan's son, and that meant he was my grandson." "You never said." I tried to make sense of what she was telling me. It would explain how Patricia had loved Oscar so instantly and intensely. She had always known Oscar was her family. "I didn't want to upset you. I didn't want to cause trouble," said Patricia, her face softening once again. "I only challenged Nathan about it this morning when he turned up at my house with his suitcase." Oscar began to cry, and Patricia moved him from one arm to the other. Her movements jerky, unpracticed, as if she'd forgotten how to hold a baby. "And he told you the truth." It was a statement, not a question. I looked at Oscar as he continued to cry, wriggling in Patricia's arms. The sound pierced through me, sharp, urgent, afraid. He didn't have a choice. She jiggled Oscar to try to soothe him, but the motion was too rough, too desperate. "He's all I have by way of family, but now I have Oscar too." Her gaze met mine. There was something wild in her eyes, something that frightened me. "I don't know how you can give him away. Remove him from his family, from those who love him. He's not mine to keep," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady even as Oscar's cries grew more frantic. "He never was. I wanted him to be. God, I wanted that so badly. But wanting something doesn't make it right. Nathan is his father, and Lena is his mother. His real mother, who gave birth to him, who has grieved for him every single day since Nathan persuaded her to give Oscar up." I took a step forward. Patricia didn't move back, but I saw her arms tighten around Oscar. "You won't lose him. Nathan and Lena have to sort it out between them what is going to happen going forwards, but I promise you, Nathan will always be in his life, and, by default, so will you." I knew that. It wasn't just empty words. For all his faults, Nathan loved his son. "You won't lose him," I said softly. I moved even closer, my arms outstretched, ready to take Oscar the moment Patricia was ready to let him go. Patricia looked down at the water, then back at the baby in her arms. Oscar was crying even harder now, his face red. "Do you think so? Do you think his mother will let Nathan see him?" "I do," I said. "But right now, Oscar needs to be warm. He needs to be calm. Please, Patricia, let me take him." Patricia's hands were shaking as she held Oscar out to me. I took my son carefully, pulling him against my chest. He was in my arms. Safe. "Mummy's here," I whispered. "Mummy loves you." I kissed his cold, red cheek, pulling the blanket around his shoulders. Patricia collapsed to her knees on the bridge, sobbing. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. I just wanted." Lena rushed towards me, and I let her take Oscar from me. I knelt beside Patricia and put my arm around her shoulders. For a long moment, we stayed there, holding each other, while the water rushed endlessly below. I somehow managed to coax her to her feet, and, with my arm still around her, we shuffled back down the footpath to the car park, just as Nathan's car skidded to a halt, spraying gravel. "Amelia! Mom!" He ran over to us, his face pale, his hair disheveled. He stopped abruptly in front of us, then looked beyond us to where Lena was following with Oscar in her arms. He rushed to his son, taking him from Lena and holding Oscar to him, his hand cradling the back of Oscar's head. "Thank God," he breathed. "Thank God you're okay." He turned back to look at me and Patricia. "She was by the weir," I said. Patricia let out a broken sob. I wasn't going to. I would never do anything to harm my grandson. I just wanted to make her go away. She jerked her head towards Lena. "The water is very unforgiving once you're in. It doesn't take much to drag a person under and away. Forever." She let out another sob. I don't know what I was thinking. "I know," I said softly. "I know you weren't thinking clearly, and that's because of all the trauma. I couldn't finish my sentence. Nathan's face crumpled. Because of all the trauma I've caused everyone. He looked between me, his mother, and Lena. I never meant for any of this to happen. I'm so sorry. And for the first time, I believed him. He was truly sorry, and he was taking responsibility for his actions. But belief didn't equal forgiveness. Understanding didn't erase the damage. What a shame it had to come to this for that to happen. Patricia's sobbing was easing, and she wiped at her face with a handkerchief. "What happens now?" she asked, her voice small, like a child's. "Now?" I looked down at Oscar's beautiful face, his eyelids growing heavy as tiredness drifted over him. "Now we need to go back home and let Oscar's real mother look after him while we try to sort out this mess." The words were painful to say out loud. I held out my arm towards Lena, who stepped forward and took Oscar from Nathan. "Mealy?" Nathan said it so quietly I almost missed it. I turned to look at him. His gaze met mine. In his eyes I saw everything we'd been, everything we'd lost, everything we would never get back. "I'm sorry." "For everything. I really am. I know you are," I said. "But sorry can't fix everything. I don't think any of this can be fixed." I continued on to my car, and Lena strapped Oscar in the car seat before we both got in. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, back into the car park, where Nathan and Patricia now stood, both of them crying. Back at the house, I sat in the kitchen with Oscar in my arms. He was awake now, looking up at me with those dark eyes. Nathan's eyes. I'd never let myself see it before, but it was so obvious now. Lena was outside in the garden talking to Nathan. I didn't want to know what they were saying. They were trying to work out what would happen now. I didn't think my heart could break into any more pieces. Shh. The only consolation I could take comfort from was that Oscar was going to be in the arms of his real mother tonight. I didn't want to take my eyes off him. I wanted to memorize every detail, the way his tiny fingers curled around my thumb, the soft sound of his breathing, the weight of him in my arms, the particular smell of him, milk, baby lotion, and something indefinably her. "I love you," I whispered. "I love you so much, Oscar Bartholomew. But soon you're going to be with your real mummy, and she loves you just as much." My voice broke on the last words. A tear fell onto Oscar's blanket, darkening the green fabric. Then another, and another. Through the patio doors I saw Lena turn towards the house. She was crying too, her hand pressed to her mouth. Nathan said something to her, and she nodded. Then she started walking towards the door. This was it. The moment I'd been dreading. The moment I had to let go. I stood up. Oscar pressed against my heart one final time and waited for Lena to come and claim what had always been hers, and never truly mine. Chapter 31, Denninged. 2 months later, I carried the last of the packing boxes out to my car. The removal lorry had just trundled down the lane with my share of our belongings, transporting them to the 2-bedroom flat I had managed to secure in Cambridge. I started my new job at Cambridge University in a week's time. Still in human resources. I was glad of the change. I needed to start afresh in every possible aspect of my life. The farmhouse stood behind me, its windows reflecting the pale autumn sky. The Solge sign had been planted at the end of the drive for 3 weeks now. A stark declaration that this chapter was finally closing. Nathan and I had agreed to divorce with surprising civility. Perhaps because we were both exhausted from the deceptions, the revelations, the sheer weight of everything that had unraveled between us. Our solicitors expected the decree absolute in 6 months, maybe less if the paperwork moved smoothly. 6 months felt like both an eternity and no time at all to dispose of our marriage. I hated the idea that we had failed, but as Sophie liked to remind me, it was Nathan who had failed at every point. There had been so many opportunities for him to put the brakes on his deception, but he had continued on, determined to put things right, but, in fact, making things worse until it was irrevocable. I placed the box in the boot and stood for a moment, my hand resting on the car's cold body. 3 months had passed since Oscar had gone back to his mother. Lena had decided to go back to Poland. She needed time and space away from Nathan. I understood why she needed to do that, but Nathan had found it hard. I'd ended up counseling him on how he needed to give Lena as much space as she needed if he ever wanted a relationship with his son. That he mustn't try to control everything, even if he thought he was doing the right thing. I still felt shell-shocked from it all. Watching Lena walk away with the baby I had briefly called my own, the baby I had loved and who I would never stop loving, had been the hardest thing I had ever had to do. The only comfort was that Lena had agreed to stay in contact with me. It had both softened and hardened the blow, but I knew I would never be able to sever the invisible string I had to Oscar. I closed the boot with more force than necessary, the metallic thud echoing across the empty courtyard. All done then? I turned to find Nathan standing in the doorway of the farmhouse, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He looked older, the lines around his eyes more pronounced, his shoulders carrying a heavy conscience. Good, I thought, with a flicker of the anger that still occasionally surfaced, despite my best efforts to let it go. Yes, all done. My voice was steady, neutral, the only way I could manage to communicate with him without breaking down. We had both become experts at this polite distance, this careful choreography of two people who had once shared a bed, a home, a dream of family, and who had loved each other so very deeply. It hurt to think about those times. "You didn't have to leave so much furniture," he said, his tone almost apologetic. "I would have been fine with less. I don't need it." I pulled my jacket tighter against the chill in the air. "I just need a few things to get started again with. I needed a fresh start." He nodded slowly, his gaze dropping past me to the car packed with boxes. That's good. It's good you have a new opportunity. Your new job and everything." "Yeah, it is." An awkward silence stretched between us. There was so much we could say: accusations, apologies, recriminations, but what would be the point? We'd said it all already. In the terrible weeks after that experience on the bridge with Patricia and having to give Oscar back to Lena. We had nothing left now but exhaustion and resignation. "Lena called me," Nathan said eventually. "She's coming back." "Did she tell you?" "She mentioned it. She wants me to be involved." With Oscar, his voice cracked slightly, and for a brief moment I felt a pang of something that might have been sympathy. "I'm going to try. To be a proper father. A good father." I wanted to say something cutting, to remind him that being a proper father required honesty and integrity from the start, but I swallowed the words. "This wasn't about me anymore. That's between you and Lena." "I know." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. I wanted you to know, in case you're still in touch with her. We message occasionally." I was unwilling to reveal just how often Lena and I actually communicated, how an unlikely friendship had formed from the wreckage of Nathan's lies. He didn't deserve to know that. Nathan cleared his throat. Are you okay?" The question hung in the air between us, loaded with unspoken meaning. Was I okay with how everything had ended? Was I okay with walking away from the baby I had briefly called mine? Was I okay with the divorce, the job change, the complete upheaval of my life? "I'm fine," I said, and was surprised to realize it was almost true. Better than I've been for a long time. Actually. He flinched slightly at that, but nodded. "I'm glad. You deserve to be happy, Amelia. Despite everything, I never wanted you to be unhappy." I almost laughed at the absurdity of that statement, as if happiness could exist alongside deception and betrayal. But I held back from saying that. "Goodbye, Nathan. Goodbye, Melly." He hadn't called me Melly since it had all happened with Oscar, and it caught me off guard, striking me in the heart, unexpectedly almost overwhelming me with a yearning for what we once had, or for what I thought we had. He hesitated, as if he felt it too, as if he wanted to say more. But then he simply raised a hand in an awkward wave before retreating into the home that would soon belong to someone else. I climbed into my car, started the engine, and pulled away without looking back. Tears pricked at my eyes, and I allowed them to fall as I drove down the narrow lane, away from the farmhouse. The same route I had traveled countless times over the years, but this time I wasn't returning. This time I was leaving for good. As I reached the main road, I drew in a deep breath and wiped the tears away. I was free. The tears were replaced by a smile, and I drove along the main road until I came to the little lay-by just before the village. I pulled the car over and reached into my handbag. My fingers found the small plastic stick I'd hidden there this morning, the one I'd taken the test with at dawn when I was alone, before Nathan had arrived. 2 blue lines, clear and unmistakable. I stared at it for a long moment, my hand instinctively moving to my still flat stomach. Pregnant. 12 weeks. The last time Nathan and I had slept together. The irony wasn't lost on me. After all those failed IVF attempts, all that heartbreak and expense and desperate longing, my body had finally decided to cooperate. And it had happened in the midst of discovering Nathan's affair, in the chaos of confronting Lena, and the giving up of Oscar. It had taken me until a few days ago to even realize I'd missed my period. The stress of everything had, I'd assumed, thrown my body into chaos. I got out of the car and went over to the bin, tossing the pregnancy test in, watching it settle among the discarded crisp packets and drinks cans. I hadn't told Nathan. The baby was mine. I wanted time to savor that thought before I shared the news with him. I was going to bring this child up on my own, not denying him access, but it was going to be on my terms. I was never going to let him dictate to me, nor manipulate me or the narrative again. Epilogue, Detlent, Amelia, 4 years later. The September sunshine streamed through the kitchen windows of my Cambridge flat, catching the dust motes that drifted lazily in the warm air. I could hear Elsie chatting away to herself in the living room while she played with her favorite soft toy. "Mummy, Rabbit's hungry," she called out, and I smiled despite the chaos of birthday preparations scattered across every surface. "Rabbit will have to wait until the party," I replied, spreading buttercream across the top layer of the cake I'd somehow managed to bake without burning. Not perfect, but good enough. That had become my mantra over the past 4 years. Good enough was actually wonderfully liberating. My phone buzzed on the worktop, and I wiped my hands on my apron before checking the message. I felt the familiar flutter of anticipation that always accompanied Lena's visits. Our friendship had remained one of the strangest outcomes of the entire nightmare with Nathan. We were two women who, by rights, should have been sworn enemies, but we had bonded over a shared trauma and an unlikely understanding. We messaged regularly, spoke on the phone every few weeks, and saw each other when she visited from Poland or I spent time there. After all, Oscar and Elsie were half-brother and sister. Need a hand with that. Scott appeared in the kitchen doorway, his shirt sleeves rolled up, his hair slightly disheveled from where he'd been out in the communal gardens of the apartment building, setting up the mini bouncy castle. "You could finish hanging the banner," I said, gesturing to the happy birthday bunting still half draped across the archway. "And maybe check on Elsie. She's gone suspiciously quiet." Scott grinned and crossed the kitchen, pressing a kiss to my temple before stealing a swipe of buttercream from the bowl. On it, though suspiciously quiet usually means she's found the biscuit tin again. I watched him disappear into the living room, his warm laugh echoing back as he discovered Elsie doing exactly what he'd predicted. My heart swelled with contentment I'd never thought possible 4 years ago. Scott was everything Nathan hadn't been. He was straightforward and honest. We'd met at a university function not long after my divorce was finalized, introduced to each other by a mutual colleague at an awkward networking event. He was a lecturer in the engineering department, divorced himself with no children and no baggage beyond the normal wounds of a marriage that simply hadn't worked. He hadn't been fazed at all by taking on someone else's child and had proved to be an excellent father to Elsie. Telling Nathan I was having his baby had been one of the hardest conversations of my life. "You're pregnant?" Nathan had said, his voice a whisper down the phone. "The baby, is it?" "Yes, it's a girl. She's yours biologically." I'd replied, my voice steady despite the trembling in my hands. "I don't want anything from you. I'm just letting you know. When she's born, we can formalize supervised access every other Saturday. I've already taken advice on this. Those are the terms. Non-negotiable." "What? Wait. Before you say anything," I'd continued, cutting him off, "I want you to understand something. I'm not doing this for you. You don't deserve to know her, but she deserves to know who her biological father is. I won't deny my daughter that right, even if it means having you in our lives in this limited capacity. Do you understand?" He'd been silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "I understand. Thank you, Amelia. I know I don't." "You don't," I'd agreed flatly, "but she does. Remember that. I hadn't enjoyed his pain, but I hadn't apologized for it either." "Mummy, look!" Elsie bowled into the kitchen, carrying her rabbit by the ear, her curls bouncing with each step. She had Nathan's eyes, that particular shade of brown that changed with the light. But her smile, her stubborn determination, her fierce independence, those were all mine. I scooped her up into my arm, kissing her until she squealed with laughter. "Lena and Oscar are coming soon." "Oscar!" Elsie shrieked the name. The doorbell rang at precisely 2 o'clock. Lena stood on the doorstep, looking healthier than I'd ever seen her. There was a lightness to her expression that had been missing during her time in England. Oscar broke into a smile as Elsie ran down the hallway to join us. Lena and I embraced each other. It was so good to see her again. Then I crouched down and relished the spontaneous hug from Oscar. Scott appeared in the hallway, and Oscar ran to him. Having met him on Lena's previous visits, he was clearly smitten with his easy warmth. "Uncle Scott," he called, as Scott scooped him up, making him giggle. "Hello, Trouble," he said, grinning. "Ready for cake?" The afternoon unfolded in a blur of controlled chaos. More guests arrived. A couple of colleagues from the university, a neighbor with her twin boys, Scott's sister with her family. Even Patricia had sent a card and a gift for Elsie. We remained in contact, and she saw Elsie regularly, and she was always careful not to overstep the mark, never wanting to repeat the past. I knew she saw Oscar too, and Lena was kind enough to send her photos and small updates on birthdays and at Christmas. I had invited Patricia and Nathan to Elsie's party, more out of courtesy than desire, but they had declined. Nathan said they'd celebrate her birthday, when it was his Saturday to have her. It worked better that way for all of us. The small flat filled with laughter and chatter, the sound of children playing, and the hum of comfortable conversation. Scott had taken charge of the games, organizing pass. The parcel with a theatrical flair that had the children shrieking with delight. I watched him from the doorway, my hand unconsciously moving to my stomach. 6 weeks pregnant, I was barely able to believe it. I had taken the test 3 days ago, staring at the positive reading with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Getting pregnant with Elsie I'd always thought was nothing short of a miracle, so getting pregnant a second time was even more amazing. Another baby. This one conceived in love and trust and everything that had been missing from my relationship with Nathan. The party wound down as the afternoon lengthened into evening. Elsie, high on sugar and excitement, had finally crashed on Scott's shoulder, her birthday crown askew on her head. One by one, the guests departed with hushed but cheerful goodbyes and promises to meet up soon. Finally, only Lena and Oscar remained, gathering their jackets and the party bag I'd prepared. "Thank you for coming," I said, hugging Lena at the door. "It means the world." To both of us, I stood in the doorway a moment longer, watching until they had rounded the corner and disappeared from view. Oscar had turned to wave just before they went, a big, unself-conscious 5-year-old wave, his whole arm swinging. It caught me somewhere in my heart, as it always did. I thought about the baby I had once held in my arms and the overwhelming love that had taken me by surprise. That love hadn't gone anywhere. It had simply morphed into a different shape. Not mother and son, but something different that I couldn't name. He was Lena's. He always had been. But I was at peace with where we were. After they left, Scott carried Elsie to her bedroom, while I began the process of restoring order to the flat. I was locating plates in the dishwasher when my phone buzzed on the worktop. It was a message from Sophie. "So sorry we couldn't make it today. Hope you all had a wonderful day, especially the birthday girl. Once we're all well and fighting fit again, we'll come and see the 3 of you." I smiled, my finger hovering over the screen. I began to type a reply. I felt bad. I hadn't been able to share my news with Sophie. Before I could send the message, Scott appeared in the kitchen doorway, rolling down his shirt sleeves. "Well, that was a successful party. Elsie's out cold. Didn't even wake up when I put her down." He crossed to me, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind and resting his chin on my shoulder. "You did brilliantly. The cake was perfect, and the games were chaos in the best way." I set my phone down and turned in his arms to face him. My heart hammered against my ribs, nervous and excited all at once. "I have a surprise for you," I said softly. "Oh?" His eyes crinkled at the corners, curious and amused. "Should I be worried?" "I don't think so. At least I hope not." I took a deep breath. "It does mean more chaos, though. More birthday parties. More exhausted sugar coma children in our future." I watched as understanding flickered across his face, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning realization to pure, uncomplicated joy. "Amelia, are you saying what I think you are?" I nodded. I'm pregnant. We're having a baby." He lifted me off my feet, spinning me around before setting me down gently, his hands cradling my face as he kissed me with a tenderness that made my knees weak. When he pulled back, there were tears in his eyes. "I love you," I whispered. "I love you too. So very much. Both of you. All three of us. And now I'll have another one to love just as much." The following morning, after Scott had left for work, and I dropped Elsie at nursery, I was sitting on the bus, heading over to the university myself, checking my emails, when a new message appeared in the inbox. It was from an address I didn't recognize, with a subject heading that made me catch my breath in fear. Adoption query. I opened the email, my mind zoning out everything around me. "Dear Mrs. Bartholomew, we hope this email finds you well. We are writing from the Kinderhuis Adoption Agency in Amsterdam, where your first adoption application, although subsequently withdrawn, was filed in 2023. As part of a routine audit of our processes, we have discovered certain irregularities in the handling of several cases between 2021 and 2023. Specifically, those dealt with by Imogen Backer, a staff member at that time who, according to our records, handled your case. This is a highly sensitive matter, as you can imagine, and although I note from our records that all communication was dealt with via your husband, Nathan Bartholomew, we are endeavoring to contact all adoptees individually. We want to assure you that our inquiry into Miss Backer is purely procedural at this point. However, we would appreciate your cooperation initially to answer questions about the process. Once these are to hand, we can then evaluate their importance and whether we need to ask any further questions. We would stress that you are not in any way implicated in the irregularities. We are merely on a fact-finding mission at this point. Although your involvement is strictly voluntary, we would, of course, very much appreciate your help. If you could contact us at your earliest convenience, we can arrange for the initial questionnaire to be sent out to you. Please be assured that this inquiry is confidential and is being conducted with the utmost discretion. Sincerely, Marta Jansen, Compliance Officer. I read the email once, twice, 3 times, my heart pounding so hard I thought the whole bus might hear it. Irregularities. Discrepancies. Imogen Backer, who handled our adoption and who had dealt directly with Nathan. The first adoption, that one that had fallen through at the last minute, the one that had devastated me. Nathan had destroyed our chance to be a legitimate family so he could control the outcome. The poor child who I had thought we were adopting. I could only hope she was adopted by a good family in the end, and now the agency suspected bribery, false documents, corruption. And they wanted my help to prove it. The bus swung around a corner, and I had to grab the handrail to stop myself from falling into the aisle. I realized it was my stop next, and I gathered up my bags, and with my phone still clutched in my hand, alighting from the bus. It was a 10-minute walk to the university. and I was glad of the fresh air. Despite the brightness of the day, a darker thought clouded my mind as I walked. A more selfish thought. If an investigation was opened, I would be pulled into it. Questioned. Scrutinized. My new life with Scott would be invaded by lawyers and investigators, and the past I'd worked so hard to leave behind would swamp me again, contaminating everything I had now. If I stayed silent, there would be no proof of what had happened with Oscar. I ground to a halt in the middle of the path, only moving to the side. When I was tutted at by people rushing to get by, their worlds still turning while mine had stopped. I looked over the bridge at the river below. I thought of the little girl we'd never brought home. I thought of Elsie, of Oscar, of the baby growing inside me. I thought of the life I had built with Scott, steady, honest, safe. And then I thought of the cost if I replied to the email. All I had to do was nothing, delete the email, pretend I had never seen it. By protecting myself, I was choosing comfort over justice, survival over truth, and hadn't Nathan already been punished? Wasn't the empty flat, the FaceTime calls, the fortnightly visits with Elsie, his son living in another country, the life he'd lost, wasn't it enough? I looked down at the message again. Then I pressed delete. Some things were better left buried, even if that made me more like him than I wanted to admit. That evening, I would collect Elsie, make supper, and welcome Scott home with a kiss of genuine love. We would talk about our baby and our family and our wonderful future. I would continue building this beautiful life, this honest life. Except it wasn't honest anymore, was it? I told myself I could live with that. Most days, I'm sure I would even believe it.